Cyber, are you there? Can you try making noise? Cyber? Hello? Can you hear me at all? Turning things off in OBS. Turning things off in OBS. Hello? Can anyone hear me? Okay, people can hear me now. My camera isn't working. I'm trying to get my camera working. Why isn't my camera working? This doesn't make any sense. Cyber left. Sorry, we're just trying to get this set up and then we can start doing some cool, fun stuff. And my son will be in and out to deal with the dog.
Okay, can you hear me this time?
I can hear you this time.
Okay.
That's awesome.
Discord was doing that weird shit where it just decided, nope, not today, Satan.
My my Discord won't load my camera.
I see that.
And I'm not sure why. And let's see. Try again.
And bothering me because I also have food.
Sorry, I figured I would attempt to stream to YouTube myself while you were doing your Twitch side. But my camera won't load. Oh my god. Why? Let me restart my camera or something. Device manager. How's it going, Pro?
Hey, I'm just trying to figure out how I can join on Xbox so I can still hear my game.
I don't know. We are trying to set up and get going, so
Yep.
Let me try this.
I just bothered the cat so much that she hissed at me, so. And now she's going around to try and come back.
And now my camera is unplugged, replugged. Let me try my camera feed again. There we go. Hell yeah, turn on camera. Mm-hmm.
Ha! Failed to start camera.
No, I mean, it's shown on my side.
Oh.
All right. So, welcome to the impromptu Memorial Day thingamabobber. What's the warning on my stream? What does that say? It says warning the street and then ... Current bitrate. Oh, I don't care. I can't do anything about that. I am on Starlink. Y'all can deal with my bitrate. Sounds awesome. So anybody that is on, I've got my OBS on my other screen here. Anybody on YouTube, you're welcome to stay there and chit chat. You're welcome to come and join us here on Discord. So I am just going to be basically live streaming the Discord tonight. And we're gonna chat and see who wants to come up and tell war stories, be they real war stories or video game horror stories, war stories. You got a funny story about some friend screwing off in World of Warcraft? We want to hear it tonight, right? It's that kind of weekend. It's a reminiscing and kind of remembrance weekend, at least here in the U.S. And I will continue to hold my cans in a nondescript way.
And now I'm going to pour this larceny bourbon in my McDonald's Diet Dr. Pepper.
There you go. There you go.
I've been liking these basic bitch white Russians I've been making. I have this lactose-free mocha latte from Costco, and I just pour it on ice and then dump in some larceny.
Josiah, Joshua, is that a funny spelling for Joshua? Either way, you're welcome to stay wherever you want. If you're more comfortable on YouTube, if the quality's fine for you there, then stay there. If you want to come join us here, then join us here. If you want to come join us and then hop up on voice or video temporarily and tell your stories, I can pull you up on stage. Let's see. Does anybody in chat want to start us off? Want to come up and tell your story? Josiah? Okay. It's an interesting name. It's not one you see very often. Black Hand Gib. I figure, enough about mod this and update that. Let's have some fun tonight.
Yep.
Oh, I'm gonna have chat on the side on my YouTube feed. So y'all want a gift bomb or whatever, it'll show up on YouTube. Be nice. It is not set as kid friendly, so I don't want to go crazy, but we can have a little bit more fun tonight. I'm wearing one of my concert shirts from the other day. For those who haven't seen it yet. So it's kind of a spoof shirt on Pantera, Psycho Stick. Instead of vulgar display of power, it's vultures displaying flowers. Beer is good. Yes, they are the beer band.
I'm wearing my DeadSec shirt from Watch Dogs 2 today.
Nice. Good game. Good game.
I went ahead and repurchased it on PlayStation during the big Ubisoft sale like a month ago.
Yep. I think I purchased it on Xbox and then again on GOG later when I got back into PC side. GOG, the place to buy a game if you want it to be yours forever and not go the way of the dodo when Steam goes under.
Yep. Although I have a feeling that I'll go under before Steam, so I'm not too worried about it.
I don't know. The EU's been trying to sink Steam. Putting in new regulations and stuff all over the place. Honestly, between Steam and GOG, the big difference is Steam gets the hype. GOG doesn't. GOG was around longer than Steam. I still got games on GOG that I didn't even purchase online. I bought them myself, had them on my PC, just installed locally, and GOG added them to my library, recognizing that I own them, and I still have access forever. Steam doesn't do that.
Nope.
Hey, Clem. So who's got a story for us? Green, do you have any war stories? Mean-spirited. Is it about the person down the hall that was stealing your controllers?
Oh, hello. DH just rated me on Twitch with 15 viewers, so we have a big audience now.
Nice,
Oh boy,
nice.
hasn't pulled up. Okay.
Welcome, Raiders.
Hey, Green.
Yeah, say in the vein of video game war stories. So I used to play Battlefield competitively, and back in like the Battlefield 3 days, there was this kind of like heated rivalry between competitive Battlefield players and the milsim players, like who played hardcore, where they were just all the time insisting that they were better than us. The game better than we do. They don't need all the heads-up displays and like ammo counters to beat us. And at one point, my team of 30 decided, you know what? We're going to entertain this. We're going to have some fun. So we actually set up a competitive match with these guys. We played Operation Metro with them. And we immediately spawn locked them and started writing profanity and TOS stuff on the walls facing their spawn while keeping them spawn locked for a half an hour. It was probably the most unkind thing we've ever done to another group of adults. Just to prove, because we were so sick of it for years and years of them just complaining and calling us bad at the game, and we're just like, you know what? Yeah, that's the mean-spirited story. There's not a lot to it. I mean, there was a lot of heckling back and forth, because they couldn't get out of the spawn, so might as well talk trash.
So since I brought it up, did you get revenge on that neighbor?
Oh, no, I did not. But I did get my controller. He did not steal the second one because I jumped out on the poor delivery guy as soon as I heard the knock. Scared the devil out of him. He was not very happy. But you a little bit understand once you realize, like I told him, like, hey, the guy right next door has jumped out and stolen this at least once. So I don't need to give him one for his friend too while I'm at it. I'm still mad about that. For the audience, I had bought a brand new Xbox controller to do like cinematic shots for like trailers for my mod, and it got delivered while I wasn't home. And I walk up to the door less than like half an hour after this was dropped off at my door in a secure apartment building, and it was stolen. I'm like, okay, maybe my neighbor took it inside because he thought it was his. We share like a corner. So I knock on the door, and I can hear him in there talking, and then he goes dead quiet, and I knock again. And now he's not making any noise. He's turned off his TV. He's pretending he's not home. Like, you son of a bitch. Like, at least have the gall to keep on with your life, right? Like, don't like, oh, no, gotta be quiet. You can't know I'm here with an Xbox controller having fun.
All right, Geck, let's hear your D&D story.
All right. So, Tessa, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So this was back a long time ago, back when D&D 4th edition first came out. And a group of my friends were playing, my brother, and he was DMing, and me and a group of other people were playing. And we had found a lamp, right? Because that's always fun to find in a D&D campaign. So we found a lamp with an evil genie, and we had rolled just right to figure out that the genie was evil. So my character, having high charisma, tried to make a deal with this evil genie and said, hey, if you don't corrupt my first 2 wishes, I will use my 3rd wish to set you free. Right? Straightforward enough. The genie lied. The first 2 wishes, my character basically ended up wishing for stat increases or power in the game, and he got him, but there was a curse along with him. But for the 3rd wish, my character then said he wished the genie to be free to roam hell for all of eternity. So then that set up an entire campaign of this genie in hell trying to get out and sending forces to attack the characters, and then ended with like a climactic fight at the end. So that was just a really fun kind of a creative spark and war story that ended up being a really fun campaign idea, and how I think improvisation with D&D can be really fun, especially when we're talking about creating video games and developing stories for things. Can really spark some of that imagination. So that's my story.
Yeah, I've played a little bit of D&D.
Nice.
I wrote my stories about it,
Oh, very cool.
if anybody's interested. I can show those off later if anybody wants to see them.
Absolutely.
What about you, Cyber? Got anything you want to start off with?
I'm going to chew on this burger at the moment.
Oh my God.
I have a kind of a. I got thinking about the mean-spirited RPG campaign stuff, but it's actually kind of depressing because it happened to me, not from me. We had a Shadowrun campaign where I was kind of trying to steer it in the direction of there are no good guys, but we're trying. And the objective was, take these corporations down. And the GM was kind of with it. He was willing to play the world as having the government isn't entirely out of power, and so if you can show that one of these corporations is really, really bad and you can really, really prove it, you can get people arrested. So we were doing things like, getting the EPA, which had no power to investigate anything, but if we could prove it, they could make it stick. And about half the players were okay with it. Oh, do we have no power? Somebody says no sound for me.
No, I can hear you.
Okay. All right. So, about half the players were okay with it and half weren't. And ordinarily what you do in that situation is you'd either sit down and agree to try and, do some sessions one way and other sessions another, and decide in advance which way we're going, and maybe somebody brings a different character, or maybe you split the group. But these guys decided that since what they wanted to play was evil characters, they should just be evil about it. So one day they arranged to trap all of the good aligned characters and lopped our heads off. And thought that was great fun, and that we would all go, that's funny. Yeah, what actually happened was that ended the campaign that night because half the players just calmly picked up our books and walked out. Auntie Bell says still can't hear me and can hear Wicked.
On your stream?
Well, let's find out.
Did you set up two audio sources? Did you set up two audio sources for your stream? I had to. I've got the application audio capture from Discord, and I've got my mic capture going in OBS also.
Didn't, because I expected the Discord audio was going, so I'm just going to add my.
So your mic on Discord just goes into Discord for other people to hear. It's not broadcasting back out, and your application capture isn't going to snag it. I need to answer a question there real quick. Josh Dews asked, any news on Darkstar adding new paid mods for Starfield? Yes, but I can't work on them right now because I'm working on the 2.0.2 update along with the patchers working on the patches. So as soon as that's stable and I submit that for QA, I do have two smaller, quicker mods that are going to be cheaper, way cheaper than Darkstar, that I'm going to work on next. And a few people know what they are, but I'll go ahead and reveal it here for those that are in the audience as a little special. Hey, I was there when. One of them is going to be called experimental shipbuilding. Can't go into massive detail on that. It's going to be on the cheaper side, probably somewhere around 100, 200 credits, maybe 300. I don't know. Depends on how much I throw into it. But it's going to be, extended snaps and flips and color options. And I'm going to try and auto integrate with other shipbuilding mods like Matilija and Antares, Falkland, and kind of bring some things together for color schemes and ship parts between all of those mods. In addition to letting the console players take more control of their shipbuilding settings and stuff. So that's one of them. And it's going to, of course, complement Darkstar TGO. And the next one is, and I'm probably going to bounce between them because of, dopamine hits. The other one is going to be advanced personnel management. So advanced personnel management, I'm going to give you a way to interact with any companion, be they from a mod or the base game or just a normal non-named elite crew or whatever. And you'll be able to assign them to teams. If they're traveling with you on your ship and they're a member of, say, the away team, then they will follow along with you as you travel as followers, not as companions. So that will effectively give you more of a crowd following in your wake as you travel. The other will be an assault team where you'll be able to throw a signal grenade and the assault team will port in, do the fighting for a little bit, and then when combat's over, they go away. They go back to your ship. And then a security team that I hope to get to spawn outside of your ship when you land and protect your ship, kind of mostly for RP sake, but just in case you're getting assaulted as you land on a planet. And then finally, it'll come with the ability to define and deploy uniforms to people that are members of certain teams. More on that later. That's got some fancy footwork going on as far as mod coding goes. But yeah, those are the two big ones right there. And I've got 3 other small to medium-sized ones that'll follow closely in their wake. So that's currently my plan is to finish 202, get that stable, get pretty much all of the bugs fixed if I can, and then let that ride for a little bit while I work on these couple small mods, and then possibly come back and add some more Darkstar stuff later. And in the mix there, of course, I've got to still update Darkstar Astrodynamics and Darkstar Manufacturing, the free mods.
Hopefully people can hear me now. It reminds me of one of my favorite things from the Marvel Heroes online game, where if you were playing any of the members of the X-Men, they had powers that involved summoning other X-Men to come do things. And that was always fun. Like I played a lot of Colossus on there because I just liked the sound effects when he'd be beating on someone and it was going clang, bong, clang, wang. But then, like, one of his powers would cause him to fastball special Wolverine into somebody, or Cyclops to show up and do a cone attack. I thought that was great. They were mechanically no different than anybody else's attacks, but special effects were just so cool because it was like you were a team.
For those of you on YouTube live right now, if you're hearing a squeak constantly, that is my new puppy. He is insisting that I get down on the floor and play with him, but obviously I'm busy. So he has brought his toy to me and is squeaking it at my feet, trying to get my attention.
And yes, we can hear it.
Yeah, sorry. I am sorry. And somebody asked something or am I still going to do the robot thing voiced by my son? Yes. Not ultra soon. It is still in the mix, though. There will still be a PAL mod, PAL mod in the future voiced by my son. I also have plans for an iconic suit of armor, iconic armor, if you will, which is going to require a lot of custom scripting and some voice acting. And he is going to voice the suit of armor also. And Cyber here, if he's still willing when the time comes around, will be voicing my future iconic weapon mod. So if I can get those to work, they will be an intelligent suit of armor and an intelligent weapon that will speak to you as if they were companions and issue you quests and react to affinity events and all of that. But those are bigger efforts, so They're a little bit further down the line after I get some of these other mods done.
Definitely still willing.
Hey, everybody.
How's it going, Ray? For anybody that is watching for the first time, this is Razel, one of the handful of brand new patchers to the Darkstar patching team, and he's kicking ass. A good portion of the mods you've seen coming out lately from the patch team are his handiwork.
And Wicked's the first person to pronounce this handle correctly, by the way, just so everyone knows. So if we're going on to stories from our gaming days, my wife and I used to play World of Warcraft together for a very, very long time. When she first started, she started playing a Holy Paladin, and she leveled as Holy through vanilla, which was entertaining. I was already a level 60 mage at the time that she started playing. And we discovered that she had an odd ability to aggro mobs that we'd never seen before. So she called me out. We were originally Alliance. We did change to Horde, but we were originally Alliance because where all my real life friends had started playing. And she called me out to Westfall because she died. And I was waiting for her in the where she died, which was over by all the harvesters. And I see her ghost coming, and I see a bunch of gnolls following her. That she's dead. But all the gnolls are following her. Well, this continues on throughout her gaming career. We go and get her into Darkshore, and she gets chased in death by Stitches and everything else. We thought this is just some weird quirk. It's not going to continue. Everything's fine. Fast forward, a number of years, and we get to Mists of Pandaria. And we are doing the very first raid with our new guild's raid group. And we get to the first boss, and we wipe, and she releases last. And we're all sitting there in the graveyard. Most of us are dead, waiting for our raid leader to say, go back in the dungeon, when we find out we can't, because the bosses are still aggroed. My wife is still dead, and two bosses come running out the front door over to the graveyard and stood there waiting for her to res so that they could kill her again. I still to this day have no idea what it was about her character that caused this. But it continued throughout all of our days playing World of Warcraft, all the way up until we quit in whatever the dragon patch was that was not too long ago. So we used to, anytime that she draws aggro from something that's an entire world away, we just claim that she's got her Vitter hat on, because Gavitter was the name of her character. And I don't know, she keeps doing it in all video games we've ever played, so she's just got that special kind of special, I guess.
So when I got back into a relationship with my wife after our break in the 90s, she was playing World of Warcraft and living up in northern, up north. And I was playing World of Warcraft, completely unaware of each other. She ended up moving over to the server I was on, and she was playing a rogue, a gnome rogue. She got stuck on every single piece of terrain you can imagine. We actually had to have a GM come and pull her out of the terrain 3 different times. 3 times.
Well, I mean, she was a gnome. What did she expect? They can't swim either. They drown in lakes and little ponds.
Well, and if they were wearing like 2 daggers, they would stick out from their waist. But the daggers were usually so long that the gnomes looked like they were just digging irrigation trenches as they ran, because the blades would go into the ground past their feet. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's hilarious.
Well, that's my story, so thank you guys.
I haven't played WoW in a long time.
Yeah, I quit during Cataclysm, and I went off to Rift, and the wife played Rift with me, and then I got invited to, because of my Rift add-ons, I got invited to private beta for Elder Scrolls Online by the developers. And I was in that for a while, and then ESO launched, and I was working on add-ons so much that I didn't have time to play. And every time I logged in, I had guildmates running up and giving me free stuff. Here, catch up. Like, I'm sorry, I'm behind. And then eventually we bought a house and moved and didn't have broadband, so I had to give it all up.
I started late in Cata. I avoided WoW at first. I was playing City of Heroes when it came out. It was a couple of months earlier. But I started toward the end of Cata, and my main was an orc hunter that kept the same Durotar tiger that was the first thing that he ever tamed all the way through endgame. It was fine. You didn't have to min-max your tiger. I wasn't responsible for all of the DPS, so it was okay if I was 99.5% optimal.
Yeah.
So I had this Durotar tiger named Dog, and people would come up to me and say, that's a cat. And I would say, shh, he thinks he's a dog.
Yeah, I started MMOs with EverQuest, played that for 5.5 years, tried EverQuest 2. I was in the private beta for that, and I had mapped out the perfect leveling path. So when the game launched, I raced to the end game. I was the second person in the world to hit max level in that game. But there was no point in playing that game. So we found, as we got into the end game, there was just no real motivation to go through the end game content because the rewards sucked ass, and you could do better just by walking around a forest gathering resources and crafting. So me and my whole guild quit after a couple months. I took a short break, and then had a couple friends from EverQuest invite me over to World of Warcraft. This was back still before the first expansion, Burning Crusade, when all of the raids were still designed by, and these are character names from EverQuest, Tig Biddies from Legacy of Steel, and Fuhrer Plain Defiler from Fires of Heaven. They were the guild masters of those two guilds in EverQuest. They got hired to work on World of Warcraft to do raid design.
I misspoke earlier. I said I started in Cata. I started in Burning Crusade. I mistook the names of things. I started late enough in Burning Crusade that I had to press a little to get a character to level 55 by Wrath launch so that I could roll a Death Knight on day one. I remember poop socking that last week and then standing in line at Best Buy.
Hey, Death Knights were a little overpowered if you played them right. You could do almost anything with them.
Yep.
We had a whole raid at one point in Lich King it was one of the smaller raids. What was that, 18 people or 20 people, something like that? I forget. It's been a while. But the whole raid was Death Knights. It was hilarious. We didn't even have any healers, but we succeeded. We beat the shit out of the raid.
I rolled a Tauren Death Knight so I could be as big as possible in that cool armor.
Yep. Did anybody here ever play the original EverQuest? Talking about big as possible. I got a war story for you.
I played it a tiny bit many years after it was around.
In EverQuest, for those of you who aren't familiar, if you've played WoW or any of these other games that came out after it, those games, when you want to do a dungeon or you want to do a raid, you would basically go into a private instance of the dungeon or the raid. That wasn't the case in EverQuest. If there was a dungeon that had a boss in it, the whole server shared that one instance of the dungeon. So, dude, seriously with the squeakers? Come on. His squid. So if you wanted to kill that boss because it had loot that you wanted, you had to compete with everybody on the server for when it would spawn. So things became a little hairy when you're talking about in-game raid targets and stuff all of the guilds competed to get there and be the first to down it, because bosses took anywhere from 3 to 7 days to respawn, and that was at the start of that 3-day mark. It would be by the hour. So if somebody killed it at 2:47 p.m., then it was X47, 47 minutes after the hour from that point on. After 3 days, it would start ticking, and every hour it had a chance to spawn. It was nuts. Absolutely nuts. So I was in a guild that was the first on our server. Dude, you found another speaker. Stop it. So I was in a guild that was number 1 on the server, and the reason we were is because we locked everything down. So if something spawned that we knew dropped loot that would help a guild catch up to us, we would race over there and kill it before they could. That way they had to wait 3 to 7 days, and we could go on and do something else, because we could kill almost anything in the blink of an eye. When we were pushing in-game content for ourselves, what we would do is a trick called an ogre wall. So the biggest example would be what was the expansion? Started with an L, I think. It was when we went to the moon in that game. But there was a temple called the Temple of Srazia. They were snake people. And the goal was to kill the emperor, and that was the last key. He dropped the last key that you would need to get into Vexthal, which was the in-game raiding zone of that expansion. And it took, like 6 months for one person to grind out all the components and attunements to get a key to get that one character in. And so getting a whole guild in there was an effort to behold. And we go in, and the next guild in line, the number 2 guild, starts filing in behind us. They didn't have enough people to kill the guy, but they had enough people to cause us problems and make us wipe. So after that point, we built the ogre wall. So you had people on your group that would, on your raid, that their whole job was to heal. And they didn't need line of sight to heal. They just needed to have a target to heal. And they could target out of the raid list or their group list. So they could be standing anywhere as long as they were within range. So we would take those people and do the shaman had a polymorph spell. So we do a shaman polymorph to turn them into halflings, which was the smallest player race at the time. So they'd shrink real small. And then another shaman would cast a shrink spell on them, which would make them even smaller. So they're tiny halflings. Then they would crowd into a hallway shoulder to shoulder, because there was player collision, and they would crowd into the hallway as tight as they could fit. And then they would, since they were beneficial buffs, the players would click off the halfling polymorph and click off the shrink and grow to full size. Now they're wedged in. Then a shaman would cast ogre form on them and enlarge on them. So now they're basically, you look at the hallway and it's just this smush of ogre flesh with little faces in it. And that was our heal team. And since that wall existed of flesh, no other guild could run in and get in behind us and try and screw things up, steal loot, or whatever. Name a game where you've had to do that.
Oh, man. That's so much the opposite of what was going on in City of Heroes those days. Like if you were wanting to do hand-me-down, we did something. Everybody would help each other and try to stay out of each other's way and arrange ourselves to make sure that everybody could do it.
We did something similar. There was when you were dealing with the gods in that game, they would all have their own elemental plane. So one of them was the plane of growth. I forget what expansion it got released in, but the boss in the plane of growth would only spawn after you had killed everything in her domain. So you'd go in and you'd clear the entire plane of growth. All of the animals, all of the creatures, everything. And then she would spawn in this open field in the middle of her zone. And at first she wasn't like this, but they eventually, very quickly, they put in a change that glued her to that spot. She wasn't able to walk around at all. So They did that because of her abilities. One of her biggest abilities was whoever she had the most hate for, the most aggro on, she would randomly proc a kick that would kick them across the entire zone. So before she was glued to the spot, guilds would drag her to the side wall of the zone and stand up against the wall, and she would kick them and they'd bounce off the wall. So to remove that quote unquote exploit, they glued her to the middle of the zone. We just built an ogre wall. So I was a Shadow Knight, so I would cast a level 1 damage over time spell on her, which would piss her off and make me aggro. I'd be top of the list. But it wouldn't do enough damage to send her into summoning mode. If you did too much damage to a boss and weren't within melee range, they would summon you to them. So this wouldn't do enough damage to do that. And I would stand there just out of range, so she couldn't attack me, she couldn't walk to me, and I wasn't walking to her. She would just stare at me. So then the tank would get into position, all of the healers would get into position, the melee would get into position, all of the melee would create a ring behind the tank as the halflings, the shrunken halflings, and then turn into ogres, and all of the healers would wedge in behind them and turn into ogres. And so you had this giant compact arc of ogres behind the tank, and the tank would nestle back in, press back as far as they could so they couldn't move backwards anymore, and then I would feign death. And then all of a sudden the boss would turn around and start wailing on the tank, and every time he got kicked, he would just bounce off the ogres and keep going. Ogre walls.
One of the fun things in City of Heroes was they had these, they called them giant monsters, and the way that they worked was it scaled for every participant. So the amount of damage it did to you scaled, the amount of damage you did to it scaled, so that anybody that was passing by could contribute. There were still advantages to being a high-level character with a lot of options, but it scaled enough that even if you were a first-level character, if you saw a giant monster and other people were attacking it, you could join in and you were doing something. You were helping. And there was one that was a giant mech. And it was the one you had the most control over when and where it would spawn, because it was spawned by a certain mission. When you would get to a certain point in that mission, the next time you went into a zone which wasn't one of the 2 tutorial zones, it would spawn. So we used to, our super group would have several people get a character up to that mission, and then we would announce on the forums. And then on a Saturday afternoon, we would come in and everybody would come in with one of their other characters and one person on that character. And then we would turn in that mission and go into one of the zones that you could get to directly from the tutorial zone. Atlas Park was the main tutorial zone. And there was you could get to Perez Park from Atlas Park, and it would guaranteed spawn there. And then there was another one from the other tutorial zone. I forget the name of the zone, but we would let everybody know it was coming and have everybody show up. And then once there were a bunch of people queued up, we would just pop over into Perez Park and spawn the giant mech, and people that would never get to see it, or that would only see it briefly because it would one-shot them after a mission, which was really what it was supposed to do. It was supposed to one-shot you after this mission, but they would get to see this thing and fight it, and no matter how low level you were, you could contribute and feel like you were participating. Very the opposite of EverQuest in many ways.
Hey, Monkey, you had a D&D story?
Yeah, it didn't happen to me. It happened to my friend that did it all the time after work, and he would go to these people's houses that ran the D&D groups and everything, and one of the groups that he was with, it was a husband and wife that was doing it, and they were playing with realistic effects in the sense that AoE spells would cause damage to the surrounding areas, and so on and so forth. And my friend casted Fireball and started a massive wildfire out in the field. And it started an argument between the husband and wife. And it turned into a disaster.
So in my D&D days in the 90s, I usually ran the games. So it was very rare that I got a chance to just play. And my sister had dabbled in D&D a bit. And this was, I was in the Air Force and I was, living off base near the base and all that. But my sister ended up dating somebody that ran their own D&D game. And she's like, "Oh, he wants you to come and play." I told him how awesome you are. I'm like, I'm a DM. I'm not a player. How am I an awesome player? She's like, "I'll just come." So grab my girlfriend. We go over there. Girlfriend who is my wife today. We go over there and he's running kind of a weird personal hybrid that he had built between first edition D&D and second edition D&D with the Dragon magazines and the different characters from those. And he was like, "You can be anything you want." I was like, "Are you sure about that?" And he goes, "Well, if you can justify it, you can be anything you want." I was like, "All right, what's your party look like so far?" And he described, the paladin and all these other healers and everything. I was like, all right, fine. And he was displaying ego the whole time, bragging about his system and how great he was and how much fun his players had. And I felt challenged. I was like, all right, bet. So I rolled up a very accurate to the rules, but min-maxed assassin. And he was like, "Oh, I don't know if this assassin's going to work in a group with a paladin." I'm like, "I'm the player. Let me handle that. If I have something secret I want to do, I'll slide you a note and we'll go from there." He's like, "All right." So I get brought into the party in a tavern, of course, and he hands me a note telling me that I've got a contract for somebody that's supposed to be traveling south to the city that we're in. And meanwhile, the party is talking about going east. And I pitch myself to the party as, "Oh, I'm a scout. I can find anything. I can find anyone. Where are you trying to get?" And they're like, "Oh, blah, blah, blah." I'm like, "Well, that'd be better if we went north. Then we can hit this city first, and then we can head east and do what you need to do. It'll work out better for everybody. Less camping in the wilderness, more camping in cities, just renting rooms. Everybody will be happier, more comfortable. If there's a big fight, we'll be more ready for it." And Paolo was like, "Oh, that's a really good idea. I like the way you think." So we head north on the open road. And I keep offering to scout ahead and run the night, the watch at night. Well, in scouting ahead, I realize through one of my very lucky rolls on my scouting attempts that my target is camping about half a mile up in the tree line. And my party is discussing when I get back, "Oh, we want to push through the night." And I'm like, no, we should camp. Tomorrow night we'll be in such and such a city. Everything will be fine. I'll take first watch. So they go and they set up the camp and I go off to take first watch. And I had made a habit of doing my watch from just outside of the perimeter of the campfire so they couldn't see me. So I disappear. I go to a tree, bash my face into it, beat myself up, and I stumble back an hour later and I'm wake the paladin moaning and, "Oh my God, I barely made it back." And he's like, "What's wrong?" "These guys up ahead jumped me and they tried to mug me and they said they were going to kill my family and I don't know what's going on." And the paladin stands up and he goes to detect evil. So I duck behind him because that's a cone. I duck behind him with my wounded face, right? And he detects evil and he doesn't sense anything. And I'm like, "Oh, they must be tricker, this and that." And I made up a story. He bought it. He starts charging through the forest. I'm following along behind him. He hunts this group down. He absolutely massacres this guy and his bodyguard. And the DM slides him a note. You are now chaotic evil. You've lost your paladin hood. The guy flips out, and I'm like, hey, man, you killed my assassination contract. Thanks. I get paid. You lose your church. And he stood up, flipped the table, and stormed out of there. Never came back to that group. Yeah,
Fuck,
so
that is brutal.
a real life table flip. So the DM was like, I don't know if I can have you play again. I did play again, and I made the next group just as torturous for him.
That's a terrible story, man. You did bad things.
So Green, you said you had another story?
Yeah. So I'm not sure how many people here have played For Honor.
I played a little in beta.
So, about like a year and a half into For Honor's lifespan, I was again fairly big in the community. I played a lot. I knew a lot about the mechanics. I was a warden main, so I had to really understand the mechanics to be able to play that game effectively. As one of the worst characters in that game, and prior to a tournament, there was this bug where one of the characters could do a feign back maneuver and then hit a grapple, and you could not dodge that grapple. Like if she was in reach of you, you were caught. You could deflect it, you couldn't break out of it, you were stuck. And I petitioned to have this banned from a for-money tournament that was being hosted by the developer. Because like, hey, this is game breaking, this is going to ruin the tournament. And the day before I got the verdict on that, I'd found another bug where you can grapple someone and hit them with a fallen attack, insta-killing them. Consistent, 100%, only Warden could do it. I get the news from them, like, we're not going to ban that because we think it is tech. And it's too late to do anything for banning new tech or like discussing new tech way before the tournament. I was like, okay. So what I'm going to do is this. And then I posted the video of how to do that bug with a drop attack that guarantees a kill every time you grab someone. I did that on a Friday. Posted it everywhere. So the developers basically had their Friday start with one of the most game-breaking bugs in the game's history, eating their entire weekend, because I was mad about another bug that was not being addressed. I said, and I ended up getting a message back from them like, "Hey, that was really uncalled for." And I, being a younger man, said, "You know what? I don't care how you really feel about that. I hope you enjoyed your weekend." They did not. They did not talk to me after that. Believe it or not, Ubisoft was not a big fan of me after this event.
Well, we're big fans of you now, so that's what matters.
Yeah, because I haven't done that to you yet. I haven't made you give people a weekend for a bug.
I promise to stop stealing your controllers, okay?
Yeah, you steal my controller one more time. I'm telling you, I'm going to find a bug in Darkstar. I never expected that to get as big as it did. Like, I expected like the tournament players to really like catch on to it, right? Like, okay, this is going to ruin this tournament, and they're going to get the point, right? That became one of the largest videos for the game anywhere. Everyone was doing it. I couldn't get into a match without seeing 4 other wardens, and then people figured out you could do it with like several other characters after that, with like slightly different tech. And so I effectively ruined the game for 72 to 84 hours, roughly. That's my second story.
Hey, X.
Hey, what's happening?
Not much. Thank you again for your contributions to Dark Star, sir.
Oh, yeah. I mean, hey, you're the man, and I'm glad you you invited me. I'm just chilling, eating some hot, spicy tom yum soup, seafood,
So,
and chilling right now. But,
are you things improving after the car accident?
yeah, exactly. Like I'm better than I was. Well, like my neck is better, but my back is worse. So it's it's a little bit of a trade off there. But actually, I am more happy dealing with the back than the neck. So I got muscle relaxers. It's all good.
Well, that's good to hear. Good to hear.
Yeah. My main issue is like again, the guy that hit me, he didn't have a valid license, so I think his insurance is trying to not pay until they can pin it on him. So I think it's slowing the whole thing down.
Well, that honestly, it might take a while, but those situations always work out in your favor.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm gonna get paid. It's just how much. So
well, you could claim. Here's the reality: you can claim every hour that you're not allowed to work on mod dev because that's paid.
Oh, yeah, that's interesting. Yeah,
that's paid. That's loss of income.
About sitting in a chair and stuff because it's like a little bit too long. I just need to like go stretch it out, But yeah, no, that's interesting because it's like it was a company truck and the guy like blasted right into me. He was on his phone, so yeah, it's pretty clear cut. It's just how much.
You can be like that guy from Office Space and get paid $2 million and create a jump to conclusions mat and.
Oh yeah. It was Michael Bolton? That was the Michael Bolton?
Yeah, what was that guy's name? Anybody remember?
Yeah.
I
remember there was the Michael Bolton, and like everywhere he goes, he's like the disappointment,
Yeah, what was the I'm a people person, why can't you people understand that guy? What was his name?
Yeah, oh yeah. Oh man, that movie is so good, dude. Yeah, how's everybody's weekends going?
It's going okay.
Oh, good. Yeah, I did went to a nephew's birthday yesterday, and then I woke up more early today. Messed around on my computer a little bit and decided I was just gonna go back to sleep. So I did that, and now I just woke up and here I am. So I'm in that like midday, like now I'm awake, but like still kind of groggy thing.
Well, we're glad to have you. It's awesome to see you
Yeah,
around.
no, for sure. It's actually kind of nice outside. Like I should maybe I'll walk out there and just get some sun with my dog.
Yeah, go out
Still
there,
be here.
get hit by another vehicle, cash in again.
Can you believe that same day actually I was riding in a car somewhere else and a pedestrian got hit in my neighborhood. So. I mean, it's funny you go so long without seeing any incidents and you realize like how random it could just be. Because I was just sitting at a red light, get blasted,
One of the guys I served with in the Air Force, we were in Langley Air Force Base in Hampton, Virginia, and he drove to Virginia Beach, got drunk, tried to drive home, sideswiped the Jersey wall on the side of the interstate, spun his car, totaled it, got out of his car, ran, got about half a mile away, flagged down another guy as a hitchhiker, got into that guy's car. That guy's car got T-boned. Then the cops caught up to him and then saw his military ID and saw his driver's license, found out he was registered to the car that he totaled earlier. And they're like, man, you were just...
The universe demanded he be stopped.
Yep. He was forbidden from driving on Langley Air Force Base after that for 2 years. And I only know the story because I kept borrowing his car. After his dad fixed it for him, but he wasn't allowed to drive it. So I was borrowing his car for a couple of years there, on and off.
Yeah, you know, hitchhiking's a funny thing. I remember my mother told me stories about like the 60s and 70s. It was totally normal for people just to hitchhike in like a certain direction.
Yep.
Like that was just normal American life, where you would, like, if you needed a ride, you could literally just get on the road and somebody would help you out.
Well,
You know, it's so
depending
funny.
on the time and the area and stuff, like if you were stuck on the interstate back then in the 90s, there's, people didn't have cell phones just sitting around, and it could be 6-7 miles before you were able to reach a place where you could use a
100%.
phone. So like it was nothing to see somebody broken down car. You drive a little bit further and there's a guy or girl, struggling to walk down the road, just defeated in the rain. You stop and you pick them up and you're like, hey, do you need a ride to the gas station? Here you go.
Yeah. And then nowadays everybody's an expert.
Nowadays it could be a trap, and that's the thing. Like, yeah, Green, that line, what are the odds two serial killers being in the same car? That was from Something About Mary, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Used to almost every weekend I would drive from my old hometown to Oklahoma City to go to the malls, and there was a stretch of road that went past a prison, and there were signs about every mile that said, "Caution, hitchhikers may be escaping prisoners."
I had a buddy use that line with a guy once, and the guy, without missing a beat, said, "Better than you think, actually." That turned around at him very quickly.
All right, so what's some stupid shit that people have seen happen in Starfield that just pissed them off, or they just thought it was idiotic?
I don't know about idiotic, but something happened to me just 2 days ago that I loved, where I went and I attacked a like, I guess it'd be like a spoiler for Terran Armada with Bucky is their little area, but I went there and ship landed of Terran Armada squad. I get out to like kind of spawn kill them when the ramp comes down. I kill everybody except for one who squeaks out of the ramp. He runs back to like go back inside the ship, but they're closing it to like get away from me. And the closing ramp like closed on his head, and the guy died. So, like, the closing ramp like cut off his oxygen or something, killed him. The ship took off, took his body with it, and like flung it, 300 meters in the air.
Boy, that's
I have it on camera too. So on our stream, I've just never seen a landing ramp kill a guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I have, but it was on live leaks, so
Yeah.
little different scenario.
Right.
All the dumb shit I see is on Discord and Reddit. So
I still think the dumbest thing that ever happened to me was the conga line of my companions on my ship berating me for not picking the microbe ending of the EC quest line. Just a literal conga line of, wow, you're stupid. Next person leaves, next person queued up. I did not need 6 companions to tell me I'm a dumbass. Thank you.
Just a caution here, Cyber. You listening, Cyber?
I'm listening.
Your salty ass. We are not here to bash other players. We're not here to bash other Discords. I know you.
I didn't mention any other Discords. I didn't mention any mod authors.
Don't go telling those stories. I know some of those stories.
Where the dumb shit happens.
Because he's just sly enough to say just enough that that person will feel called out. Don't do it.
Nope.
I guess enough. I got another
with the spray bottle.
I was in Sidonia yesterday. I was like just walking around, exploring like the outer area where the miners are, giving out the rocks. And Sarah like bumped into or walked into one of the other miners' mining lasers. and she went all aggro and she started shooting up the miners, right?
Oh, Jesus. And then
So
she'll get mad at you.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So she walked into this guy, kills him completely on her own, kills another miner, and then I'm just like, oh, this is a disaster. So then we leave, and then she comes up and she's like, out with it, out with it. You know? Just like, Sarah, like I get that I gaslight you. You gaslight me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the funniest shit when she does shit like that and then she blames you.
Yeah, like I didn't fire a single bullet.
Now, was that with or without Darkstar Emissaries? Was she a Starborn?
I don't know if she was Starborn or not.
I had an event where she did that to me, where she's like, I can't believe we blah blah blah, I can't be part of this. But it was actually something happened, and I don't know why, but she aggroed on all of Sidonia. And she was just decimating them with supernova and soulless, lifeless space, whatever. She's just blowing the place up, yelling about infinity. You'll see infinity this, and you picked the wrong day to piss me off that. I stormed out of there. I'm like, what the hell's going on? And we got to the ship, and she was like, I can't believe we, I can't be a part of this. And I had to persuade her and talk her down. I'm like, oh, come on.
Yeah, I can almost suspect if that was intentional for Sarah's character. Like, it's a little
Nah,
PTSD
it's a bug.
flashback moment, but no, it's just.
I save scummed my way out of one the other day. A Vanguard Raptor landed, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna tell Sam to wait here, and I'm gonna go inside, and I'm gonna one-shot stealth kill the pilot. And we were just a little too close, and if you're a little too close, he sees what you do inside. And not only did he see what I did inside, but he teleported into the ship after I did it to call me a murderer. So I was like, fuck it, load save.
I had
when I'm doing Crimson Fleet quests, I'm always constantly pistol whipping Neva to make the tour go faster, because you can kind of get her to skip her dialogue lines. And it's always a tricky thing because she'll take, I think you just can't do 5 in a row, but you can do 4 in a row. So I'm just kind of all the whole time, just pistol whipping her and Delgado and and Shinya Voss over and over again, and then just eventually I always just do one too much, and then everybody goes aggro, and I have to kill everyone, and then let them kill me, and then do it again. But yeah, that's my common key experience.
Oh no, I have to kill everyone in the key. How traumatic for you.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, I think I've only had 2 characters my entire time. So I had one character from the pre-release launch all the way up to Shattered Space, and then Shattered Space I started a new character, and then I've had that all the way through here. So I can see my mission counts and stuff, And I think I've done the Crimson Fleet whole quest line probably 18 times. So it's nice to know that there are skips.
Yeah.
I do still have my launch character.
Clem, how are you doing over there in Europe?
Yeah, no, not too bad.
No. Keep
watching
speaking.
my
Bring
son
some
in the
culture to
background
us
is-
uncultured slobs here in America.
I don't know what kind of culture you're going to want. I don't know if my culture will be appropriate.
Oh, really?
Teach too many bad things.
Oh my God.
It was pretty much a bit, beans on toast.
Yep.
Pardon?
England raided the entire world to steal all the spices so they could eat beans on toast. Yes.
See,
Your
the thing is,
your
like,
cur-
people go on about beans on toast.
your culture is
What they don't
basically
seem
our
to
culture.
realise.
We just use the stuff we steal.
Is there bacon in the beans?
Well, the thing is, as a kid, beans on toast, especially for us growing up, was a quick meal. And it was a quick meal, get the kids fed kind of thing.
Do you eat peanut
So
butter
that's
and
what it
jellies?
was. And it's one of the first things you learn to cook is beans on toast, so you can start cooking something for yourself.
Well, you say that, X, but peanuts are not really nuts. They're beans. So really, we're eating beans on toast too.
Oh, a
Oh,
PB and J's
there you
beans on toast. That's revolutionary.
It's what this is gonna be like a crab
Well-
thing where it's like everything is crab and everything technically is beans on toast.
Crabs are spiders too.
Yeah, I get that too, Clem. Like here, like I'm in the Great White North, and our thing was Mr. Noodles with like butter. Like every kid ate it. Every kid made it for the first time they were cooking. And it was not exactly high cuisine either. It was simple and it fed the kids.
Yeah, now
Yeah, I
as
feel like
an adult,
PB and
well,
J's. Go ahead.
now as an adult, we do things like we add spices to it, and we add things like beans, not beans, so bacon.
Beans
on
Wait.
beans, huh?
You had beans to your beans.
And then another thing is cheesy beans on toast. So you get about half a block of cheese, you grate it, and then you just shove it in with a
Is
load
that
of bacon.
is that the spice you were talking about?
No.
I mean, it sounds like a chili dog, but without the dog.
We
Yeah, just
We
add a hot
can,
dog and you're good to go. Or a sausage.
some people do put hot dogs in. One thing
Yeah,
you
it's-
can buy is sausages and beans in
Well,
a tin.
hold on though. Let's
Also,
clarify.
it's
Let's clarify.
Yeah.
When you say some people put hot dogs in, do you mean like sliced up, turning the beans into beanie weenies, and then putting that on toast, or are you talking about an actual hot dog with beans and toast and cheese? It's different things.
Oh no, cut the hot dog sausage up and put it into the beans.
So that's what we call beanie weenies.
Yeah, did that a lot
Oh,
here in the Great White North too, especially the rural areas.
Or Franken beans. Yeah. Franken beans.
Beans.
We
Franken
used to have a lot
beans.
of canned
But
sausages actually.
they
Funny
do have
enough,
more
because they didn't go
culture
bad.
because- Yeah, it's deconstructed. It's a deconstructed chili dog. Is big. There's much more culture.
How did you even get the beans above the Frank?
Good joke though. But it's
Yeah, I
it's kind of
can
funny
gift
how
that.
much high cuisine is just deconstructed versions of quote unquote low class.
Wait. Hold on. No, did you just call beanie weenies on toast high cuisine?
No, I was saying in general how often deconstructed foods are just simple foods made to look fancy. Like I've heard so many people like in like high cooking, like, oh, I've made a deconstructed hamburger, and it's just like it's all the ingredients for a hamburger, just like on a plate with like some fucking relish drizzled over it.
Like the open
Yeah.
sandwich. It's like,
Yeah.
come on now. Just
Yeah,
put the filling in between the bread and eat it. You don't need to have an open sandwich and use a knife and fork. Do what everyone
Yeah.
else does.
I could rant about food forever because like I am classically trained as a chef. Went to one of the best schools in my country, and I hate the field so much because it's just full of such pompous people.
Things like some of the best foods are
Fucking
what would
Vesuvius.
be classed as the
God damn it, dude.
foods from like the poor people.
Vesuvius just said a beef Wellington is just a fancy corn dog.
It is. Just a very large corn dog.
I like it. You could do it with like a big bologna thing or something.
I need somebody to say that to Gordon Ramsay on camera.
Someone has. There was a TikToker who did a Wellington with a ham. He just called it a giant corn dog to his face, and he was none too pleased with that.
I can get down with a full English breakfast, though. You know, I mean, that sounds good. Everything except for the blood sausage. That's like a little too
pretty
required.
good.
Get one of those big.
Over here, that's known as black pudding.
Get one of those big deli bologna rolls, and make a Wellington with that. Just spring it on a chef.
Okay. Like,
So
Made
I
this
think
Wellington. Just try it.
while we were mentioning deconstructed foods and all that stuff, all I could think of was Taco Bell, where every dish is a deconstructed version of another dish. They're all, and it's all the same, like 10 ingredients across everything they make. It's really like, it was a taco versus a chalupa versus a burrito. It's just really how crunchy do you want your tortilla?
We have a place here called Taco Casa that has
No,
even
it's-
fewer ingredients.
It's also it's not just how crunchy you want your tortilla. It's what shape do you want it in as well.
Yeah. Who here has been to a real like taco place, like Mexican street taco place? Not in Mexico, but like in the US.
I grew up in southern Oklahoma ranch country. You couldn't sling a dead cat without hitting a Mexican joint run by a family.
I live right in a Mexican neighborhood, so like I have like 6 trucks that are like maybe open because it's not like regular schedule, but they're all fired. You know, they're that kind of thing, and they're I'm spoiled for that. So I get like the birria tacos, you know, where they put like the chili oil on the outside and they'll fry it there, or the
And
carnitas plate or something. Yeah.
you know you're at a quality place when one of the meats you can choose for your taco is beef tongue. And
100%.
one of the toppings and sides that you can choose is cactus. Yeah.
Oh yeah. We can get tongue. We can get even they got the gizzards too and then right in our store is like the Mexican corn stand for like the chili corn and the cheese and all that stuff.
Oh, I got one for you. Green, you're still here. So
Yeah, I'm still here.
yeah, Silly Goose just said in chat a few seconds ago, look up how gummy bears are made. It's upsetting. Is he referring to the murder spree that happened in Western Canada with that family that was supplying ingredients for gummy bears and ended up finding out that it was coming from humans?
I didn't know about that. That's
Really?
what I got to ask my husband about. Yeah, he's a true crime guy, so I got to ask him about the gummy bear thing. But,
yeah, ask him about it. It's horrifying.
that is completely out of left field. I was not prepared for that. Of all the things you could have said, I was not prepared for that.
I feel like that's not standard industry practice, though.
No, it's not standard.
Yeah, I feel like it's usually a horse.
But no, it's in the as far as that whole crime thing came from, or when it was happening. If you were eating gummy bears in the mid to late 80s, there's a chance that you ate human collagen in those gummy bears.
Yeah, the cold makes people do some crazy things up here. I'm not even surprised. That's all I gotta say about it.
So we're all cannibals.
Not me.
I think
I was
probably
too
the
young.
funniest thing related to that is like the real
My dad probably ate them.
and their chunks are not people. That would be the thing to subvert everybody's expectations. Is
So-
that there's actually no conspiracy behind chunks.
Here's the fucked up thing. Were the gummy bears better during that period? And no one can explain why.
How dare you ask that question?
It does remind me of a time.
I'm just saying, like people notice a slight change in the taste, and then like after it stopped happening, like, oh, not as good as it used to be.
There was a time during that period where one of my friends left the house for a bit, and she left a box of teddy bear grams. And another friend and I, we dumped them all out and broke all the heads off and ate them, and then put the bodies back in the box and just left it. When she came back, she started eating them, and after about her third one, she kind of looked at it, and then she looked in the box, and she looked up and said, "You people are fucked up."
Yeah, I was gonna say earlier. I've not actually had authentic. I've had authentic Mexican food. Asterisk. I had to make it myself because there ain't no one coming up this far north to make Mexican food. Yeah, I quite regularly make birria tacos. Funny enough, very expensive now though.
Yeah, no, we don't have any authentic Mexican where I am. We've just got a Taco Bell.
No, but you
Ugh.
probably have better Indian food than we have here in the U.S. Outside of Indian
Yeah.
restaurants run by Indians here in the U.S.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the Indian food here is phenomenal.
Best place.
Also, the Syrian place that makes just the single best
Well,
food, like any Syrian food I've ever had.
I do
had
know
plenty.
I've got a couple I've had many coworkers over my career that were from India, and almost all of them say that the Indian food in England is actually better than some of their food back home, and is absolutely better than most Indian food in the U.S. So
Because it was made specifically for white people.
no, like
No, it is. That's literally what it was, because
I feel that way about Thai food for sure.
they literally made it specifically for white people's palate.
Yeah, but you think that would make
And
it
the
worse for them,
thing
not
that they,
better?
the thing that they made, the dish they made first was a chicken tikka masala. Not too spicy, not too sweet. Made specifically for white people's palate. And it was, I believe, in Leicester, in the Midlands. If you want a good curry, you want to go to the Midlands, and you're bound to get a decent curry somewhere there. It's like I've moved from the Midlands down to the Southwest, and I can't get a decent curry. They are all awful. I have to make my own.
It's kind of funny. So the first place I had Indian food in Canada was at a truck stop called the Husky. So it's like it's like a gas station burger joint, and it just happened to be the night crew were this Indian couple who they came here, they got night crew jobs, and they just started. They asked the boss, like, "Hey, would it be okay if we cooked, like some of our traditional foods at night and put it on the menu as like a special?" And he said, "Yeah, sure, why not?" And I was just there in the middle of the night with my brother because he worked there as well. And I was like, "What is this?" He's like, "Oh, it's oh my god, I think it was korma. That's the first thing I had. That was spicy, beyond reason. And it was really good. They actually run a restaurant here now because they parted ways with that truck stop. It's one of the most popular Indian places in my city.
we had a place here that some Indian coworkers introduced me to. It was called Royal India, but it was run by a husband and wife duo who were both chefs from India. And while they had really good food, just right off the right out of the kitchen, they had a call ahead service where you could call ahead days in advance to request special marinades. And specifically what I mean is you could request their stuff to be hotter, because their marinade for that they use for heat, the longer it sat, the hotter the food got. So I would call, I had talked to the chef. I'm like, well, what's the hottest you'll possibly make? He's like, well, for you. I'm like, not for me. What's the hottest you can possibly make? Like I was one of those people that would go to places that had, here's our hottest food and nobody's ever eaten it, and competition things, and I would win those. So I extremely spicy food all over the place. So I talked to him and finally worked it out. And basically he was making food for me that was hotter than he would eat. And I had to call 7 days in advance for it. And it was some spiced meat platter that came out on like a fajita style hot plate, like a cast iron plate or skillet. And like they would walk through the restaurant when my meal was ready to be served, and it literally pass out like little masks for the other patrons to put on so they could walk it past them because it was that spicy. It's not about being manly, Eos. I just like spicy food. But yeah, that was my favorite place to go for the longest time. And they actually had one of the like a handmade naan oven in there where they slap the naan onto the side of the little cone shaped dish, and it bakes stuck to the side of the surface. You know what I mean?
The
Green?
weirdest,
Yeah, the tandoori.
the weirdest
Yeah,
restaurant we
tandoori.
have here is called Batman's Good Food, and he has these logos all over that are bats, and they're legally distinct from the Batman logo, and he gets away with it because that's his actual last name is Batman. These dudes from Syria. And it's not an uncommon last name. It's just crazy.
Yeah.
And
Oh, yeah,
it's
there's
just
a-
a convenience store, and so it's all this random garbage that he makes in the morning, and then sits in these hot things all day long. So if you go in the morning, it's really good. If you go in the evening, it's not so much.
Say it's funny you mentioned that because we actually have a Batman plumbing where I live, and it's for the exact same reason. And he does the exact same thing with a legally distinct bat.
So with spicy food, for those of you, it's still being talked about. So the spice comes from capsaicin, but not really. So what happens is your body produces a chemical to fight the capsaicin. That chemical that your body produces is what's telling your body it's spicy and presenting that hot feeling or spicy feeling or whatever.
Yeah, that's why birds are immune to it.
So you can actually very easily, with just some diligence, build up a resistance to that. And basically it's just like any other allergy or histamine response. Your body learns to produce less of that chemical, so you feel less of the spice. I can tell you right now from personal experience, those spiciest dishes that are out there are some of the most flavorful dishes that are out there. You just have to be able to get past the spice to taste them.
Just like you build up a tolerance to iocane powder in case you get into a
God damn it.
contest with
No.
a Sicilian where death is on the line.
No. Good pull, but no. Like one of the most flavorful sandwiches in a restaurant for over a decade for me was actually the buffalo chicken sandwich from Buffalo Wild Wings. Or not Buffalo Wild Wings, Hooters, sorry, with their 911 sauce. Whatever they put in, whatever spices they put in that 911 sauce, it was just perfect. Like the flavor of that sauce was perfect.
You see, so tragically, so I'm kind of like you, Wicked. Like I was eating banana peppers before, as soon as I got teeth, kind of deal, right? So like I built up my spice really young, so I have a pretty high tolerance as well. I can't eat it anymore. It's actually one of the few foods I can no longer eat because of my my gastrointestinal issues. My doctor has straight told me I will kill you if I see you anywhere near spicy.
I take Prilosec for other reasons unrelated to spicy food because I didn't really start down that line until after I started Prilosec. But basically all that's doing is preventing it from eating away at my my stomach. I have lower intestinal issues where I can't eat the most extreme stuff anymore. But like everything here, like I can handle like the one chip challenge, not a problem at all. It's when it hits down below, I have diverticulitis. That's a problem.
Ooh, so you got the time bomb thing. It's like
that is a
good,
really
48
bad
hours
medical
later.
issue that can put somebody in a hospital, by the way. That is terrible stuff. But that
My
is
brother
from
nearly died of it.
that's not from spicy food. That was caused, so that's a hole in your colon. And or a bubble, if you will, in the sidewall. That was caused by shark meat. I was cooked by someone claiming to be a 5-star chef. I was cooked a shark meat dinner, and the shark meat wasn't cleaned and de-skinned properly, and some of the shark skin ended up in my digestive tract and destroyed the sidewall of my colon. Yeah, fun times.
My brother ate something with seeds. Had no idea. He'd been suffering with it since he was like 20 and was only diagnosed the year before last when he ended up in hospital yet again with major bleeding.
Fucking EOS.
And it's like they finally diagnosed that it was diverticulitis and he can't have anything with seeds because he's
can
going to
get trapped in there.
hospital.
So yeah, if you have that,
it causes bleeding.
If you get an infection that can, and you don't notice it in time, it really only takes, what I was told, 2 days with the diverticulitis infection, and it's fatal, potentially fatal. So, the shark tasted good. EOS. And
at least it tasted good.
It was the aftermath was I didn't know what was wrong. I just thought I was constipated, and after waking up on the bathroom floor after blacking out in pain trying to go to the bathroom, I ended up in the ER. It was a great weekend.
You're like, hey, that's a shark scale.
Yeah, they pulled it was like leathery sandpaper. They pulled that out, and I was like, yeah, oh, that's fun.
See, I'm at least lucky. The thing that happened with me was Crohn's disease. So, like, I have an amino response to anything that sets off my my body. The outside of my intestine died before the inside did, so I didn't have to feel it.
Well, as far as spicy stuff goes, like the wife and I used to grow a lot of plants on our patio when we were in a townhouse in hydroponics. Ebb and flow systems are great for fruiting plants. So that's where you feed nutrient-rich water to the plants for 15 minutes, and then you starve them of the nutrient-rich water for 45 minutes, and then you put them back. And then, so it's almost like Deadpool when he's in the air tank and he gets oxygen for a short period and then deprived of oxygen. So it forces the fruiting plants to overproduce in an attempt to self-preserve. So you get a lot more plants and a lot more fruit, and you get a lot more potent fruit. Over half,
like plant waterboarded.
Yes, over half of what we grew was peppers of various different heat levels. One of the more popular amongst the kids in the house was this. It was a like a dark crimson red, almost bell pepper. Not crimson red, almost a weird purplish brownish red. But it was 1,000 Scoville on as far as the public charts say. Very flavorful. One of the more popular in total was a fatali pepper. And if you get a fatali pepper that is pure, not hybridized with something else, they look shape-wise like a habanero, but they're bright yellow when they're fully fruited and ripe. And when you cut them open, they're just puddles of juice inside. And it is the most citrus tasting pepper that we've ever had. It's habanero heat level, so it's hotter than most people are usually used to. But we used to mince that up with its juices and some garlic and a little bit of ginger, add a little bit of olive oil, boom, salad dressing, or a rub for a fish or something like that. Absolutely just perfect. And then we also used to grow the Carolina Reaper and the Trinidad Moruga Scorpion, the two hottest peppers in the world. And I would pick one of those off the plant, mince it up, and put it as a topping on a burger or a pizza. Like, that was me. Like, I loved that stuff. The Carolina Reaper almost has a cotton candy kind of flavor to it when you get past the heat.
So now I'm kind of curious because, like, I used to do some home gardening as well. Do you ever have someone who didn't know what they were grabbing? Grab one off the plant and just take a bite?
Yeah, the one that did that to people. What was it called? Starts with an M. It was a pepper from the mountains in South America. and the name translates roughly to apple. And it looked like this just like perfectly round, very red apple thing, but it was about that big around. And they weren't super hot, but it was a 2-year-old that picked it in front of their mom and threw it in their mouth and took a bite, and then tears and screaming followed.
Was it called apple?
No.
But I could learn a very valuable lesson in a classic teachings of don't put it in your mouth. I should know if you guys had that here. Did you? The don't put it in your mouth song.
Nope, didn't have that.
No.
So I think this was a Canadianism. So we had a song about like literally don't eat random shit because it'll kill you.
No, Canadian safety videos are way
There's
better than American.
It's a reactor on YouTube that I watch occasionally. I think her name's Nikki Lou. Like she's always the one on camera, and her boyfriend, fiance, husband, whatever, is off cam talking to her. And during one of her intros, one of the clips was her saying, sometimes I think about, all the people that had to try and test plants to see if they were safe to eat before we knew that we could eat them, and all the people that might have died from that. And it just makes me cry. Like,
They knew the risk they were taking. It was calculated. I just find it funny how often in human history it's like, all right, here's this plant that we ate for like 100 years. It was incredibly lethal outside of like a very specific dose. And then there's like other foods where it's like, oh yeah, this is completely safe to eat. We did it because we thought it was going to kill us.
The big one that most people misunderstand is tomatoes. Because yeah, sure, it's part of the nightshade family. It wasn't the tomatoes weren't killing people, and they weren't causing problems, and but they were not even misjudged in medieval times due to their relation to the nightshade plant. They were labeled as harmful to eat because the people that were wealthy back then ate on pewter plates, and when they served tomatoes sliced up on pewter, the acid in the tomato interacted with the pewter and became a poison.
Yep.
That's why it was a problem, and it was only a problem for rich people, and it was eventually agreed upon, oh, we won't eat this anymore, because they didn't understand the correlation between the acid in the tomato and the pewter being the interaction and the problem. They just thought it was the tomato.
Aspirin almost didn't get approved for human testing because it kept killing dogs.
That's another one that always threw me. Can you imagine a life without aspirin? I know anyone over 30 right now is like, ugh.
Yep.
I think my favorite one was the potato, and like the guy who introduced potatoes into the general like food web effectively of Europe. The way he got them at the work out was he grew a field of them, and then he had guards sit in that field and act like they were valuable, and then let people bribe them to steal them. Straight up told them, like, if anyone offers you a bribe to steal my potatoes, just let them do it. Take the bribe, let them take the potatoes. Because he was so sick of people insisting they were poisonous and that they were deadly, that he's like, you know what? I'm going to fix this situation with gaslighting. I'm trying to think of some other like interesting foods that like that were completely safe to eat, but everyone's convinced they weren't. There's a few I just can't remember because my memory sucks.
All right, silly goose. Can I call you silly?
What up, player?
Player.
What's up?
Oh, damn it. Tell us some stories, man. I'm sure you've got stories.
Okay, here's one that like makes me feel bad still, but This was like a big deal for me when I was still doing comedy. I was doing my first feature for a guy named Mo Alexander. He did work with like, what's his face? They just did a roast with him. Kevin Hart. He did work with that guy, but it was a big deal for me, and I was like nervous because I was doing 3 shows in one night, and the second show I recorded, and it was 15 minutes, and like halfway through, this lady starts heckling me, and it's like obnoxious because I thought, okay, it's just another drunk. She's a drunk Kathy. That's what we used to call them. And she's just like blurting out these noises, and I fucking leaned into it and I started roasting her. And I was like really mean, and the whole crowd was like with it. And then her son was next to her, and he goes, she has Tourette's. And I'm like, oh no. And it was like her birthday, and she liked Mo Alexander, and I was like, oh, I feel like such a piece of shit right now. But
That's
it was okay. She left.
That's like you got set up.
Yeah, I was like, what the hell? She was a plant.
It's just they knew your comedy crew was going to take off right then and there. They had to kneecap you.
Yeah, it was a mess.
You fair, man. That's what comedy is, though. Comedy is one of those things of everything is hilarious until it isn't, and you have to know exactly when it isn't.
Yeah. Yep. There's really nothing like saying stuff that you think is funny, and then someone in the crowd threatens your life. It's a whole other thing.
I wanted to point something out too, because for anybody watching now on YouTube, Twitch, that doesn't know Silly Goose, he's a mod author. He's an amazing person. He does sometimes take jokes too far.
I do.
But if you can get past that, he's a sweetheart. So please interact with him and go check out his mods.
Yeah. I'm going to be on the Starfield After Dark podcast next month.
I'm going to be on Wednesday.
You really need to get back to Pablo about that.
As well.
They invited me to do it too, but I've been like completely out of it and didn't get him a date. So
I watched the one with they had the voice actor that did Vasco.
Yep.
On the latest one.
Yep.
Super funny.
And for those that don't know, Pablo, the guy running the Starfield After Dark, he organized the StarCon. He was the lead behind StarCon. So he's a good guy.
Pedro,
yeah. Pedro.
Yes.
See, I'm that out of it.
Well, I just got invited to be on, so I got to do my research.
Yep.
Yeah.
I've seen several episodes too. I saw the one that you were just talking about.
Yep.
Now I'm hoping to get a date sorted for them in the next couple of months. Depends on work though.
Cool how some of the not some of them, but most of the voice actors in the game are like super friendly and like they're not like, oh, what's your view count or whatever. They just do it.
Yeah. No, the most voice actors are like that from most genres, from most fields. Like it's rare to run into one that actually has bravado and ego. Because it just doesn't pay to have that in that field. You get a couple people now and then that think they're shit hot and they're above you, but most of them are just very down to earth. They love what they do. They consider it an art and a work and a job. And then they don't consider themselves special for being able to do it.
Yeah.
Like,
I think voice acting specifically kind of like has this issue, not the issue of, but like, there's no name recognition. So when someone does recognize your name and wants to talk to you, it's kind of like, oh, shit.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, and the other thing is that it's expensive as fuck to do voice acting. especially in today's era. Like it used to be like you're voice acting for Bethesda Studios. So everybody goes to the studio and everybody stands around the same mic, taking their turns, saying their lines, yada, yada, yada. That's not how it's done anymore. These days, if you're a voice actor working on a game, you're usually doing it from your house. And that usually requires about $20,000 to $40,000 worth of equipment if you got whisper rooms and everything else rolled in. Like, good Lord. Go look at the price of a top-end whisper room that you would be able to use for professional studio work. Just that one
That's like
thing.
$30,000.
Yeah, easily.
They sell like those little boxes you can walk into, like those really small saunas. That's what it looks like. Yeah.
Yep. And they had various sizes and different complexities to them and all that. It was the woman that voiced Estelle Vincent, I think, was on one of the podcasts or one of the StarCon events. And I looked into her and like, yeah, she has like the $30,000 whisper room. So it's a big investment to get that stuff. And like, yeah, I've got an expensive mic for people like us, but not for people like them. This is their low end, right? This is where they start. And then they go way bonkers from there.
Yeah. There's a YouTuber I watch actually who does voice act on the side who had to buy a whisper room because he had a neighbor who was just conveniently always had to do something incredibly loud when it was time to him do recording sessions for companies. At the point, like, I had to buy a whisper room because the lawnmower outside continues to turn on every time I start a session for some reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Like Whisper Room, that's actually a brand. Go look, and a lot of times you can just buy the plans for really cheap. The reason they do that is the material cost to build it yourself usually outweighs the cost of just buying it and having it delivered.
Yeah, I looked into it for my basement, and it's my main concern was like mold, because you have to do it specifically like for the panels and things. If moisture gets behind there, it grows black mold. So I was like, nah.
Well, nobody's heard of Whisper Room because all their advertising is word of mouth.
You would say a joke as I'm got a mouthful of beer.
Right? I had a chip in my mouth. I couldn't even laugh. So, in the vein of voice acting and earlier conversation about D&D, I'm curious. If anyone has had like a really successful joke D&D character, like tabletop character, that just went way further than you thought it was gonna, and you just like played into that character really hard.
No, like I said, I was usually the DM, so not me.
You're on the victimized inside the joke characters. Okay.
Yeah, usually. Not to say I didn't prank my players, but I was usually the one being pranked and having to work it into the story.
Yeah, so
Most of my friends have always been a schedule challenge, so it's always really hard to get together.
Yeah, so I actually did have one of these characters. Like the voice acting thing reminded me of this because I played this character very serious, fully voiced, everything. I had a character, a kobold, named Svetna the Sickly. And the joke with this character was, in a previous campaign, we had a power gamer who you have to have the best stats, you have to go the best equipment, you have to go for the best skills. So I made a kobold that had quote unquote leprosy. I had an 8 in strength and an 8 in constitution, and just normal stats for the other, 16, 15, 12 for the other stat blocks. And I specifically played this character in a very difficult campaign setting, because my DM was a homebrew power, he DM'd for power gamers, so all of his games were very, very extra.
Sweaty.
In terms of difficulty. And I took that character from start to finish. The book. I don't know if I can still do the voice, but it was God, I don't know if I can do the voice in front of everyone. But so I played this character so seriously. It was to the point even the GM was like, I'm actively trying to kill this character for you so you can play a real character. And I'm like, I'm not gonna let you do that. Remember at one point, I'd run into a guard while we were trying to do like a robbery of a jewelry store. Because we weren't good guys, we were bad guys. And I was just in the bush, and the guard's like, "Hey, I see you in there. It's the middle of the night. What are you doing there?" And I just snapped to it. I'm like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm homeless. Look at me. I'm so sickly. I'm just a little kobold." My GM, it's like, okay, roll for deception. And actually, I got a very high roll because all my points were in charisma and like dexterity and like wisdom. Like, I was prepared for this. And I felt terrible because the very next thing he did is like, "You know what? I feel for you. You can just stay in the bush. Don't let the other guards see you." And we robbed that place blind. 5 minutes later, this guy comes running in, and I kneecapped him with an axe.
Hell yeah.
It's just... I felt so terrible playing that character because like this guy's like, "I can't believe you did this to me," and I'm like, most times like, "No, you're right. This was terrible." And I'm like, "Never trust a kobold." Just ran.
So, for those not familiar with what a kobold is in D&D, picture a chihuahua that walks upright on their hind legs and has opposable thumbs.
Yeah.
And if you think that sounds stupid, they are absolutely stupid.
Yeah. In defense, though, I did play. This was a 5e kobold, so this was the lizard variant.
Gotcha.
But did look like a mangy chihuahua to a lot of people. I think the best part of the character was in the end we got a reward like what is your plan for your character to cure your illness at long last? And I looked at my party members and was like, "Oh, I wasn't sick. So you've been telling us this entire time you had leprosy, you were sickly, you were biting people, telling them you would have leprosy, but you were perfectly healthy." Like, yes, I'm just very weak.
In my D&D settings, when I ran campaigns, and this is common, this isn't just an invention by me, to be clear, there were 3 races that were known as being crafty and or clever, inventive, whatever term you want to use. The first was the dwarves, right? So if you needed something overbuilt, over-engineered, like, "Oh, this room requires a 4-inch wide, 4-inch diameter column to hold up the ceiling," dwarf's going to put an 18-inch column in there, not a 4-inch. They overdo everything. Their shit never breaks because it's just built to last, not for convenience. It's built to last. And then you have tinker gnomes. So gnomes, again, short race, just like dwarves, but they're slightly shorter than dwarves. They're a little bit more bulbous and round and rotund and a little soft around the edges. But there's a strain of gnomes that are generally called tinker gnomes that are inventive. They're the ones that are trying to create an arquebus, a gun, or special form of a crossbow, or they're playing around with, "Oh, can I make a sword that kind of folds up and it ejects when you need it for combat?" Stupid shit nobody really wants, needs, or asked for. That's tinker gnomes. An example where even as a player in my second campaign before I started DMing, we ran into a tinker gnome colony that was a city down here, a city up here on the mountain. And in order to get up to their city on the mountaintop, there was no road, there was no lift, there was a catapult. You'd have to get in the catapult, and it would launch you into a net on the side of the mountain. And if you were too heavy, you just missed and died. And if you were too light, you just went over it and died. Because tinker gnomes are like that. So that was
the same size at all times.
So that was my introduction to tinker gnomes as a player, and then as a DM, I kind of carried that forward, even though they weren't often in my campaigns. Well, you take the overdo-itness of the dwarves and the cleverness of the tinker gnomes, combine that, and then take out the intellect entirely, and the interest in self-preservation entirely. And now you have a kobold. They tried to invent. So the most common kobolds you would run into in my campaigns were like bandits or thieves on the road. But it was like instead of 2 or 3 humans trying to mug you, it would be 30 or 40 kobolds trying to mug you because they're teeny tiny little fuckers. And they would set traps that would usually kill themselves trying to kill you, or they would die trying to trap your horse or something like that. The traps were always like suicidal, dumb, and fatal. They might catch you in the trap if you sucked ass, but for the most part, they were cannon fodder, and they caused their own poor situations. So they were the source of quite a lot of humor. And when I really wanted to kind of slow a party down or just give them a constant, like if it was a really like emotionally trying campaign where people were really emotionally invested in what was going on, I might throw them one of these encounters so that I could try and get one of the kobolds to survive and offer to be their chef and travel with them and do their dishes and cook their meals. And so they would end up with a kobold chef if they played along. So that was a common thing I did.
Yeah, see, I feel like a lot of early D&D like painted a lot of pictures of how people play, like even more modern kobolds with the characters. Like Svetna in this case was a very whimsical, very unserious like creature of a character. Yeah, like she had a gun and she didn't really know how to safely use it around others, and she would do stupid things like like one of the times she was pretty much guaranteed to die. She bit a guy and told him like, "Cool, you have leprosy now," and sent him into like fucking shock. He's like, and scampered off. Well, he was like, like I just got bit by a rabid animal. Why did you do this to me? And I had to do stuff like that with that character because I had no HP and no strength, so I wasn't getting out of grapples and I was not surviving hits. And it kind of like brings up this certain kind of
and like a dagger in your hands did like 1d2 damage, so you're not killing anybody either.
I'd never try to stab anything. I would bite things for melee damage and then try to intimidate them and think that I was rabid effectively.
Mhm.
It worked more often than you would think, actually.
Yeah, I did have a campaign that had a quickling on the team at one point. Quicklings are they look like miniature elves. They're blisteringly fast compared to a player character in that game in D&D. So player characters back in 2nd edition, they have a movement rate of 12, so they can move like 12 yards, 12 feet and around, whatever. Quicklings had a movement rate of 36 to 84, depending on the quickling. So really fucking fast. We had one that was on the really, really fast level, and we also had a barbarian in our group, and we had a tinkerer in our group, a gnomish tinkerer. So the gnome made a suit of spiked armor for the quickling, custom fitted with special little layers between the plates that would make it flexible enough to not hamper their speed much. So it slowed the quickling down just enough, or just a little bit. And then the barbarian would pick up the quickling during combat, throw this spiked ball of fury at the enemy. He had a roll to hit. It would do so many D whatever of damage, and then the quickling would pry themselves free if they stuck, and then run back to the barbarian. And the quickling was so fast, and the Vikings' throw range was at such a calculate. Anyways, they could get 3 hits off per round. Just because the quickling was fast enough to run back like the Flash and get picked up and thrown again.
God, that's brutal.
Yeah,
I love teamwork characters like that, though. They're very fun to do.
In fantasy, there's just like a lot of racism, but it's okay because the races are made up. Like orcs, you can just fucking hate on orcs and it's fine.
But
Even in Starfield, like the Varun. Gross.
Hey.
Oh, I forgot the Varun are your thing.
They press snake.
Yeah.
It's okay to be voracious to the Varun.
Yeah.
Boo. Yeah, snake people. D&D is very interesting in that way. It's like what? Like I think the big change they made recently was like, oh yeah, there's no longer like racial bonuses now because like the connotations.
Well,
Yeah.
so I stopped really giving a crap about D&D in second edition. That was when TSR Gaming still owned it. And then Wizards of the Coast got so big with Magic the Gathering that they ended up buying TSR Gaming and taking ownership of everything. And then they sold for a quick buck to Hasbro. And yeah, that's where like third edition and fourth edition happened during all those transitions. I have some fifth edition players handbooks and stuff because I was going to join some fifth edition campaigns here locally. But I don't know, man. Like fifth edition feels like it's really just trying to be a video game on paper, and it's not the same as what it used to be.
Should have seen fourth. Fourth was way worse about trying to be a video game.
But like all the consequences are gone. Like it's way too easy to survive everything. Whereas in second edition, when you fucked up, you died and you rolled a new character. Like the consequences were real and they were brutal, and they're just not there in 5e anymore.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, fourth edition basically had cooldowns. It was straight up intended to be.
Well,
it was intended to be you can use this system as is in video games.
the fourth edition was trying really hard to be Rollmaster for no good reason. Rollmaster was good. It was basically D&D with spreadsheets. Everything was a spreadsheet. You didn't roll a hit. You rolled on a chart. The chart was based on which weapon you were using versus what armor you were facing. Yep. And then that chart told you whether or not you would hit and what damage you did based on what you rolled. And it was exceedingly bleedingly realistic, but it was also just as brutal. I've seen people spend 6 hours rolling up one character for Rollmaster and get to play an entire hour before their character was dead. It was that brutal, but there was no reason for D&D to try and be that. No reason at all.
Dragon magazine, that's awesome. I had Wizard magazine.
Yeah, there was Dragon magazine was pretty great. They in the 80s they used to run every volume of Dragon magazine would have a character class that was considered optional. So DMs could say, "Oh no, that's canon to my world," and or Dragon magazine is canon to my world, and you could then bring them right into the thing. The best class to come out of that was the Duelist. So the Duelist class required you to challenge people that consider themselves master of war or trainers or whatever, the main martial combatant in any city you went to. You had to challenge them to a duel for honor, and you had to fight them using the same weapon combination that they used to prove your strength and your valor. And then of course not kill them. You just had to win. So like if they used sword and shield, you had to use sword and shield. If they used twin daggers, you had to use twin daggers, etc., etc. Otherwise you had penalties. And if you did the right thing the right way, you had bonuses. So that class was all about winning duels and proving yourself basically the best egotist and the best narcissist in the group. It was great. Loved it. Played a Duelist. Same guy that did let me do the assassin thing. The next campaign, he told me, he punished me and told me I had to play a Duelist. Until I successfully did a God Call and ruined his campaign with the God Call. So he punished me and told me I was converted by the goddess into a cleric. But in worry that he was going to upset me, he let me be a dual wield cleric. So I was a cleric of war, dual wielding war maces, and he regretted it even more. At level 3, I almost soloed a dragon.
Yeah, the bulk of the Lord.
Like, man, you really don't know how to run campaigns. I'm done. This is my last campaign with you.
Yeah. Power gamers thing is like DMing for power gamers can be very difficult. Like I say that being from a group of very heavy power gamers, I feel for our GM at times when he's just like,
yeah,
okay, I need to find the perfect balance of enemies that are challenging, believable enough to be in this location, and I'm gonna outright murder you because that's not the goal.
No matter what
I think
you
at
do,
one point, like he got
somebody's
so desperate, like come up with something. Because again, this was 5e. Like you talked about, because like it's really hard to instill consequences with the system. At one point, he homebrewed up what we call the WWE rats, with giant roided out ratlings in oh god, what was the name of the set-in? Ravenloft. That would do basically do WD wrestling moves on the players. He's just like because the only thing he could really hit us with consistently across the entire group was grapples. So we got WWE rats.
That's fucked up.
ever have anybody attempt the peasant railgun?
Yeah.
No, it was attempted to peasant railgun. We knew the dangers of pushing it a little too far with the GM.
If you speaking from experience, if you ever have a druid in your party that is being a problem and royally pissing you off, specifically refusing to leave their forest to join the party after rolling the druid and insisting that was the best thing for the party, and then flipping the script on you when you tried to get them to join, gibberlings are your tool. Pull them out of the monster manual. They come in swarms of, I don't know, they look like kind of white, black, semi-upright dogs, semi-humanoid dogs. They eat everything in their path worse than locusts. And yeah, very handy for just taking out an entire druid's forest, leaving the druid standing there gasping for air going, what the hell just happened? Yeah, awesome tool.
Navy is raising his hand, I think. Is that what that is? Is a question?
Yep.
I invited
Yeah, Navy wants the.
I invited him up to speak. He hasn't clicked accept yet. I know Navy. I know he has stories to tell. That would be hilarious. I'm going to invite Sadir up too, but I don't think Sadir will join us because he's too cool for us now. And Deskel.
He's too school for cool.
And Eos. And Anand.
What do you guys think is next for Starfield? DLC or whatever?
I have.
What's going on?
For probably the first time since I started playing, I have no clue.
Huh.
I think they've got to do something more with outposts at some point.
Posts for sure.
Yeah, because the thing is, like for the most part, we only really kind of had an idea what was coming down the pipeline because they kept like making mistakes and like accidentally revealing stuff to us that we would be able to decipher. But yeah, like right now, there isn't really anything on the back end to look at and guesstimate what they may be doing.
Yeah. I'm
Which
really
is kind of
enjoying
refreshing.
Terran Armada, though. It's awesome.
Oh god, see, I haven't had enough time to really like. I've sunk my teeth into it a little bit, but I haven't played nearly enough.
I'm not finished with it, but like I'm in the middle of it. I'm taking my time, and I love the characters. The slates that are like just hidden around the other ships are very like humorous, kind of like a lot of Fallout 4 humor type. Or like kind of the underlings of the group are very confused, and the only ones making decisions are like the very higher ups. And they're like, what do we do? They're kind of lost in what's going on. I'm trying not to give anything away, but it's funny. Read the slates.
Hey, it's all good stuff. I love it. It's lots of fun.
So, by the way, we only need about 50 members to hit 4,400. And I would love to say we were the 4,400. If you ever watched that TV show.
Good show.
Very good show.
Yeah, I watched it. It was a good show.
See, the problem with hitting 4,400 is we have to stop sniping all the unwanted folk.
So, I brought Anon up for two reasons. One, because I think he'll probably have a story or two for us. But two, because he's read everything I've written. So speaking of D&D stories, sir, what did you think of this specific novel?
Hold on, I don't have my glasses on, and you are a very tiny screen right now.
I can't see anything without my
Oh,
glasses.
you know, honestly, I could have just said any one of them that you hold up was fucking awesome. For me, everyone that I read, all I could think of was more. I need more. I need more. So,
Do you have any hardcovers? I
they
collect
they
books.
they kept me on my toes, trying to guess what was going to happen, who was going to do what, and I'm pretty good at sussing the story out, you know, on the way. So I enjoyed it because it kept me thinking the entire time. Sorry, you guys caught me at the end of my day. I was just about to hang up and go to bed
Oh, and
when he sent me
big
the
but
invite.
tiny format on the text. Because
I assume my sound is coming.
You're good. Yeah, 225,000 words on this book. That is not small. It's epic fantasy for a reason.
You
But
have
all based
hardcovers?
on my DMing days and the so my players played through what I was telling them at the time. This is the third era of man. My books cover the first and second era of man on that fictional world. So I'm telling the history of the world that my players played through in my campaigns. So I'm not telling campaign stories, but I am using some of the characters with their permission, and kind of putting my spin on those characters.
Yeah, my GM does that for his. He has a homebrew system, a homebrew world where he's kind of done a lot of that as well. He's integrated like past characters and past events from the character stories into the history.
But if you want to know what kind of storytelling I hope to bring into my mods in the near future, check out the books.
Yeah, all I can say is you've been teasing us with this upcoming story for the future, and I just hope that it comes to fruition while I'm still here to play.
All of the links are, I can't see your full name because Discord does this streaming mode. So S ... All of the links are in the Wicked content category in Discord. There's links to every book.
You can click disable on the banner if you didn't exit away, and it'll turn that off.
But I'm sharing my screen.
Rarely.
So
Hey, here's an interesting side note for those of you who don't know this, but if you've played this game long enough and picked up the books, there's one about pirates. Anybody recall that book?
History of the Pirates. Yep.
That one. So, there was I think it was Stars, I could be wrong, that had the show Black Pirates or some shit on there. Black Sails it was called. And that book or the show is a reference to that book.
Yep. It's a real book from like the 1700s.
well, and the prologues from my novels are in game through Darkstar and DSA and DSM.
Yes, what he said.
All right, dog squeaker toy aside, Sadir, how are you doing, sir?
Am I on? I don't even know. You hear me? Yeah.
Yep.
Congrats on
Yeah,
your
Joe.
recent addition to the verified creator team.
Yeah, that was cool. I don't know what I did different this time, but okay. No, I've been working on stuff, adding shelves to my bookshelves because there wasn't enough. So that's been fun. I need more pegs. I should be able to finish next week. And currently, I am looking to see if I can get a webcam working on Linux. We'll see.
Logitech ones work really good on Linux.
I think the only Logitech one I have is like 20 years old.
Okay, well, no,
Later,
those
Green.
don't.
I have an HP one. Pretty generic. Should be fine.
Navy, come on up, dude. Talk to us. Jerkface. Friggin'
was-
Texan. Everybody talk about how much Texas sucks and he'll come up and defend himself.
Yeah, Texas is very culturally diverse and lovely and a lot of fun, and there's good food. Got him.
Most
That
of
was the
that's true.
opposite of what I asked.
Oh, well, that's what you got.
Nope. Everything he just said will definitely insult a Texan.
It's true though. There's a lot of people in Texas. Everything is bigger in Texas except for Navy. He's a little guy.
Wow,
Comic-Con is from
psycho.
Texas.
Accurate, but wow, psycho.
Okay, I'll give y'all a story. I think Wicked's heard this before, and it's not really a story, more of a relative to what playing the game and games does for you. So I got my first Xbox, I think my 40th birthday. One of my buddies showed up at my house unannounced, and him and his wife brought an Xbox because he had been on Xbox and I was a PlayStation guy. And he wanted me to play games with him. And so that's how I joined Xbox and started playing with other people. Long story short, I played through a number of different games, and then it was Rainbow Six where we started to gather a group. A lot of people would say clan. I don't say it's clan. We never called ourselves a clan. We were just a bunch of friends playing. And at one point we had about 40 people that would play and nightly. And when I tell you nightly, I'm talking about the moment you got home from work, people would jump on. And with 40 people, there was always somebody in the rotation waiting to get in with the group. Because I think it was, if I remember correctly, 6-man teams that you could play on hardcore. And then we rolled from there into Call of Duty, and we did a number of Call of Duty games before we splintered up. But one of my favorite stories I like to tell is that we're playing these Call of Duty and Rainbow Six games, and I had people from all over the world that we were playing with, just like we have here in this room. And it got to the point where there were 2 or 3, 4 barbecues that I had at my home that I had folks from my game fly from different parts or drive. I had a guy drive in from Missouri with his wife. I had a guy flying from Pennsylvania with he flew over to I can't remember if Pennsylvania to Virginia or Virginia, not to Virginia. It's another state up there. I can't remember up north. But one guy flew over, met the other guy, and they flew in together. I picked him up at Bush Intercontinental. I live near Houston, Texas. And and another dude drove in from Odessa, Texas, which is a 12-hour drive. So long story short, these people that I met on the interwebs playing games, we became pretty good friends, good enough that they came to my home. We set up a goddamn network in the house, and we had all 6 TVs, 6 Xboxes, playing Call of Duty. Went out to dinner, we had some fun events, but playing games. And I couldn't meet my neighbors next door, but I had these friends from all over the world. I thought it was pretty cool.
Yeah, during lockdown, I played a megaton of State of Decay 2. I think it was, so when lockdown started, the contract I was getting ready to start for my employer, I was like one of the solution architects for this small consulting firm. And we won this huge multi-million-dollar contract with CarMax. And then lockdown happened literally the day it was supposed to start. So they canceled the project because we couldn't be on site. and my employer was backed out of the contract to be nice, under the condition that they would start it back up when lockdown lifted. They didn't. But either way, I was left with nothing to do, no project to work on for that company. And like I'd get called in here and there to help other developers that were stuck on whatever they were working on, but that was super rare. So he was like, "Hey, we're keeping you on the payroll. If something comes up, we'll throw you on it, but just be available if we need you." And he's like, "Do whatever. Go have fun." So I played State of Decay 2 round the clock because I'm like, the world's falling apart. Everywhere I go, there's like these vacant lots, and like everybody's wearing masks to go into the grocery store, and like, oh, we need milk. And I'd go to park and it'd be like trash blowing across the parking lot. I'm the only car there, and I go in, and it felt very desolate and decayed everywhere I went. So it just felt like it fit the motif. And I ended up joining these guys. The multiplayer in State of Decay 2 is pretty badass, my opinion, because you pick a character from your save file and you bring that character into another player's world. So you join them in their save, and if your character dies, it's dead. Like, it dies in your save. But you could join somebody else's save and help them through a quest or whatever. And I met some people that way that we just became buddies, and we would constantly go and help other people and join each other's worlds and just goof off and have fun and all that. We started calling ourselves, we created an actual Xbox gaming group called the Pandemic Isolation Survival Squad, PISS. And we were all old bearded guys like me. And we ran around causing havoc and helping people through quests. It was hilarious. And then, wasn't too long after that, it was a couple months in, that my wife was like, "Why don't you write that novel you've been threatening to write for the past 25 years? So that's when I wrote Bathed in the Blood of Ravens. And yeah, I got paid by a day job to write my novel. It was awesome. I guess
that guy, my buddy gave me that Xbox on my 40th, I think I said. So I'll be 62 this year. So 22 years I've been a member of the Xbox.
So you're closing in on 62. Cyber, you're closing in on 60.
Yep.
I'll be 52 this year. LQ, who we were hoping would join us, I think is turning 77 this year. Definitely have an older crowd here for Starfield. Sadir's the exception. He's like, 19, 20. Hint, hint, wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
No, I'm with Wicked.
Yeah, see. Silly Goose, you're probably a young one here. You and Desco are tied for it.
I was going to say, isn't Des 12 years old?
Yeah, but we're not supposed to tell that because you're not supposed to be able to play this game until you're 13.
I mean, he doesn't even drive.
But me and Wicked have the same birthday, so that's fine.
November 9th?
Yep.
Wow. Nice.
I just bought all your books, too.
Oh, sweet. I'll earn, you bought all 3 books, I'll earn $6.15 or so.
Fuck yeah, dude. Buy my mods.
And I looted them all in the game and gave them to Cora Co because they're definitely suitable reading for a 12-year-old.
Actually, so it's funny. So I don't market any of my books for kids. I wrote them for me and for my wife and people our age. And they tend to do very well with, like, if I'm at a convention, it's if you see the people walking around a convention that are like goths or, witches in real life, whatever, that whole crowd, and like old school D&D players, those people seem to just chomp this stuff up. So that's my target audience. But like, I was playing a phone game 3-4 years ago. I forget which one it was. It was that long ago. But we got into chat on Discord for that game, and Everybody was saying, "Oh, this is who I am. This is who I am. This is who I am." And I had a book that was coming out at that time, and I was really happy about. And I mentioned it. Oh, hey, my third book is releasing on such and such a date, and they were like, "Oh my God, you're an author!" And so that one of the guys bought all 3 of my books. He lived in Germany. I hadn't sold any books in Germany yet, and I couldn't ship him a signed copy or any of that. So he just bought my books through German Amazon and got them printed and sent to him. They're in English. He read them, and then he immediately gave them to his daughter, who was 13 apparently, and she read them all. And I didn't know any of this. I get a message from him like 3 months later. He's like, my daughter, who is 13, told me that I have to tell you that these are the best books she's ever read, and blah, 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 blah. And he's going off. I'm like, you let your 13-year-old daughter read fucking...
Okay, that was easier than I expected.
Read this? Like, look at the cover.
Yes.
Let your 13-year-old daughter read this? He's like, yes. She said it was the best book ever. Like, oh my God, okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Cora seemed pretty excited to get it. So,
like, I never would have marketed these books to children.
Just plugged into that.
Huh?
Cool.
What?
I missed something.
So yeah, I should be able to just do this in my office because I'm willing to bet the mic will work just as well.
Yeah, that's the wall there.
I don't know that.
I think Sadir is not on mute and probably should go on mute.
No, I was not on mute. I'm sorry, I forgot.
That's fine. We don't mind if your mom storms in and tells you to, remind you what your bedtime is. We know you're young.
Not my mom. No, the camera thing worked out really much easier than I expected.
I think the next frontier for Wicked is he needs Pink Fong to release a video of a baby silk.
Mr. J. Falskin on YouTube. Who are you saying is a baby? Sadir? Jeskel's not that young. We tease him for being young, but he's 22.
45. Yeah.
Somewhere in there.
35.
You're what?
I'm 35.
35? That's still a kid by my standards.
Yeah. That's valid.
Technically speaking, you're still young enough to be my kid.
Yeah, that's valid.
Yeah, here too.
I'm only 32 in this universe. I'm all sorts of ages on other ones.
Oh, this is like your 4th Unity or something?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I'm level 51. Back in my day, we used to play Pong with a paddle controller that rotated.
To spread propaganda is real.
Do you guys see what level Double D is at? I think he goes by a different name now, but
yeah,
he's like level 600 something now.
Something like that. But in real life, he's like, what is he, 78, 82, somewhere around there?
Yeah.
I thought in the 80s, but I don't remember for sure.
Yeah, it's like him and Old Man are tied for oldest on server, and LQ comes up third place.
The same state now. I said they should move in together.
I unironically played Pong with a paddle controller that rotated.
So did I. ColecoVision. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, boy.
That's what I had.
Well, we didn't have it. We were poor. My cousin had it.
I had a VCR.
Yep.
Man, one of the best days of my life when I was a kid is we used to live in Venezuela and we used to travel back home to Trinidad every once in a while. And one of my uncles had an arcade, a game arcade in Trinidad. And I'd never been to one other than, maybe once or twice seen one in the mall when we came up here to the US to visit. And we went to visit, and Uncle took us to this arcade, and it was closed. It was a Sunday or some shit, and basically just opened up every machine in the place and said, "Have fun." So that was one of my. That's how I got hooked on games. Just it was like a smorgasbord of anything. Of course, it was all Pong and some other bullshit. God, I must have been in my low teens at the time.
The Commodore 64 and Ultima 4 was what got me hooked on RPG game. In case you were wondering how old I am.
I think the first game I played was Marvel versus Capcom.
Oh,
The first
they
one
made some good games. They made some good ones back in the day. Oh my god.
The first one I ever played was Zombies Ate My Neighbors on Sega Genesis.
Nice.
I had actually not the ColecoVision. I had the one before it, the Coleco Telstar, and not only were the controls for the Pong paddle dials, but they were built into the console, so you were sitting right next to each other.
Oh, yeah, that's too close.
Yeah. So I got a question for a story and then a question for Deskel. I remember, I don't know, you guys probably do too. I remember how much of an impact Street Fighter 2 and Mortal Kombat had on the gaming industry back in that day when they released, and how much they dominated every fucking arcade. And yeah, it was cool and all. You could get a copy to play at home, and I did, of course. But translating, thumb pads and plus pads to freaking joysticks in an arcade, not a direct translation. But I used to, every paycheck in the Air Force, I used to take an allotment of my cash, turn it into quarters so I could go to the arcade and spend like a weekend gaming my ass off on, let's see, at the time I did it, Street Fighter 2 Turbo Edition was still there in the arcade. You had Mortal Kombat 2 and Mortal Kombat 1, Killer Instinct, and Soul Calibur, if you remember that combination of games.
I love Soul Calibur.
Oh, God. So I remember being able to go there, and because I played it so much with my friends at home, and I ended up buying like the arcade-style joystick for home use on the SNES. But I was so good at the game that I could go and dominate most people. I could pay quarters and then just, 2 quarters, I was good for hours of gaming because people come in and challenge you and then, but there was this one fucking kid, the 3 arcades near me, and no matter where I went, this one kid would eventually find me. And I swear to God, he was 7 or 8 years old. He had to have a step stool to stand up high enough to reach the controllers. And he would hand me my ass. And I don't mean it was a struggle and he would finally win. Oh no, he made me look like I didn't have a goddamn clue.
Yep.
I'd be running that damn machine for like 2-3 hours and he would show up and just destroy me. Every time. 7 or 8 years old. Perfect age to be Deskel. So you, motherfucker.
I was just about to say, his name was Des.
You were in Virginia in the mid '90s, weren't you?
No, but I was doing something similar to that with Time Crisis and House of the Dead. I was dominating the leaderboards at the local arcades. It was like when arcades are like family owned pretty much, and I would just go there and just go and decimate it. It was fun.
I think
but yeah, people get pissed.
the biggest disparity between the arcade version and the home version would be Missile Command. The Atari 2600, where you had like 9 pixels on the screen and that stupid ass joystick, versus the like 4 times the resolution in the arcade and a trackball.
That was one of my favorite games, man. That one and Asteroids.
Yeah, that was also a big difference.
Remember
Remember when
Asteroids?
mice
It was
had a ball in it?
your ship was a triangle, and you'd fly across the screen trying to blow up the asteroid.
Yep. And it was so good in the arcade because it was vector graphics. So every orientation of your ship, it looked the same. But then on the Atari, it was flickering around with those wider than tall pixels. It looked insane. But I went from Atari 2600 to early PC gaming, and I missed the whole console wars. I literally went from Atari 2600 to the first Xbox.
I think we had a first gen Nintendo, and then I ended up getting a PlayStation 1, 2, and maybe 3. And I think during 3 is when my buddy bought me that first Xbox, or maybe it was during PlayStation 2. I don't remember when it came out.
I didn't play any of those older consoles until they were retro.
I played most of them.
And it was my kids that were into them and wanted them, and so I played theirs.
So you're telling me that you never played Amiga games back then?
I don't count that. That's a computer, but I actually didn't have an Amiga.
Well, I didn't have an Amiga. I had a friend that had a Nintendo and an Amiga, and I went to his house.
I was an Apple II guy.
I had Apple II at school, so that was like for me. So, and by the way, my first full-fledged programming project in high school time was like a science thing for one of my science teachers. I did a periodic table of elements testing program for her. The second one I did was to graduate that class. I had to make a video game, and I recreated Missile Command, which we were allowed to do because we weren't selling them. But what was I saying? So the Amiga. So I went from playing, Atari games to Nintendo games, the early Nintendo games, to going to friends' houses and playing on the TurboGrafx 16 and the Sega. And in that other friend's house, his name was Joey. Great guy. He's passed on now. But he had an Amiga, and we played Speedball on that. That game was addictive as shit. I was like hockey meets football with MMA mixed in. And cybernetics.
That sounds fun as hell.
That's a franchise that should be brought back, my opinion. I think that should be the official sport in Starfield, Speedball. Oh, and I got a conspiracy theory for you, Cyber. You ready for this?
Yep.
I think Starfield, or specifically in relations to chunks, is in the same universe as Demolition Man. I think Taco Bell won the restaurant wars long before we discovered the grab drive and everything else. And by then, the 5 ingredients per dish per meal thing had devolved into what became chunks.
I don't remember whose mod it is now. It might be. It might be Miss O that has one that has bathroom decorations in it. It's either Miss O or Betamax has bathroom decorations in it, and in the section that has toilet paper dispensers you can mount on the wall, the last thing in it is a little shelf with 3 seashells on it.
What do they mean?
Nobody's ever figured out the 3 seashells thing, by the way. Even the producers of the movie were like, yeah, we never gave a reason for that. We never explained it.
That would
Every
ruin
so
it.
often, I'll text my dad 3 seashells because he would make me watch Demolition Man so much, and then watch him play the video game when I was younger.
Well, and the other like complete unsolved mystery for movies in that relative day and age is the briefcase in Fight Club, or not Fight Club, Pulp Fiction.
Yeah.
When they open the
Pulp Fiction,
briefcase
yeah.
and it glows gold, Quentin Tarantino intentionally never defined what was in that briefcase.
It's probably feet.
Probably.
Well, he left it open. Is it gold? Is it cocaine? Is it heroin? Is it something else?
Marcellus Soul. Yep.
All right, who else has some funny stories or whatnot? Kit, you want to join us and whatever? Navy, are you finally going to come up and join us? Vesuvius, do you want to come up and talk about your burdens as the help team lead? Of course. Of the 3 people.
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
So
So
burdens.
Vesuvius, all of a sudden, it was what was it, 2 weeks ago? You're doing stuff and like stepping up, and there's a lot of help team stuff going on, and you've done a lot of like championing the lead on things on load order conflicts and all that. And I was like, "Hey, do you want to be help lead?" And he's like, "Sure." And boom, he had the title, and he got a promotion, and then like less than a week later, I'm like, "Hey, do you want to just lead the patch requests spreadsheet and like organize who's working on what patch and when?" And he's like, sure.
I mean, the only reason I'm hesitant is because I got this shitty MacBook Pro that I've never even tried to do Excel stuff on. So, yeah, that's been fun. It's much easier to do that kind of thing with a mouse and a keyboard.
Well,
That's better than this one.
you can actually get a mouse and keyboard and connect them to your MacBook.
Oh, sure, but that's a lot of effort. I'm doing all that. Might as well get a new computer, which I need money for. But to add on to all that, I've also been helping to test for people, testing the Terran Armada patch, testing Desco stuff, testing out alternate Vasco, which is working for me, but apparently it's not working for some other people. Product's still figuring that out.
That's because we packaged a version just special for you.
Well, that's the funny thing. I'm not even using the test file he gave me. I actually deleted that and downloaded what he put on Creations, so I shouldn't be experiencing anything different from anybody else. But
well, and you've got
things.
you've got insight that, like, it's one thing for me to say how busy we are. For me, it might sound like an excuse to some people, because he's the author. Of course, he's going to say he's biased. Blah 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 blah. You've seen how busy we are.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, and then you're always like coming across new hurdles, and that's what people don't really understand when you're making these announcements and giving feedback on just how long it's going to take for a patch to come out. Is that every time they're doing these patches, is that they're doing their normal thing, their normal patch thing, but then they're coming across a new hurdle that they otherwise wouldn't have expected to run into because of Terran Armada, because of free lanes, because of the weird quirks of how that was done and how you needed to interact with Darkstar. They ran into new hurdles, and some of that requires updating Darkstar itself, which of course requires waiting on QA, which is, as you can see from the updates and mods that come out, is a little behind. It's a few weeks to a month in some cases. So um, even if he puts it out now, it's not going to be instantaneous for anybody. So patience is key.
Yeah. You've been doing an incredible job though. So one of the things I came to the realization of probably, what is it, 2-3 weeks ago now, I was like, enough. I can't do. I was originally going to do the Shattered Space patch, the Terran Armada patch, the Tractors Alliance patch, probably Watchtower, all myself, while trying to do the Darkstar update, and eventually getting around to DSA and DSM. It was just too much for one person. And these guys like Cyber and crew, they understand why I was going to do it myself. There's a lot of enemy scaling and stuff like that not everybody understands to the detail that I do.
Nobody
Integrate.
understands it to the detail you do. I can bang it with a rock until it works. But
Yes. Silly, we'll get to that in a minute. But like, I just had to come to the realization that I couldn't do it all. And that came the same day that Razel stepped up. He sent me a message. He's like, hey, just on a whim, I decided to do this weapon mod, this weapon patch. Can you review it? And I reviewed it, and it was like almost spinning image of what I would have done. So great attention to detail, great attention to standards that I had established that he didn't know I had established on our patcher's repo because he didn't have access to it. So I invited him into that, and he and I had a couple meetings, and we went over what he built and the few minor things that needed to be tweaked. And he banged it out so cleanly. The next time anything came up, I was like, hey, can you review Kitlahara's most recent mod and tell me what you think, opinion-wise, on Kit's ability to join the official endorsed patcher team? And then he was like, yeah, Kit's bang on. He's good to go. So, like, that brought Kit in, and, like, Blade joined, and there's been growth there, and we're just kind of, at this point, we've built a testing or a patching team where everybody's collaborating. Like, one person will do a bit of the enemy scaling for a patch, and another person will jump in and do the armor. Another person will jump in and do the weapons. They pass even that around, and other people double check the armor and the weapons. And like, oh wait, scaling's not, or the weapon injection isn't working like I thought. And then I jump in and tweak things, and oh, you did this wrong or you did this right, but I need to fix a bug. And like, it's just back and forth until, oh look, this one's done. Test it and publish it. That one's done. Test it and publish it. And we're cranking out patches now. But it's definitely still on the manual side. Because I haven't had time to do any of the papyrus, or not papyrus, Pascal scripting needed to make it automated. We'll get there eventually, but for right now, it's a lot of manual tedium, and there's half a dozen of us working on it together to get any patch out. There's definitely a primary on each patch. Right now, it's, Dr. Flowers and Razel are leading the pack in that regard, but ultimately, it's just a team effort.
We could head a step away. Does anybody else have any stories you want to tell?
Just want to mention there's 28 patches currently on our list right now. Just to give y'all an idea of just how much is up in the air. That's not counting the stuff that's been published either. It's actually 27. Sorry, go ahead.
I was saying, Kat said the amount of people doing stuff in the background on this channel is amazing. The modders patches are doing an amazing job. That's like, aside from like core Darkstar or core Antiri Supra, which is Deskel, and all of the individual modders working on their core thing, the amount of collaboration and cross help that happens on this Discord, and just it's mind blowing. Like, if I need a day off, this Discord keeps churning. The help team keeps doing what they do. The support crew keeps doing what they do. All the other mod authors, they're all their own entities. They do their thing. The patchers are still churning out patchwork. Like, there's always still progress being made, even though we all aren't working 24/7 anymore. Right? We're distributing the load. We're sharing the load. We're helping each other. Like, I see more cross mod help happening here than I see happening on the super secret squirrel Discord, to be frank. And I want that to continue to grow. We're what, Cyber? 57, 58 verified creators now on this Discord?
Yeah, I haven't counted it recently. I don't want to pull that side of the Discord up.
And they're mostly, it's like, they're not just here, they're contributing here. They're participating here.
Yep.
And poor Zone, to answer, who was its question earlier? Was it Silly talking about integrations? Yeah, unfortunately, so there was a change in the way Bethesda does their legendary crafting and their quality crafting, or the addition of quality crafting to begin with, because they didn't have it. But the way they made their change, it can't be turned off or intercepted in any way for the legendary side of the house. In order for Darkstar to maintain its legendary crafting the way it works, which most players seem to prefer because it's more controllable and it's cheaper to build those legendaries. In order to do that, I had to create my own legendary attach points. And that's problematic from an integration point of view, because if we're talking about automatic integration from one mod to another, say if Zone wanted, for example, to automatically integrate the Infiltrator 2 suit with Darkstar, that's impossible now, because he would have to go and recreate the entire legendary crafting system from Darkstar in his mod just to make it work. So rather than being able to attach a few keywords dynamically and stuff like that, he can't do that anymore. It doesn't work because you can't add attach points dynamically. Attach points are considered art assets, and because they're considered art assets, they have to be part of the base form when the mod is compiled. So there's no way to do that at runtime. There's therefore no way to do automatic integration across mods when you're talking about equipment and Darkstar. So,
which is a damn shame.
It is. Now, Twinkles saw this coming with the posts I was making, and for EX Solutions, he did put in the effort to recreate the legendary system of his own, or on his own, and still maintain an integration with Darkstar. Kudos to him. That took a lot of effort from his part, but it's not viable for every mod under the sun to do that. Now, I will say, Zone was 100% down, so was Wolfie, and us doing this work for them, handing it over, and them uploading their mods with automatic integrations to Darkstar with no patch. That was on the table until this. This took it off the table because we can't have a dozen or 2 dozen or 3 dozen mods out there all recreating the same legendary system and all carrying, 84 or what is it, 360 something, 460 something legendaries between all the multi-slot legendaries that I've got going on now and all the crafting system and everything else. The burden on your system to load all that and keep track of at a weapon workbench or an armor workbench the 40 different possible ways you can install a legendary. No. That's bad mojo. So it's just not possible. Zone was waiting patiently for us to figure that out, but we now can't. So Kit is working on a bunch of Zone patches, and we'll be working with Zone, and I will also, to make sure Zone is aware of how we set these up, how we did what we did. When we get scripts that automate patching, we will be handing those to Zone and Wolfie and people like that, so that if push comes to shove, if they want to produce their own patch and publish it themselves or have us publish it for them, it'll just speed things up in the future. We're also going to work with Bub that way. And Heroic Pie, if you happen to see this or get it linked to you, the Ryujin compact assault rifle still remains the most popular weapon on Darkstar HQ. Get your butt over here, please, and collaborate with us. We're begging you.
Yes, please join us. We have cookies.
Dude, I'll fucking brew cookie or bake some cookies and send them to him. It's just like that. We need him here to help with the Ryujin compact assault rifle, and yes, please. Because that patch, the most recent version produced by Razel, was out for what, less than a day, and somebody joked about nerfing the R.Car again, and Grand Marshal was like, if you nerf that, I'm going to find you and kill your family.
He really did say something like that.
Who else wants to come up? Come on. Wolfie, you want to come up? Invite you up. Is that you, Shad? I only see an S. Wolfie, King of Threads.
Hello. I was confused.
Hello.
I thought this was I wasn't paying attention. I thought this was like a channel.
Oh, you're on stage and you're streaming live to YouTube and Twitch.
And Twitch.
Oh, wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
No pressure or anything.
No pressure at all.
Explain yourself.
Have any war stories for us from games or real life or?
Besides trying to get my kid to bed, no.
Well, tell us a war story about trying to get your kid to bed in a dramatic fashion, as if it was a video game achievement.
I don't know. I don't want to end up on I don't want to.
A wolf talk.
I don't.
Like a TED talk.
Me and my wife we don't come off great with our patients when it comes to the bedtime. So I don't want to. People already think I'm a d-bag. I don't know.
I don't know.
I
how dare you? By the way, how dare you, sir? How dare you try and change and compile your stuff into one mod that's cheaper and try and convince new purchasers to buy something cheaper rather than spend money on all the more expensive things? How dare you?
Hey, man.
Who are you to tell me I need to save money?
Hey, did that guy that said he could recreate your mod in 15 minutes ever get his out yet?
I think that was Genesis the Genesis.
No, see, we aren't gonna name people.
Oh, my bad. You guys.
Yeah, we're not naming people.
You got to get the dump button. We need a dump button. I'm sorry. Just forget anybody that heard that. Forget that.
I got a
No, they
question
have not.
for you, Wolfie.
Yeah,
Why did it take
Nope,
your wife to tell you that you needed cooler names for your mods?
Oh, so like my wife doesn't really pay attention to what I'm doing, and she doesn't give a shit. And so she was sitting behind me at one point, and I was like, "This name is too long. This was for that Dripfield, the one that was first released as Dripfield." And she's like, "That's just a really lame name." And I was like, "Well, then you can do better." So you try to do better, and so she did. And then she went through. And she's like, "All your names are stupid." She's like, "They're just like
Stupid. They
super
suck.
Well, it's all right. So let's back her up. It's not that they were stupid. In the context of somebody that doesn't know the game, they might come off as stupid. However, branding is everything.
That's true.
I have no branding, or at least I didn't at the time. And
got
did she
better
go to
marketing skills
where
than
is
you.
she? She went back in the bedroom. Okay, well she's mobile. Did you see that? Sorry, my kid is mobile. We don't know what's going on. She's out of bed. Yeah, no, I had no marketing or no branding, and
Okay. That reminds me of a story, but I'm not going to tell it until you find your kid. So let me know when you find your kid, and then I'll tell my story.
But no, like I mentioned this to a couple of younger mod authors that were just getting going and all that, and they're like, "How do I build them?" Like, I can't tell you how to build a mod as good as Darkstar. It was luck, right? I know what effort I put in, but the community didn't have to like what I built. I didn't know they were going to like it. But I stuck with one name, Darkstar. You know, I made a name of it. I branded it. I pushed the name everywhere. You play the mod, you hear Darkstar, 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 Darkstar. And it's an easy name to roll off the tongue when you're talking to your friends. Oh, you should try Darkstar. It's so much harder to say, you should try brown pants that are blue when you put on these yellow socks by Wolfie. Am I right? Like I'm exaggerating, but like Dripfield is so much
that's
cleaner.
why I got Darkstar.
Dripfield is
Shout
so
to
much
me.
cleaner and crisper, right? It's catchy. It's like Gorefield for Werewolbeep. Catchy. Nice and clean. Right?
That's true.
Chipfield is next.
Antares. Everybody knows Antares is made by Descal. Now, Antares. He owns that name now. He can use that on 20, 30 mods in the future for Starfield, and they all feel like they'll all fit with his fan base, right? He has created a brand. Boom. Like that's key. You got to brand yourself. Otherwise, you're just, the one name I'll drop. You're just young Neil at that point.
sorry, I missed. I was putting my kid back. So you guys talking how awesome I am about my Dripfield?
You are awesome, and Dripfield is amazing, and Cyber Ghost has bought every version of every mod you've ever put out on every platform. He's bought it on PC and Xbox and PlayStation. I promise you.
Oh
Jesus Christ! Wait, so if you buy it on PC, don't you get it for Xbox or no?
Depends on
Depends
if
on
you
how.
have your if you have your shit linked properly, which I do.
Yeah.
Okay.
So some players have to buy it twice just to get that to work, and it also depends on whether or not your Steam and Game Pass on the same PC and all this other shit.
Yeah.
Like you have to hook
But
it up just the right way to get it to cross over.
I do also get them on PS5. I don't have all of them on PS5 yet, but I have the big ones. And every character uses at least one, and usually two.
Yeah, I was talking about this with the Scout too. So, do the PS5 mods if you have it on Xbox or PC?
No. Nope.
No,
Sony wants their cut.
Yeah, nothing crosses over. I can tell you though, Sony just made fucking bank on Starfield.
Smart.
Yep.
I mean, you look at the download numbers and the play numbers of every mod that's out there. Like, holy crap, dude! We've got 1 month of PlayStation, and the plays, which is a public number. The plays on Dark Star are, what was it? Almost 500,000 the other day, Cyber. And meanwhile,
I'm gonna check the
Xbox
series
after an
now.
entire year was at 2 million. So
Right now, PlayStation is at over 500,000 in a month.
In a month, compared to over a year for Starfield to hit that, or for Dark Star to hit that on Xbox. And not that my Xbox numbers are low, it's just that
No,
PlayStation numbers are that
million.
high that fast.
So is
Yep.
my estimate almost correct?
I mean, I haven't graphed out the numbers, but I would imagine that by Christmas, PlayStation will be your highest platform.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? And the thing is that Xbox, every VC can confirm this. Xbox is noticeably superior in numbers to PC.
Yeah, I mean the console. I mean, so the Xbox player base has always been about. You can see this on anybody that's ever released even a free mod could just see this. This is, or anybody that's ever just paid attention to the details. It's about double. It's about like so PC. I mean, if you do it all put together, PC was always about 1/3 the player base, and now with the PlayStation, it's even smaller. And I think PlayStation is probably. And again, you can look at the free mods. Just anybody could just open up one of the mods and just look at it, the details on the page, and it's probably 3 times larger PlayStation than even like Xbox. It's hard to tell because it's like the PlayStation players are exposed to different things than the Xbox were originally. But
Also, if you put the same mod on Nexus mods and creations for PC, you get way higher numbers on creations, and I can't prove it, but I've seen some indication that a large part of this is because the majority of the PC players are on PC Game Pass, not Steam. For Starfield. Not for basically any other game, but for Starfield.
Well, yeah, because PC Game Pass was still free to play. And we've seen right here on this Discord, it's a non-inconsequential amount of people that have bought mods but never paid for the game.
Yeah.
How absurd is that? I think that's the craziest thing ever. Oh, I'm not going to pay for the game, but I'll pay for your mod. What? On what planet is that possible?
Spending more over time.
But it's so common. I think it's
interesting. Yeah.
When I launched the Discord, one of the guys that jumped over and volunteered to be an administrator on the Discord for the first couple months, he had not purchased the game. When I launched my first paid mod, he paid for the paid mod. He also ordered all of my novels. He sent me a donation, and he bought T-shirts when I launched the merch store. Still had never paid for the game. Amazing. Look, what?
Is there a difference between that and, playing on Game Pass?
Well,
no. Really?
I mean, you're paying for Game Pass, but
So
The
what I've
one
noticed,
difference between playing on Steam versus playing on PC Game Pass is that your saves cross over to the Xbox console from PC Game Pass. Assuming that your mods aren't. Some modders make a separate Xbox version of their mod versus PC, and if you have that in there, that'll mess you up. And that matters to some people.
what I've noticed is that a lot of people. So I have Game Pass, and so this is what's really interesting, is how I'll use Doom Eternal as an example. So you can play Doom Eternal on Game Pass, but you can't play the 2 DLCs. But you can purchase the DLCs at a substantial discount if you have Game Pass. So you can end up in a situation where you don't own Doom Eternal, but you own both of the DLCs.
Yeah.
Right.
And if you stop paying for Game Pass, you don't even get access to any of that anymore.
Yeah. And you can do that with Starfield too now. You can buy the
And
DLCs
now
without buying the game.
Exactly. And you could do the mods, so you could buy the mods. So like there is like this market where like people I think are just committed. Well, or like Microsoft knows or Xbox knows that people are just committed to having Game Pass. And they'll just have it and then they'll get the DLCs at a discount. And like they probably have like this all figured out, right? Like they have people that are just like doing the market research and be like, yeah, there's gonna be a ton of people that that purchase Game Pass, and they're always going to have Game Pass, and so they buy the DLC at the discount or whatever. And I think it's a pretty substantial discount. And then I don't know if they get a discount on creation credits though. That's curious. I've never actually looked at it in the Xbox store. If you get a discount on creation credits,
I don't think you do, but you can earn more points, and you can use the points to buy
Yeah, I think that's
$5.
it.
yeah, and that's fine. Like if I was somebody that like just had I don't know. Like if I was a different person, I would totally just have Game Pass, and then just buy like the DLC. I can see how that's attractive, but I don't know necessarily see it as attractive as like just a PC player. But if you're like an Xbox player, if you just on the console, like I can definitely see how that's attractive. But it seems
definitely a different kind of player then, because like I started Starfield on Xbox and liked it so much I was like, yeah, I'm playing the game for free, but these motherfuckers deserve my money. So I paid for the premium version of the game. And I switched to PC, and then I bought premium again on Steam. And when I finally get my PlayStation 5 booted up, I have one, just never used it. Bought it to test mods, still haven't used it. But when I get that booted up, I'll be buying, Starfield Premium again. So, like, to me, I feel like the game devs deserve my cash, and I'm going to give it to them, even though I could play it for free on Xbox and PC. I'm just weird that way. So T and S. That's the only thing I see of your names.
Scout. My name is Joel.
Oh, it's just me, Timmy.
Timmy.
Okay.
Timmy.
What's up, y'all?
How's it going? Tell us stories that are related to either Memorial Day or gaming.
Yeah, let's see. Well, I actually took a 20-year hiatus from playing video games. Got back into it because I couldn't play Magic.
So wait, hold on. You took a break from video games to play Magic the Gathering?
Yeah.
For 20 years.
Like the actual cards.
Yeah, 18.
How does that consume that much time? Like, I played Magic. I didn't felt like it took that much time for me.
Well, I mean, I did.
Not to be like I'm judging, but I'm judging. So like I'm joking.
Well, one, I played Vintage and Legacy, and I did a lot of tournament grinding. And then I got out of that and I got into something called CDH, which is Competitive Commander. But I did what you did, Wicked, where like I built a webcam community that we played on and ran a YouTube channel and all that other stuff. That's what ate up all the time.
That's really extreme for Magic the Gathering. So if I dig up my old cards from first and second edition Magic, and if I was to show them to you, you could tell me how much they were worth.
If they're worth something, yeah.
They're probably not. It's
roughly
like a shitload of black deck. Like
you'd be surprised. Yeah. But yeah, no, I played a lot of like Eternal Magic is mostly what I played.
I played a lot of pre-Hasbro Magic, and then after that I was like,
Oh yeah. Well, I played when I was a kid with my dad. And then about when Mercadian Mask came out in 2000, I got out. And then about 6 years later, I had a buddy who got me back into it. And then
what's a Mercadian Mask?
Do what?
You said Mercadian Mask? What's that?
It's a set. that came out in 2000.
Yeah, that was after my Magic time.
Oh, yeah.
I'm an old
It
fuck.
was a Magic set that came out in like 2000.
I'm an old fuck. I didn't grow up with Magic. It came out when I was an adult. So
It came out when I was in high school.
yeah, I graduated in '92.
Oh, you're a couple of years older than me. I was supposed to graduate in 94. But anyway, I got sick and then I got back
don't
into
talk about Pokemon cards, Gek. No. No. You want Pokemon? Play Xenomaster.
What? Get out of here.
If you want Pokemon, play World of Warcraft now.
Well, yeah, but like Xenomaster is the Pokemon game.
But there's
for,
Pokemon in World of Warcraft?
Yeah, dude. They added a whole system that lets you take all your pets and use them as Pokemon now.
Yep, a whole battle system with an arena and everything.
Wait,
For real? Holy shit.
Yep. So how's it
I
going?
thought you were bullshitting.
How's it going?
Almost thought
S?
about going back to my old in-game job of smuggling kittens to Horde stores.
Your what?
There were these kittens that you could only get on Alliance stores, and I used to sell them over into the Horde side. make a little bit of money.
Fucking niche.
Kitten smuggling.
That's funny. But yeah, no. I used to run like a YouTube channel for a huge play group of about 5,000 people. And I just got burnt out, so I stopped playing. I got tired of dealing with all the bullshit. You know how that is, Wicked. Everybody said I was a poo-poo meanie pants, and it was really just running a tight group and keeping people from playing jank.
But you are a poo-poo mini pants. We know this.
Right, I know.
We
so are
embrace
you,
it.
but-
We own it. Right?
Yeah. Like I said yesterday, just because you're an asshole doesn't mean you don't put in a lot of work.
That's true.
So
Yeah, I
S,
didn't mean to kill the
what's
kill the
going
crowd
on?
with that.
He keeps leaving and joining. Cam, no cam. Can't hear you.
Oh, probably because he's muted. He probably doesn't realize that you got to send him the invite to talk.
Yeah.
Sometimes stages mess up, and you've got to restart Discord to fix it. I actually...
It happened
when I
to
came
Cyber
into it
earlier,
today, yeah. There is no fix I've ever found for it except close and restart Discord.
No, Gek, as far as value of cards, I did have a friend in the Air Force that he was able to put a down payment on a car after selling one Magic the Gathering card from first edition.
Yeah. I could probably
That's
buy a
ridiculous.
house if I cashed out.
Yeah. A first edition card, one of the first edition rares in its original condition, like
Yeah.
first printing. That's one of the rare, because it's pre-Hasbro, it's some of the rarest shit you can get.
Yeah, I've got a full set of Power 9 and all that. Dual lands, all that shit.
And I used to know what all the valuable cards were. I don't anymore.
It's okay, I don't either, and they change all the time now.
Yeah. I stopped keeping track in about 98 or 99.
Dude, you don't need... There's SpongeBob SquarePants cards now.
Hey,
No, literally,
SpongeBob
there
he is a prince in these lands. We do not talk bad about SpongeBob.
Okay,
So everybody's
there's
clear.
Turtle Magic cards. There's... They did a bunch of crossovers, and... Oh my god. My Little Pony.
My Little Pony Friendship is Magic is also a treasured cartoon in these parts.
Okay, all right, fair.
Cyber, should we ask your feelings about the end of Destiny?
Man, I'm still in the early stages of grief on that.
Time to play
Well,
Well, wait, hold on.
I
Pause.
could
Everybody
enjoy
pause.
Marathon, but I don't enjoy
We haven't gotten a story from Deskel, who has avoided all storytelling until this point.
Oh, I don't have any good
Bullshit.
stories. They're
Bullshit.
all really terrible.
Bullshit.
They're all really terrible.
Tell us your cynical stories. I'm sure you have stories about difficult customers when you were doing tattoos, or about that birthday gift you didn't get when you were a kid, 5 years ago.
What birthday gift?
What was that about tattoos?
All he wanted for his birthday was ship parts.
The plane.
Oh my god.
No, Deskel's, for anybody not familiar, was a tattoo artist, may still be. Maybe as a hobbyist.
Yeah, it's not.
You never
And
really forget.
I am going to be paying him when money lines up and time lines up. I'm going to be traveling to where he lives and paying him to do my sleeve tattoo on my right arm.
Yes.
4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse, all the way down my right arm.
That's gonna be quite a few sessions.
Yes.
Dead ass. You really?
Yeah. Yeah. I think it'd be tight.
It's going to be
And
badass.
make him look like Ron Hope.
But he's going to make me go rest in Venus every session. I'll do a session and then I have to go rest at Venus and then come back.
That's only if you don't support Ron Hope.
Fucking Ron Hope, dude. Seriously? For those not on Discord, this guy started a Ron Hope support group.
Blast that dude every chance I get.
JC Gaming, I have a Twitch account, but I don't really. I'm Wicked Gaming on Twitch, but I don't really do anything on Twitch yet. I will eventually. I just don't currently. I just bounce around supporting other people on Twitch.
Esco, have you seen what Cyber typically does to Ron Hope?
Oh, I've seen what everybody typically does to Ron Hope. I've seen every single crime.
I think I've had the darkest Ron Hope ending of anybody that's talked about it on the Discord yet, but I would really love to hear somebody that's gone darker with him.
No, I just like to slow time and kill him in slow motion.
Yeah.
I've
Oh, of
thrown
course.
cryo grenades all over the work floor before talking to him, and then I talked to him. I ran away, and everybody was hitting cryo grenades, and I just beat him to death with my fist.
Nice. Yeah, what I've
Nice.
done a couple of times is I will stun him and put him in my brig, and then when I go to the Unity, I leave him with 2 chunks packs and an Eon with 1 bullet.
Yeah. Hold on a sec, guys. So JC Gaming on YouTube. I'm assuming that you are not a member of the Dark Star Discord. And I only make that assumption based on your recent statement. I commend you on your love of Dark Star and Antares.
Oh.
But there's also Wolfie here in voice chat tonight. And we've had X2357 in voice chat tonight and other mod authors. Yeah, there's almost 60 verified creators on this Discord, and they're all very active.
40 with channels.
You could talk to these people in real time here at any point. Thank them for their work, ask them if they have anything coming up, talk to them about what their upcoming features are. If you're on PC, you can probably help test their mods before they go out. Like, we support all of that
Politely,
here.
of course.
That's something so people don't realize is if you're on PC, you can volunteer to be a tester, and if you're a known fan of that mod author's work, they'll probably work with you on that and let you test their mods. We like testers.
Yeah. We need testers.
It's a good thing. That's one of the things that most VCs lack the most is an official testing team. Hey,
The more
Angry's here.
testers, the faster the mod comes out.
Angry's back from his trip to see SpaceX.
Oh, was there a launch today?
A couple days ago. Angry, come on up. Tell us about it. He's not gonna. He's gonna sit down there and mope. S is back. Whatever S stands for again, I forget.
Out. Are y'all getting my audio when I say that? R.
I am
Yes.
now. Okay, great. Scout.
I hear you. Welcome, Scout.
I can't figure out the background yet. Sorry.
Swearing.
I disabled the name filter. Scout.
Yeah, I just dragged the left side over as small as I could and then scrolled to where nobody can see the secret channels.
Well, I did a pop out for the event, so it's over here on the screen 1 and Discord's on screen 2 with OBS. So, Scout, you have any stories for us?
Stories. Well, I'm old. I'd have stories, right?
Well, your old is precisely why you have stories.
Sure. No, I thought I had a story earlier. It was something about prior service. You said you were in the Air Force, right? And
yeah,
I don't remember the exact conversation that was going on. Have any of y'all drink Black Rifle coffee? Ever heard of it?
I have, yes. I've had it.
Veteran-owned coffee business. These are a bunch of ex-operators that are crazy, stupid, silly people that I always would run into that were always operators because they have to be crazy stupid to do what they're doing. And he makes a lot of videos. His name is Matt Best with M-A-T, single T in Matt. And if you look it up on YouTube for Black Rifle Coffee Company or for Matt Best, you'll find a lot of videos, and they're always funny. And so I saw in my subscription, a new video popped up this morning. So I immediately heated up, had my tobacco pipe going, 6:30 in the morning, my coffee cup, and I queued it up, and it was called Flags for the Fallen. And then I realized, he ran a memorial video. This isn't a funny one. So it kind of dampened my morning because he has serious things to talk about on occasion. So then I had to go watch some of his funny videos again.
But yeah, I served from 92 to 2000 Air Force. I volunteered during Desert Storm when the Baghdad attack happened, and it was on TV.
Desert Storm 1?
Yeah, yep.
Okay.
It was on TV, and the shock and awe campaign was in full swing, and
yeah.
everybody was panicking in Baghdad. Oh my God! Like for every plane we think we see in the sky, we're being told there's 12 we can't see. Like yes, so I volunteered then. I was like 14, 15, and I did the parent or guardian had to sign for me, and I did delayed enlistment. They wanted to wait until I was out of the high school. Of course, good on them.
Sure.
And it took my ASVAB and all that stuff, and so like I was one of those kids that completely just blew off the SAT because I knew it didn't matter to me because I was going to the Air Force, and that was my way out of my my living situation. My dad was a dealer and wasn't the very best person to grow up around, and I lived in a lot of shitty neighborhoods because that's where his customers were, that kind of thing. So joined at 17. I officially went off to basic just after my 18th birthday, and went on from there and got out, and then after two enlistments, and then 9/11 happened, and I wanted to rejoin, but I had a lot of shit going on at the time that was preventing me from rejoining. So, I've done my support from a distance since then, but like I've got a lot of friends that were former Marine, former Navy, former Air Force, and several of which were Special Forces. Several were, combat vets that have pretty extreme PTSD. So I've, been around a lot of people like that. Personally, never, had a best friend or anything that went off and, gave their life for the country or anything. I'm lucky that way. And my family, like I was the first military service member since my great uncle who had served during World War II. So he was a tail gunner for a bomber in World War II. Life expectancy of 8 missions. He went through went through 23 missions, got shot down, parachuted to safety in Austria, so not really safe. Got picked up and put in a POW camp for 6.5 months. His camp was raided and cleared by the Allies, and he demanded to be put back in rotation and went right back to tail gunning and served another 28 missions. So really a hardcore guy, really gung-ho for the country and for all of that. I never really got any credit for any of it. Never got thanked, never got anything special for it. Never got any medals. It was just that guy. He did his service for his country, came home and picked up and tried to form a career after the fact with tons of injuries and everything else. Kind of, forgotten soldier, if you will.
Physical, internal, and up here.
Yep.
Yeah. And people like that don't need or want the recognition. It's not what they're seeking.
And he never really wanted to talk about it. So, yeah.
That's a great story, and I have a couple of things that tangentially relate to that. I also enlisted before I was allowed to enlist on my own and had to get a parent to sign. My father was a career Army officer, and he was an officer. So to enlist, if you recall, you need an active duty military officer, 2 active duty witnesses that are in the military, and an American flag on display. So we had just moved from Alaska, where my father was stationed, to Pennsylvania, which I freaking hated. And I didn't want to leave Alaska. And I told him, I came home and I said, look, I'm getting in way too much trouble. I'd been an honor student, good grades, everything was fine, but I didn't want to be here. So things were not going well. I was in a bit more trouble, actually a lot more trouble. And I brought home enlistment papers and I'm like, I need you to sign these. And he's like, you're not allowed to enlist. You're only 17. I'm like, thus the discussion we are having now, I must have a parent sign. He's like, your mother will never allow this. I'm like, again, that's the discussion we're having now, because I agree she'll never sign. So the proudest moment of my life, on December 31st, 1984, I stood in the living room of military quarters in Carlisle Barracks, Pennsylvania, where he was stationed at the time. My father swore me into the Army with my recruiter and one of his best friends, with my mother crying on the sofa with the American flag hung on the wall temporarily. So that's one of the, yes, I know it's a sob story, but then I spent 6 years in and got out and went to the University of Kansas and stayed in the combat arms goes to National Guard, combat support goes to the reserves in the Army. So I went to a combat arms scout sniper unit in University of Kansas, Jayhawks, and that's where I met my wife. So probably
Nice.
way too much information for y'all.
And that changed everything, right? When you met her, right? Like all your priorities shift.
Oh, it did.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
she wanted to move around the world. She loved the idea of getting out of Kansas. So
Yep.
I got her out of Kansas.
Well, I mean, Kansas. Can you blame her?
Yes, exactly.
Like, I honestly have never met a person in my life that was like, no, I have to stay in Kansas. Not a single one. Alaska, yes, that takes a certain type of person.
Corollary, unrelated. 4 weeks ago, I flew up to Washington State where my parents retired. He's 86 and she's 76. And I packed all their stuff up, got on a plane with them. They fly first class, but I flew back in the back, in the very, very, very back. And I transported them to my sister's house, and they are permanently moved into my sister's lake house in about an hour and a half away from Anchorage, Alaska, where they'll live till their dying days.
So I want to go to Anchorage at least once. It's kind of a bucket list thing. I want to go there during the solstice.
Sure.
And I want to see the non-sunset sunset. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Yes.
You've been
You need to go twice.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. I lived there for 5 years.
Yeah. My brother was there stationed at Eielson for 4 years.
Okay.
And he used to send back pictures. His cell phones were a new thing, and he's taking pictures with his cell phone of his first date with his first wife, where they went out to watch a sunset, and the sun went bloop right over the road and just kept going up.
It's true. If you've never seen it, it's true. I spent a summer working for the State Parks and Wildlife when I was in high school, and they sent me about halfway between Anchorage and Fairbanks into the Brooks Range, and my job was to follow a flock of geese. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. How can you follow a flock of geese? Because you can see them for miles, and it never gets dark. And the sun would do exactly what you say. It would do this right here in a big ellipse, a big wide ellipse.
Yeah, I got to see it at least once. But I'm a night owl anyways. Like I can easily pull 24, 48-hour sessions at the drop of a hat anytime I want to.
You can go up north in the wintertime where people lose their minds. Get cabin fever. You might not have any trouble with that.
So aside from my love of muscle cars, I would totally enjoy living in Anchorage. I know that from researching the area. So I had a novel that I was going to set in that area, and ended up putting it in my fictional, fantasy world instead. That was the novel Sissy. So I was going to make
one of your 3 novels.
Yeah, I was going to make this demonic character attack a town in Alaska rather than whatever, but it's one of those write what you know kind of things. Like I don't know enough about Alaska. I can't afford to go just for the sake of research for a novel, so I'll just put it in my fictional world,
Or we can help with that. I'm going up in a month and a half, less than a month and a half. My sister's lake house, she's had it since the early 80s, mid 80s, I guess. And we had a big fire out at Big Lake, and everything burned down except my brother-in-law's hand-created sailboat that he made. So we rebuilt the cabin. This was their house out there for years. Now it's the third house. She's built a huge, almost like a V-shaped house that faces the lake.
You know what I'm thinking of right now? Sorry. You said the third house. It's the third house. Monty Python and the Holy Grail. When he's like, the third one burned down, fell into the swamp, but the fourth one stayed up. So I'm waiting for you to tell me that they've got a fourth house, and that's the good one. That's the one that's going to stick around.
But it's the second one that stayed up in this case, because the first one did burn down, and the second one they built is still there. But we've picked it up and moved it almost a quarter of a mile to the north part of the property, because we had to raise the ground level. We brought in all this soil, and we spent a year bringing it in and pressing it down and raising it like 8 feet. And that's when she built her permanent house. They'd also built a sauna, like a log cabin sauna that had a carport. The carport became my room.
I have a question about that then, though, because I know when my brother was up there, there was a lot of hubbub about permafrost law with properties and being able to build. And they couldn't build any new structures at least around Eielson, which I know is north of Anchorage. But they couldn't build any new homes that were less than 2 feet off the ground because they needed to protect the permafrost soil layer from the radiant heat from the homes. So is that not a thing in Anchorage? Or
it is, but it's geographic based. It's not in all areas. So it depends on
people don't know, right?
They don't have permafrost.
This is stuff that people not from America, not from Alaska, don't really think about. So if they're watching the stream, this might be the first time they hear about it. Yeah. So fun
Here's
fact.
The most important thing I can impart about Alaska to everyone on the stream. Homesteading is still a thing. In 2026, you can still find unclaimed land in Alaska. You can't find it near a highway anymore. You can't walk off the trail and find it anymore, but you can still find homestead land and mark it, register it, and if you improve it by, I think it's 25% a year over a 60-month period, you will own it at the conclusion of those 5 years. That's still a thing because there's so much space up there.
Well, yeah, and it's a state that they actually it's one of the few where there are programs to help you move there. paid for by the state. Because,
If
but
you have
it's
any
not everybody
Native
can survive
American
there, though. That's the thing.
No, that's true. It's true. But the interesting thing that I saw is I have Native American ancestry from the lower 48, which is what people up there call everything down here. And the difference between how Native Americans were dealt with and treated by the Department of Interior and the way Alaska did it,
I
they
see
initially came out with
glasses.
12 tribes, is amazing.
Yeah, let me get the. It's still remembering the zoom in from where I was watching the launch.
Uh-huh. I'm
It's
sure
still a
that's
4X
I would
zoom.
use that excuse too, sir. Yeah, it's Alaska is one of the states that I find the most intriguing because of the type of people that have to the type of person you have to be to live there successfully. And I'm not talking the 1 or 2 season people. I'm talking to people that make it their life. Because there's usually either they feel a sense of obligation, right? They're committed to something that they feel like is necessary for the nation or necessary for that state, and they feel obligated to continue to do it, perpetuate it through their, because unbeknownst to most Americans, that's where almost all of our rare earth elements come from, is Alaska. And the ones we don't get from there, we have to buy from China, right? So that's really, as far as our rare earth elements go, which are in all the technology you use, that comes from Alaska. And it's from the handful of people that choose to live there and work there. Besides oil pipelines and stuff like that, which, yeah, sure. But there's still so much unclaimed territory up there, to your point, that is, to your average person, not livable.
Correct.
And you get a lot of stories
true.
at the same time about people that go up there to live there and try and claim territory or just camp, and they're unprepared for what they're walking into. And there's a lot of deaths from that every year. And that doesn't go down. It's actually been going up, is the number of deaths per year from just people being dumbasses going to Alaska. It is a harsh frontier, make no mistake. But I've also heard from people that have lived there their whole lives that it's the most rewarding state they've ever lived in. So it's really, it's not for everybody, but it's one of those, it's critical and should you know? And most people I know that move there and stay there is because they married someone that was from there and they went back with them. Yeah. So
They might have had a better idea of what they were actually getting into.
Yeah.
Isn't everything
Because of
flown
moving there.
in there? And that's why everything's so expensive there, to the point that the government has to give them an income?
No. So it all depends on the area. So the more southern you are, the easier living it is, and the less of that you see. There's, what was the name of the port city where everybody lives in one building? I know you know what I'm talking about.
Valdez? Valdez or Seward?
It's one of the two. They live in one giant apartment building that has all the grocery stores and everything inside the same building, and the whole city is snowed in for a third of the year.
But it's not in the south. You're talking about something further up the coast.
Oh yeah, it's northern Alaska. It's made the news. I forget the name of it.
Arrow or Nome? Nome's
It
way out
might
west.
be Nome.
Arrow's
It
way
might
up
be.
north.
I don't know. It's one of the more common names. But like when you go there normally, it just looks like a big apartment building in the middle of the city.
Okay.
But in the middle of the winter, when they're snowed in, it's like everybody lives there in the one tower. There's no driving, no walking, no commuting. It's like it's one big city inside one building.
I'm actually not familiar with what that is. I know that the first several times that I flew
Whittier,
to Juneau,
Whittier,
the
Alaska.
state capital,
Whittier.
I lived there from 80 to 85, and I visited it recently as 6 weeks ago.
Gotcha.
Where I go, my sister is about an hour and a half north of Anchorage. So it's still very southern part of the state. UAF, the University of Alaska Fairbanks, is 400 miles north. That's barely halfway up north through the state. And what all y'all might have heard about, like the North Slope, the oil fields, that's like 900 miles north.
Oh yeah, it's way north. But here's a fun fact for you, for anybody unfamiliar. The southern sections of Alaska are warmer on a per day basis than Minot, North Dakota. Minot, North
Well, it's
Dakota
North
gets
Dakota, so
the very top of North Dakota gets all of the cold air funnel from Canada between the mountain ranges, and it dumps there really hardcore. Minot is the worst. And the Brits in the group are like, it gets cold here too. No, it doesn't.
Why you calling cat out?
Y'all
like
got
that? Why you calling cat out like that?
y'all got freaking palm tree weather compared to Alaska and Minot.
And beans on toast.
Beans on toast.
Beans on
But to answer
toast.
your question, Goose, yes, it's the equivalent of an M-class ship. I mean, it is the largest man-made thing to ever fly. So,
Well, all right. So give us the full
Nice.
rundown rather than just an answer to his question.
I just got back early this morning from South Padre Island. Starbase is just due south of South Padre Island. It's actually, it was at one point in time just Boca Chica, and now they've actually established it as its own town, working on its own city. But that is the home of SpaceX's Starship program. And we went down and caught the 12th flight of that. It's still an iterative program, so they're test flights. This was the V3 version, which has the most advanced rocket engine ever built, strapped to the ass end of it. 33 on the booster and 3 vacuum style on the ship and 3 sea level style. So there's 6 total on the ship and 33 on the booster. But yeah, it is the largest man-made object to ever fly, and it went to space, and I got to watch it from ground level. So it was really interesting.
It must have been
It
bad.
wasn't the first launch. Yeah, it wasn't the first launch we got to see. It's kind of something we do as a family. We've all been really interested in. We actually got to go
that's
see
awesome.
a Falcon Heavy launch for it was a U.S. Space Force satellite they were launching, and it was a return. The boosters from the Falcon Heavy returned back to launch site, so that was really cool. We got to see that. That was our first launch. We attempted to go see the SLS.
The boosters landing themselves is
fucking wild,
freaky as shit.
It is.
Because it's all autopilot AI bullshit, and it's like, oh, this missile that could destroy a whole city is landing itself.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, no, so we just got back from that. It was supposed to launch on Tuesday, and they hit an issue, and they pushed it back to Wednesday, and then hit another issue because this is, like I said, it's the first version of the V3, so it might look the same exterior-wise, but as far as internal and even some of the external systems are completely new for the booster and the ship both, and it was a brand new launch pad. It was a brand new tower, a new water diverter, flame trench, all of that built a little more in the style of traditional flame trench that we're all familiar with from, the space shuttle days and the Apollo days, which is something they probably should have did to start with. NASA spent quite a bit of time.
I wonder why.
And sometimes it never hurts to try and fail. When they blew up the pad the first time, dug a giant hole with a rocket powered jackhammer. That was just rushing to get it into the sky the first time. That was all that was.
I heard that was the idea of a certain executive is all.
Sometimes you just push.
Well,
that's not the smartest thing. It makes you look like a jackass, but sometimes you got to fail to move forward, right?
So back when I was in the Air Force, I served at NASA at Langley, which is attached to NASA Langley, which is where they launched the first rockets. ever, the first spacebound rockets ever. Remember?
Yeah.
In your propulsion history.
Yep.
But like, while you were gone, I watched Project Hail Mary.
Oh yeah. How
Have
was
you
that?
seen
I
that
still
yet?
haven't watched it. No.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You're gonna love that fucking movie.
I hope so.
You're gonna love
The
it.
book was good. Nice.
Oh god, yeah. So I don't know, it just it brought to mind like your trip and then the Project Hail Mary thing, and then my recollection of, my vague knowledge of space history. And then all the alien conspiracy things that are going on, right? You know about all the document releases and everything. So I remember an article from a few years ago where they talked about the potentiality of alien life on different worlds we've detected with Kepler and all these other different space probes that we've got. And the most likely worlds that hold like human style life or carbon-based life forms tend to be super Earths or super Earth size but aquatic worlds. And there was I forget which scientist did. There was a whole scientist did a paper and backed by a team and peer reviewed and everything. But he was talking about how any life form that used similar technology path that we did, that was from a world like that, would effectively be gravitationally locked for their entire existence. Like they would never overcome the gravitational pull of their planet to reach orbit. And talked about how, like, if the planet's large enough, you're just stuck there. Even if you can live there, you're just stuck there. Because the propulsion needed to get into orbit is too much to overcome with combustion technology.
Yeah. And I mean, that's something, I mean, we still deal with that right now. I mean, so SpaceX is using the first, I think China ended up doing it before we did. Go figure. I mean, it was 100% stolen tech from SpaceX, but the full flow stage combustion engine, which is the Raptor, that's what it is. It wastes no fuel. It uses everything. Everything that gets used goes out the back and is used for propulsion. The Russians started to develop an engine that would do that, but the technology wasn't there for them. And you look how long that's been. I mean, Russia was quite a bit ahead of us in the space race to start with.
Yes and
we just
no.
managed to surpass them later on.
There's a yes and no there. So the when you look at what they built versus what we were trying to build at the same time, they were ahead because of their focus on the propulsion technology in disregard to human safety. So they weren't taking the human survivability concerns into.
They also got the better German rocket scientists, by the way.
They did, but they weren't worried about the astronaut surviving the journey as much as we were. We would always say, okay, here's this chance that we could blow this thing up in a controlled fashion or fire this thing off, and it would push us to. But who's going to survive the ride? Let's do the math. And like we were always too concerned with that compared to the Russians, who were not concerned with that.
Crazy because the roles were reversed later on. The
Yes.
Russians absolutely stayed away from a solid rocket booster because they knew that they were just a bomb waiting to happen.
Well, yeah, because once you light a solid booster, it's lit. It's done.
One misburn, one. I mean, and I hate to bring it up because it's it's horrible, but I mean the Challenger was the prime example of that. One O-ring blowout on a solid rocket booster, and you killed all those people.
Well, to those that aren't aware, it's extremely hard to put out solid fuel once you light it. It's done. Like it is a fire once scenario. You light it up, it's done, it's going, it's going to burn till it's out. So that's why we don't use solid fuel on fighter jets.
Yeah, but and that's it was funny to me that the Russians they started to move away from those because they knew how volatile they were, but yet they were 100% okay, like you said.
Pause everything.
Well, you
Pipe game. Scott, you win the prize. That is the best pipe pull I've seen on any live video. Look at that pipe. Look at it.
Oh.
Motherfucker wins.
Oh man.
Oh man, winning right there. Good Lord.
But yeah. I'm just glad to see that, I mean, NASA's still using them, but at least we have the shit, what do you want to call it? The panic. The rocket goes to hell. We've got the system that pulls the fucking astronauts away from the rocket when it goes to come apart. And unfortunately, the shuttle didn't have that option. So.
Well, no, but there's part of the challenge for that, and for any of the supposed Lockheed, hypersonic jets and all that. Comes a certain point where ejecting from the conveyance isn't actually a safety precaution anymore.
Yeah.
And
it's a recovery.
We built it that way just in case shit. It's not going to save the lives of the people inside, and they know that. The people inside the device know this. You eject at Mach 2 plus, not likely you're going to survive.
No, you turn into red goo inside your suit.
Exactly. So it's really about, here's something we can bury. And we had that problem with even the SR-71 program. And that wasn't even a hypersonic, right? That was borderline. It was right there at what we consider the ceiling for human capacity. But like when the space shuttle was in orbit, it was doing Mach 24, but only in orbit, right? Not during launch and not during egress or entry or any of that. And Mach, for those of you curious, is between 725 and 750 miles per hour, depending on what elevation and all that you're measuring it at.
But no, it was a really cool thing to see. It's nice to see, progress. And it's something we're super interested in. We've been to Johnson Space Center, 3-4 times now. Been to Kennedy a couple times. This was our third trip to Boca Chica to check out Starbase. The last time we went was 3 years ago. And I've got to get some stills pulled out of video because I didn't have a chance to make it back out there, because whenever they're doing their testing and stuff, or they're getting ready for launch, they close down a really large radius. And it's normally for all day. And I think Friday when they went to go launch, they closed the road and evacuated everybody at 10 o'clock. And I wasn't willing to risk trying to go out there to take a couple pictures and then come back and get a decent spot on Isla Blanca County Park, which is where we watched it from. And as the bird flies, is about
10 o'clock. And when were they expected to launch?
5:30.
Oh,
you launched right at the top of their window.
You missed it earlier, Scout. I don't know if you heard us. We were commending you on your pipe.
Oh,
that is absolutely like top tier freaking. It's badass.
That's what we're talking about.
I'm
so confused.
As far as like pipes versus cigars, I've always been a pipe guy. I enjoy an occasional cigar. I enjoy an occasional pipe even more. But finding the right pipe is like pulling teeth.
I just buy a shitload of them and keep trying them.
Angry. The Angry Mechanic is going to be on a YouTube video with the Angry Astronaut. When?
Oh, yeah, shit. That would be really awesome. He talks circles around me. I wish I, understood most of what he does. It would be cool though.
Because like he does really good content.
Yes, he does. He's amazing. Yeah.
And I would love to see you two team up on anything.
Yeah, I would really like to. I wish I could, get a little closer to site and take a look at least the mechanical side of things. like looking at the tower, of course, that really interests me because I mean that's kind of what I was doing when I got hurt. I was working on elevator conveyances, and that's all that tower is just a giant elevator. So
Here's a proposal for you.
Mhm.
Why not reach out to him?
I mean,
He doesn't have the mechanical engineering skills that you do, and you could offer insight to things that he misses.
I'd really like to, man. Something I'd love to do.
And
is
he
see
lands
the
he lands the interviews and the private tours.
Oh yeah, yep. Him and Tim Dodds, the Everyday Astronaut. They they both get some really nice inside scoops there. Get to do the walk around and the tours and stuff. It's pretty awesome. So,
I'd pay to
it'd
see
be
it.
cool. But I'd really like to see their Liebherr LR 13,000 that they've got at Roberts Road at Cape Canaveral. The SpaceX is one of the only companies that owns one of those Liebherr cranes privately. Crawler crane. It's the biggest in the world. I would love to see that thing in person.
Yeah.
I think the track pads on it are something like 48 inches, maybe a little wider than that. And there's a couple thousand of them on each track. It's an amazing piece of machinery.
All right, so question for me to you then. What is your personal opinion on the impact, positive or negative, that private industry has had on space propulsion and space exploration in the past 2 decades?
So private's always going to move faster. The funding comes from elsewhere. It's not tied up in litigation. So it's always going to move faster, but it needs to be a balance, right? Because unfortunately, private is willing to move at a faster rate than what regulation can catch up with, and bad shit happens when that happens. So there has to be a real strong balance between the two. And fortunately enough, right now, it's seeming like the balance is being struck. Now there's some push and there's some pull. But I don't see it as being a negative. The more, the more the merrier, the better off we are, to help push, space exploration forward. I know there's a lot of people that get, that don't believe we should be spending the money in those things, government or private. But the farther we reach out, the more we learn about ourselves. They're going to have to do a lot of digging and a lot of research, and it's unfortunate that it's going to take something along that lines to push medical research farther ahead. But they're going to have to do something to figure out cancer mitigation. I mean, it's going to have to happen. You can't tote enough unless we get lucky and can pull enough water off of the moon to make the trip to Mars. You're almost looking at guaranteed cancer before you get to Mars, because you're going to be constantly bombarded with solar radiation. You're looking at some sort of really nasty something from that trip. And that's the ugly side of exploration. But
So shielding is the biggest thing. We know that, right?
Mhm.
Like I don't think propulsion's been our problem for decades. I don't think fuel and any of that has been our issue. Yeah, we can optimize that. There's ways we can make it a little more efficient. But we've been, like, propulsion-wise, we've been capable of reaching Mars with a crew for decades.
Well, I mean, that's what the Saturn V was built for.
It's more of,
that was the goal.
How the fuck do you keep motherfuckers alive on the way there? And like you'll hear the popular media spin is mostly about the psychology and all that. That's not the big kicker. That's not the big problem. Like, we know how to play solitaire. We can fucking stock a spaceship with video games, right? Come on. Now, the problem is not that. It's not entertainment and isolation and yada yada. Because I think there's enough people in this world that are introverts enough that they would relish the idea of being alone on a spaceship for 6 months. I don't think that's a problem. I think the problem is, again, that goes back to the radiation thing, and how do we prevent that? But isn't that solved by what was that fucking stupid ass. There was like one of the streaming services had a TV show that solved it with piss and shit. They took their sewage and that was piped around the exterior of their ship's shell. And then that, plus the water that it was swimming in, was the radiation filter that they needed. Like lead and water was what they needed.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, I mean,
you got to reuse all of that piss. You can't.
Yeah.
You can't
You can't
carry
discard
enough
it.
water.
Well, you can't carry enough leaving planet Earth, but with the idea of the lunar base, and we know that there's ice there, which means there's water or liquid of some kind that you could use as a shielding. Then it becomes a lot more plausible to use water for shielding to go to Mars and beyond. So.
But yeah, that was the big thing that has been the running theory for the longest time, was a combination of lead walls and a water substrate, usually non-potable water, because there was we need a use for this while we're in space kind of deal.
Lead doesn't cut it because, I mean, the math of the rocket equation, you just can't beat it. You can't carry anything that you're not going to use.
Yeah. Currently, yes, absolutely.
But it's there was another thing I saw that said that the radiation on a specific point. So like if you had a soccer ball that was flying between Earth and Mars, it's like the radiation that would hit that soccer ball in transit isn't that much greater than the radiation that goes through Earth's atmosphere to hit you individually. So it's more about the spread and the area of effect. So like I know there's scientists working on all this shit, and they're smarter than me and you combined. That's fine. But like I don't know that we're that far off. I really don't. I think that the issue with going to Mars is the problem of the return trip, because I don't think that there's going to be any fucking buddy left to return trip. I think your return vessel is going to come back empty, hopefully with some research stuff and some data. But like, so far we haven't even sent a probe, for example, to Mars that has landed, collected materials, and come back.
No,
that's a problem.
The last mission we sent actually is doing sample collection, that it's just leaving on the surface in hopes
to come back
of a sample return. A sample return mission.
That's the problem.
That shit up and take it back.
That's the problem, is because we can do on-site analysis, and we have sent probes that can do that, but coming back is the issue. Like we can get the trajectory to get there in just a couple months. And the trajectory to come back is such a far distance away, orbitally speaking, that it makes it prohibitive to get back, because you've got to survive on Mars's surface for long enough that, like, unless you're going to hide under a fucking crevice, like, where are you going to be? That you're not going to be just disastrously impacted on a survival scale by what happens on Mars's surface. It is not a pleasant
You're going to have to be underground.
Well, yeah, I mean, right now that's kind of the general framework plan, is that they're going to send out equipment to already set up shit underground for us to go to.
Yeah.
Well, that's the other thing too. Neil deGrasse Tyson's talked about this. The scale of terraforming we would need to do to live on Mars is something we could do to fix our planet here. So there's really no real urge to go to Mars.
We'll never terraform Mars. We'll never terraform Mars. That's not. I don't think that's in any real scientist equations. I think
that's that whole nuke Mars, terraform Mars thing. That's just a catchline to get people interested, right? You're talking about nuking another planet. You're going to get people that aren't normally interested in space to raise an eyebrow and go, well, "What's going on here?"
Well, we've nuked the moon many times. So, where were those people then?
But Yeah, no, terraforming's out. I mean, subterranean
There-
cities eventually.
So there's
but-
definitely there's ravines and crevasses on Mars that they've already talked about. Hey, these don't change, right? This feature has been here through multiple thousands of storms that we've tracked. It doesn't change. The surface area of this, the crack, the edge, whatever, isn't changing. So we could, in theory, drop a structure down in here with a tube up and blah, 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 blah. They could get service access, to go and do their exploration, but they can live completely down in this trench safely and miss 90% of the radiation. Because again, there's no atmosphere thick enough on Mars to stop us being completely destroyed. Like, it's one of the problems with being on the moon and building a city there is radiation. It's not the sunlight, it's not the terrain, it's not the distance, it's not the availability of water or any of that. We've proven there's water ice there, there's helium there, there's hydrogen there, there's like, we can do the things there that we need to do to survive. We can make machines that convert things, and we can send food there really cheaply comparatively to what we used to do in the past, especially with SpaceX. Can't tell me you can't fire a rocket up that just sends a bunch of fucking drones or pods out towards the moon. We'll hit accurately because we know the science now, we know the math, and do it really fucking cheaply comparatively speaking. Probably be about the same as you buying shit at Kroger or Publix, right? Like, it's really not that bad.
Yeah.
But the end of the day, the radiation exposure on the moon is the problem. Like, we can endure it for short sprints, but like, you're not going to send a guy up and have him do a moonwalk every day for 10 years and have him survive that. That's not happening, right? That's fake.
No, that big angry flashlight in the sky says no.
Yes.
And what about the microgravity and what it does to their bones?
Well, there's ways to combat that, but not. I mean, eventually that's
Straight up ages them.
Yeah,
They,
I mean,
they tested it. What's that senator's name that has a twin? He went up in space and his brother didn't. Yeah, they kind of compared them, and he straight up like aged compared to his brother because of it.
Yeah, between the microgravity and the radiation, yeah. Because there's still a decent amount of atmosphere, even where the International Space Station is, that protects, astronauts. So you still get a little bit, and then, like you said, the microgravity. We'll reach a point where it gets really, really hard to travel in space as humans. And I don't think the Expanse was too far off in the way they were talking and given slight examples of how the body may eventually adapt to lower than Earth gravity. Well, it won't be that fast, but eventually, long after we're done and gone and fucking past the point of where we're dust. But hopefully. Yeah,
They
kid,
basically stopped
absolutely.
talking about that after the first season. The differences between them, the belters.
Yep.
The physical ones, anyways.
Yep. But yeah, so I mean, like I said, it was really interesting to go to this rocket launch. I've watched all the videos. I've been following along since they started with just Hoppy. Which is little baby, looks like a little small water tower. When they started out with that to what it's turned into today. And I mean, it's all inspiring, and it I see hope when I look at it, to get us, moving farther out, because we need to. We might be able to survive some things, but not everything. Space is a mean son of a bitch. And we're really fortunate enough, as a species, to make it as long as we have without something, wiping us off the face of the globe. And the universe, not I mean, the universe already doesn't give a shit. We're minute, we're not even a drop in the bucket. But something to help keep the human race going.
Well,
and that's expansion.
That goes into the whole conversation about the Great Filter, right? And the Fermi paradox,
Yeah.
right? So, like, yeah, everybody knows SETI exists, and we've been looking for, as humanity, we've been looking for signs of alien life for eons. Feels like eons, anyways. Eons has a definition. It's not eons, but you know what I mean? It's like decades and decades we've been professionally looking. The problem is that with the Fermi paradox and all that stuff is there's a distance problem, right? So even if somebody lived on a star system that was 50 light years away, they would have to reach the technological equivalent of what we were in the early 1900s, 50 years ago, for us to see them today. Right, they'd have to be broadcasting something we could detect, radio signals.
No, it's even longer than that. Even longer than that.
And let's not forget that the amount of radio traffic we have, like the window for radio traffic is actually pretty small if they follow the same development we did.
We don't know the ifs, right? We don't know if they did. But even if they did, if they mapped the same history as us, even if they were exactly like us, historically speaking, they would have to be on the nearest star for us to have detected them by now, and that's even lucky at that point. And we've been looking for 50 years. So,
and our radio traffic is dying a lot compared to what it was even 80 years ago.
We're not putting out the signals we used to, so that puts that even a more narrow band on it. And that's the other thing is, like, if you're looking for, let's say you're looking out there and you know for a fact that, let's say Timmy, you wake up tomorrow with the explicit guaranteed knowledge that there was alien life 100 light years from us on XYZ star, right? You know for a fact they're on XYZ star, and you're trying to convey to someone at SETI how they detect them. That's impossible. Because that civilization would have to have been broadcasting something we could detect and are looking for in the time window in which their signals could hit Earth, which makes that nigh impossible.
Not degraded.
So there was a paper I saw where they were talking about trying to detect things like LiDAR and signals like that we produce today. And they're like, look, sure, we might be able to detect that, but they would have to be pointing it directly at us for us to detect that. If they're not pointing it directly at us, it gets scattered. It's not a dedicated signal path, right? It's a range.
Yeah.
So like,
and those signals do degrade pretty rapidly.
And they're like, they're like, there's a high chance we've been detecting these motherfuckers all along, and we just don't know. Because we can't decipher it from background noise that we think is background noise and could just be millions of alien civilizations communicating with each other, and we just are out of the loop. Like, we don't know.
Right.
Always a possibility. But yeah, I mean, and you got to think about trying to send a signal. I mean, you've got, even if it's close, even if it's Alpha Centauris are close. Well, it's Proxima Centauris.
4.2 light years.
Yeah, 4.2 light years. So in between that, they have everything in their own system to deal with, and then you get, things that we can't detect that are floating in the void between the systems, and then you get to our system where we have the Oort cloud. We have fucking 4 gas giants that if it weren't for those, we'd have never made it. Humans wouldn't exist. Mm-hmm. They're fine protectors. They're great at their fucking job.
Or the fact that we also have double the normal size core of most planets our size.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
From what we've been able to detect, that doesn't mean there aren't smaller planets. We just haven't detected them with Kepler.
Well, no. I'm saying for life to exist, we have double the normal size, like magnetosphere. We have a magnetosphere for a planet much larger than us, but the gravity of the smaller planet,
Yeah.
Well, and
which is a huge
Kit,
advantage.
Kit, the other issue is that when you're talking about distant worlds, if they are on one of the ones we've detected, so far we've not detected any that are rocky planets that are the same size as Earth. They're all 1.5 to 3 times the size of Earth. So even if they have the water and the vegetation and whatever for their whatever base life form they happen to be, and the default assumption right now is that carbon would be the most common life form, and that may be, but even if that were the case, they would have to produce signals or light signals or something that we could detect from here, and there's no guarantee that a civilization on the other side of the galaxy or 20, 30 light years away was even emitting manufactured light in a pattern we could detect on a world that size at that distance at the correct time. Therein lies the problem. It's that
needle in a
at the
haystack's not
correct
even
time.
a great way to describe it.
Wouldn't even say needle in a haystack. I would more like say trying to find a needle in a stack of needles.
Yeah.
But you're trying to
A
find a specific one.
A specific grain of sand on the fucking beach somewhere.
Any civilization significantly advanced enough to travel between stars inconsequentially, meaning they can do it where it doesn't matter to them. It's not a hurdle. They can just do it. We're not going to detect those people because they're not going to be in one spot long enough for us to detect. Period.
I just don't want them to detect us first.
And that's the dark forest hypothesis. So the dark forest is
They would not even care about us.
if we get the dark forest theory is that if we get detected, something more evil and powerful is out there waiting and watching for civilizations like us to emerge so that they can come and take us over, conquer, destroy.
And whether that's true or not, a big chunk of other possible civilizations some of them are going to decide that it's probably true.
Correct. Some will decide it's true and hide. Some will decide it's not true, not hide. It not be true, and we find them eventually. Others might be so far away that, like, here's where it gets really fucked up if you want to think about it mentally. Let's pretend that all civilization in the Milky Way all started at the same time as our current civilization iteration on Earth. How many thousands of years ago do we agree scientifically human life reached a civilization status on Earth? 8,000?
Yeah, 8,000 years.
Right.
Approximately.
Now let's pretend we all did at the same time. Let's pretend every civilization, let's pretend there's one per star station, per star system. We still wouldn't be able to detect the ones in Andromeda.
Oh, no.
It would take another 50 years from today before we would start detecting their radio signals.
Oh. That's wild.
And that's the nearest star system. Like, that's the reality. Like, even if everybody started at the same time and we all had the same head start, like, we're not going to detect. Like, let's say there's a great system out there 100 light years away, and they really, really, really want to reach Earth and find it. They know about us. They want to reach us. They want to help us. They have the cure for everything that's wrong here, and they're the magic golden fucking saviors of everything we know. It could be another 100 years before we even know they exist, and another 200 before we could make a round trip. Fuck. We might get Elder Scrolls 6 by then. That's the problem with the scale of space.
Happen?
Yeah, roundabout. But yeah, Kit, yeah, if there are any other civilizations out there, they probably have similar hurdles, or maybe dissimilar hurdles they've had to clear to even start looking the way we look.
Yeah, right. And not all of them would be. We can't put human expectations on them, right? Just because we're curious doesn't mean they are. They might be a closed race that doesn't want to be found and does it instinctively. They could be an open race that really wants everyone to know they exist from day one, and they've been blasting out signals since then, but they could be 250, 300 light years away, and we just haven't detected them yet.
Or they could have figured out lasers way earlier than we did and gone
Correct.
straight fiber optic in a tenth
Or,
of time.
according to theory and conspiracy theory, they could have started on a planet that had element 115 naturally occurring, and they could have gone anti-grav rather than combustion engines from day one.
Isn't fire relatively unique to Earth?
What?
The conditions needed
I'm going to
to
pretend you
produce
didn't
fire?
ask that question.
Conditions needed to do that.
Fire
Most
happens
planets
on
are made out of
Mercury
fire.
naturally.
Okay, then.
I don't
Most
understand.
elements
As far as well,
have
no,
a combustion point.
burning. I mean, organic, yeah, or like
Potentially,
what we
but
have
that's
organic.
to say it's unique here would be an assumption I don't think we could.
Well, you know, but
Justify.
that's just one of those things. Is I mean, I like to poke fun at it, but I also understand the standpoint. You know, that right now science is focused on finding another planet in a Goldilocks zone with the same roughly mass and duration and same size star and all of that. That's what we're focused
Silly
on, right?
goose.
Because that's what we know, and that's what you know spawned us.
Forested planets are rare from what we know of our one system. It doesn't mean they're rare.
But I've always liked poking around with that whole, you know, oh, we need to find a Goldilocks zone and we need to look for a planet and that. So well, maybe fucking ET likes a pot. I mean, we don't know.
Didn't they detect with the James Webb Telescope? Didn't they detect? I think it's half a dozen planets now that are 1.25 to 1.5 times the size of Earth, that are forested organic planets that have signs of carbon and
That could be forested organic.
But
Yeah,
they
they haven't confirmed.
Yeah, they had like they had the signatures in the atmosphere from the light spectrum that indicated organic or biological life of some kind. So that's already been detected.
Organic precursors.
Yeah. And they've already observed these planets a second time, most of them with James Webb, and not detected what they assume was artificial light. One of them, they detected what they think is artificial light, but it's on a planet that's 10 light years away.
Light's motherfucker.
But that's the fucked up thing. Like, that could be real. It's too far away for us to detect artificial satellites.
Oh yeah, we don't have the tech for that yet.
No. But it could be a planet that has life of our scale, just slightly behind or just slightly ahead. We detected what we thought, based on the signals that we were seeing, to be artificial light on a planet roughly 10 light years away. That's insane. And it's on a planet whose atmosphere, when viewed from their sun crossing through their atmosphere, has the markers of biological life.
Mm-hmm.
It's the clearest sign we've ever had of life on another planet.
I can only hope.
Silly Goose.
Be the only motherfuckers having a conversation like this, isn't it?
Silly Goose.
Or Starfield fans.
According to astronauts in space, things that came from Earth smell like rotted meat.
See that? Outgassing. Mm-hmm. I still like the fact that it's theorized that the center of the fucking galaxy would taste like raspberries. That's interesting.
What?
Yes. No. Literally. That there was a study that came out. There was a paper that came out. There's a reason.
Someone pays motherfuckers to do this, to make these choices.
Coca-Cola had that limited edition fucking raspberry Coke flavor. I'm not fucking playing. That was their whole thing behind that. That was the reason why they launched that very limited flavor.
I'm blaming you.
Cosmic berry or some shit.
It's your fucking fault, man. It's got to be.
I mean, maybe
it's your fault.
But yeah, no, there was a study, and they said that the center of the galaxy would taste like raspberries.
The schnozberries taste like schnozberries.
Yes.
Get
I
outta
love
here
that
with
so
that.
many of us get the same movie references. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, it's because not everybody in this chat's a Gen Zer, for once.
Willy Wonka is popular enough.
Yeah. You'd be surprised, man. I made that joke the other day at work, and everybody looked at me like I was like I bit the head off a bat.
We'll stop biting the heads off of bats.
But they're so tasty.
Fucking Ozzy Osbourne. God damn it.
Yeah, I miss Ozzy.
Astronomers discovered that a massive dust and gas cloud near the center of the Milky Way, known as Sagittarius B2, contains the chemical compound called ethyl formate. On Earth, this is the exact molecule. This exact molecule is a primary chemical responsible for the distinct flavor of raspberries and gives rum its sweet, fruity scent.
Spicy.
So two things just happened. Navy finally joined the stage, and Angry Mechanic got re-promoted to support crew.
What the fuck?
What?
You're now in charge of raspberries.
Raspberries. I like it.
Chief Raspberry Officer.
So Navy, we really got to buckle down and create that test team, dude.
Yes, we do.
Operation Raspberry.
The certified test program needs to be in full effect.
Hey, Navy.
Well, I'm just ready when you are.
I'm waiting on you to finish documentation, sir. Do
yeah.
documentation.
I thought you were working on the legal stuff too.
I was working on bullshit. That's what I was working on. Bullshit. Just fucking Darkstar 2.0.2 patches. Pulling stuffed animals out of Angry's ass when he gets overzealous. Things like that.
Well, whose fault is it for continuing to give him the plushies?
Cyber Ghost.
I got a bone to pick with Navy right now, though.
Oh no! Oh god! Hold on, I'm gonna mute, and I want to hear this.
Okay, so what is it with your fucking state and all its goddamn speed limit changes? One, okay, and just because your favorite thing to say is it's bigger in Texas doesn't mean you need to tear up an entire fucking interstate at the same time.
Hey,
okay,
you know what?
Why can you not be like fucking normal people and do road construction in 10-mile fucking patches? No, we're gonna rip up the whole entire fucking road and then leave it like that for months.
Potholes,
years, buddy.
Potholes
Try
are bigger in Texas.
And I'm going to give you this one because Texans will tell you the first thing we hate about our state is fucking TxDOT. They're idiots.
God damn, man. Like the entire road all the way from oh shit, I can't remember the name of the town. It's when I got off of the basically the highway to go to
Why is this
Port
the best
Isabel?
thing I've heard all day?
To go to Port Isabel? Like it's 35 miles that they have ground the fucking top off the pavement and left it.
Yep.
Oh, you should come to Detroit.
You will drive on Mars right now. From this mile marker to that mile marker, you are in Mars.
Hey, but tell me how nice it was to basically be able to drive 95 without getting pulled over.
Well, I mean, that was nice, except the fact that I was always fucking worried that there was a possibility because the speed limit went from 75 to 70 to 65 to 45 to 75.
Well, yeah, that's because you're driving. You're driving
cruising down a
through
fucking
you're
down the fucking
driving through no
interstate.
stoplights towns, bro.
Well, not only that, but just on the main interstate. Just on the main interstate. I'm cruising down through there, speed limit 75. I look over, there's a speed limit sign for 60. Like, bro, what the fuck? I'm not even in town. It's just random.
I mean, as long as you make a good show of slowing down, the state troopers will leave you alone for the most part.
I like the shirt.
You see that?
No, I just had to
As
give
long
you
as you
a
don't
little
have
shit.
an out-of-state plate.
The band that does the
definitely
beer
did.
song. My
Yes,
walk-on
the band
song, picked by Angry, who didn't know that I was a fan of the band at the time.
No, and I seen him in a little fucking small bar in Huntington, West
Did you
Virginia
see the rest
first
of the
time.
shirt?
Mhm.
Oh, the
It's gonna
fucking
track you.
camera.
Yeah,
The
your
fucking camera.
camera's not interested.
Oh.
Vultures displaying flowers instead of
Nice.
vulgar display of power. And there's the Cataclysm Dragon for the WoW fans.
Yeah, Kit, I've been to
Which
Florida more
evidently
times
you're-
than I care to talk about.
Evidently, your camera is a WoW fan.
My camera decided it didn't want to follow my Insta 360 controller scheme.
I think I wanted to look at the top of your head.
I do want to show off the one thing I got for
Well, it is the
myself.
shiniest part on him, isn't it, Vesuvius? So it's gonna focus on that, right?
I wasn't gonna say that.
Oh no, I'm going to. Shinier than the glasses. Nice, I like the guitar.
The one nice thing I got for myself recently.
Oh, that looks nice. Like the birds.
That is a nice guitar. It's very good.
It's very nice.
But yeah,
Very happy.
I told the old lady, I said, I cannot wait to catch Navy in the fucking voice chat on Discord because I am gonna shit talk this fucking garbage right here.
Yeah. I'm glad you were excited about that, bud. Next time, pick something better.
No, because there's nothing else I can.
No.
Man, we had
Hold on.
an awesome time.
There's nothing beats driving through Texas all the way to San Antonio from outside of Texas. So driving the whole way through to San Antonio in 1994. Do your math on that. And seeing a big fucking billboard on the highway. Waco Gun Show.
Hell yeah.
No.
And I was like, fuck
Vernon
that.
Howell. Vernon
I'm now speeding. I need the fuck out of this county. No. No. Waco, gun show. No. Bad
That's like
combination.
every major
94 was the year of that
we've all got 'em.
ATF incident, right?
And Vernon Howell, which was the actual legal name for David Koresh, that's how they paid for their compound, was they would buy and sell firearms. But that doesn't mean they used them inappropriately.
Oh, they used them inappropriately. So did the FBI.
Is it a coincidence that Vernon Howell sounds a little bit like Burning Hell?
Yeah, it does. It really does.
That not what you were saying this whole time?
So yeah, I drove through there in 94 on my way to San Antonio to watch my brother graduate basic training from the Air Force. 2 years after I graduated basic training from the Air Force.
Oh, I don't want to reinforce any of these.
2 years after that, I was
misconceptions
born.
about Southern inbred or anything like that. I will point out, first of all, that this is my cousin by marriage, so there is no blood relation. But this would be Cinda, my cousin who lives in Waco, who is a close cousin. And her husband, his name's Joe, works in AC and heating. And when all the stuff was going down outside of Waco, these guys got their drink on one day and they decided, you know what, we need to go out there. But everything was blocked off, because you remember ATF blocked off roads like in a 3-mile radius, and then FBI came in and they kept everything blocked off. But these guys work out in the oil patch and everywhere else. They know all the back roads. So they're out there in their company trucks. There's 2 of them with 4 guys. And they're driving out there and they get stopped by an FBI checkpoint. What the hell are you doing out there? And my cousin-in-law, Joe, he's like, well, we heard there was some fracas out here, a couple of days ago, and I know you guys got a lot of holes punched through your ventilation stuff. We're AC guys. The next thing they knew, they were all out in the dirt road on their knees, handcuffed behind their back. It was not a good time to make a joke.
Love it.
Because I mean, y'all remember the video, right? You're watching the compound, and you just see these black little holes pop up in the side of the building. There's rounds going in, there's rounds going out, and they're making jokes about the holes in the vent work.
Yeah, I watched
Yeah,
it
I
because
see-
all that went down like
Kind of humor I
just
appreciate.
a couple months before I drove through.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my
And I was like, I don't want to die. I just want to watch my brother graduate from basic. Maybe hook up with a chick on my time there.
Hey Kit, I see your meme there. That's not just Florida, by the way, sir. 95, that is the American Autobahn from north to south.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Every state.
And
Every
as long
state
as you know
crosses
which
through.
state you're driving through and what the cops do, like I can tell you for flat out fact, if you are going 95 through Virginia, as long as you are about 30 miles north of Emporia, you can go whatever speed you want. As long as you are with a group of people going the same speed, you will not get pulled over. Almost no matter what speed you're going. As soon as you enter Emporia, you better be within 2 miles of the speed limit, or you are fucked.
Dude,
every
I
time.
hit I-35 in Dallas once, unprepared for the fact that I hit right at rush hour.
Oh,
12
I feel
lanes, bumper to bumper, 75 miles an hour.
I went through
Don't go slow.
I was going to New Hampshire the first time for a job interview.
If you think
And,
that's
and
bad,
I come
drive through
through
Houston.
I come through New Jersey. I came the fucking wrong way the first time. I went up through New Jersey on 95. The right lane was speed limit and 10 over. The center lane was 11 to 20 over. And the fast lane was as fast as you wanted to fucking go, and you better get the fuck out of the way if somebody was moving faster.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Miami is a fucking parking lot. all the time.
95 moves as fast as you will allow it to move.
I got pulled over the first time.
Here's
out
the
of
thing.
state in Jacksonville.
Most
By a
state
cop.
troopers
You're
understand
muted, buddy.
that 95
Wicked,
is
you're muted. Okay.
most state troopers understand that 95 it moves as fast as the flow of traffic.
Mhm.
And it's not about like keeping it under a limit or over a limit or anything. The left lane has its own speed limit. The middle lane has its own speed limit. The right lane has its own speed limit. There is a minimum, by the way, on I-95 and most interstates in the federal network of roads. You can only drive 35 or over. So if you're going under 35 or under, you're breaking the speed limit on the low side and you can be pulled over. If you're driving with your hazards on over 35, you're also breaking the law and can be pulled over. So there's no reason, no safe way to drive with your hazards on the interstate, just so you're aware. But if you are in the leftmost lane and if you're by yourself going 90, you'll get pulled over no matter what state you're in. If you're with a group of people and they're going 90, 100, 110, 120, you're probably not going to be pulled over, and cops might even join you and just cruise along with you because that's how shit works. If you're on 81, not true. 81 travels most of the same distance north to south, and 81, you'll get pulled over like a motherfucker because that is
absolutely.
a trucking interstate, and the truckers who know better stick to 81 to fit in their union regulations and everything else. So if you're on 95, it's a keep up interstate. And if you're on 81, it's a do the law interstate. So there's your, and if you want to go non-interstate, travel on 17 or 15 and you can make most of the same distance.
So there's a road outside of that kind of loops around Austin from south to north, and it's a toll road, and it's called 130. It has the highest posted speed limit in all of North America. It's
What,
85.
85?
Yeah, 85.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what I've always loved about interstates going through major cities is when you find them with the HOV lanes. That is just a fucking license to do whatever the fuck you want.
In
Yeah,
response
but
to
you better hope you have
more than one
Hold on.
person in this.
in response to EOS
That's
Fox,
the only way they'll fuck you up.
and in response
Or
to
be
EOS,
on a motorcycle by yourself.
EOS Fox made a statement about reckless driving. That is a state by state, county by county regulation. It is not standardized. You would think it is. It is not. In Virginia, the reckless driving limit maximum used to be 80 miles per hour. That was changed when the interstate was boosted to 70 miles per hour to 85. So anything 85 or over in Virginia is technically considered reckless driving, unless you are following the flow of traffic. That's where it gets fucking dicey. If you've got dash cams that prove that you are following the flow of traffic, you will get out of every speeding ticket. Every time. Perfectly. It will be no points in your record. You will get out of any ticket you get. You are following the flow of traffic. If you're setting the flow of traffic, in other words, you're the lead motherfucker, yeah, you can get a ticket and you're hosed. There's no way out of it. But if you're following the flow of traffic, you're fine. Different states, different laws. So in Maryland, they enforce tighter. North Carolina, they enforce looser. New York, Jersey, they can nail your ass to a fucking wall. I'll give you another example. Is it's also based on the posted speed limit. So in Virginia also, because that's where I live, if it's a 20 mile an hour zone, if you're driving 25 in a 20 mile an hour zone, that's reckless driving. In a 35 mile an hour zone, if you're driving 65 in a 35, that's what it requires to get reckless driving. 30 over in a 35. If it's a 45 mile an hour zone, 55 will get you a reckless driving. 10 over.
Is that just arbitrarily?
I didn't make the laws. I didn't make the laws. Just telling you.
That's fucking weird.
It is very weird.
I know in West Virginia, it's 20 over, flat 20 over, no matter what the speed limit is reckless. And in Louisiana, it's 25. I got pulled over doing fucking 90 one time, and I'm like, well, yeah, I guess you're going to tow my shit, aren't you? And he was like, why? I'm like, that's fucking reckless, isn't it? And
Well,
he's like, no.
It's always up to trooper discretion. So if you're driving safely at 20, 30 over, and you're just at that speed, they can give you a ticket without giving you the reckless.
Yeah.
Doesn't it have to be a combination of two things, like speed and something else?
It's speed and trooper discretion. So they are there to witness the circumstances of you going that speed. So if the circumstances of you going that speed is you are weaving in and out of traffic, it doesn't matter if you're going 5 over. That's reckless driving.
Yeah.
Why are you giving them an
I'm gonna
for
tell
the
this,
record,
I'm not proud of it, but I'm gonna say it. I got a ticket for going 111 in a 45 once, and all I got was a ticket. Also, when that deputy became sheriff, he offered me a job.
God damn it, Cyber. Stop being the bad example. God damn it. He's like every conversation. This guy. God damn it.
That's the purpose of the night. You tell people, bring stories.
So the other thing I'd point out is that reckless driving doesn't mean fast.
Yes.
You can get a reckless driving ticket for going 45 in a 70. Put that in your mental banks. That is fact.
Cyber just reminded me of a story. One time I got pulled over. My family had just gotten back from a out-of-town trip, and my truck was in the shop while we were gone. So I got it out of the shop, and I had the weekend off from work. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to drive down to Houston and go see my granddad. So speaking of those speed changes, Angry, I was driving 71 to then I picked up I-10, and I was on I-10 rolling through fucking Sealy. No, not Sealy. Ellinger. And it goes 75, 65, 55, 40, just like you were saying.
Mhm.
And I hadn't been paying attention, and I was in the 55 zone, and I was going 95. State trooper gets behind me and lights my ass up, and I'm like, oh, fuck. And if it wasn't my fucking luck, the dude who stepped out of that truck looked about as papaw as he could, looking like a day away from fucking retirement. And he hits me with, son, what in the hell are you doing going so goddamn fast? And I'm in a 2000 F-250 with a 7.3 diesel. I'm not really going that fast. But anyways, I looked at that officer, and the only thing that could come to my mind was just tell him the truth. So I said, officer, I just got this truck out of the shop, and I'll be honest with you. I just really, really wanted to hear this turbo whistle. And he went from being pissed off to laughing so hard I thought he was about to piss himself. And he's like, son, that was the best thing I've heard all day. You know what? Slow it the fuck down. If I see you speeding through here again, I'm going to write your ass up.
All
But
right.
otherwise,
Navy.
get out of my face.
Navy. I got
Yeah.
the question for you, sir. Turbo whistle.
Yeah.
Did you see the announcement about the Dodge Rumblebee?
No, I didn't.
Oh yeah.
But I've
Co-
deleted all of my social
coming-
media and
coming
everything,
in
so.
2027 first quarter.
Uh-huh.
Street truck, lowered, shorter wheelbase, 777 wheel horsepower, all-wheel drive, with a drag mode and a track mode. You hear that giggle? You hear that giggle, motherfuckers? Do you hear that giggle?
I'm not typically a fan of Dodge trucks, but that's an aesthetics thing, I'll be honest. But I fucking love Dodge for their just like, you know what? Everyone else is going EV. We're going fucking American muscle, baby.
Yeah, 6.2 liter turbo or supercharged with.
Didn't they put a fucking Hellcat in one of their minivans?
That was a joke.
Okay.
But this one comes with the Demon 170 turbo or supercharged cooling system, fuel rails, oil pump, and water pump, and the Demon 170 suspension system in all-wheel drive with dual optional locking differentials.
Oh.
So you can go open diff or lock diff. Your choice.
Nuts.
Yeah. It comes stock with 325s. Let that sink in. With a 7-year factory warranty.
Stop. I can only get so erect.
I was like, oh my fucking God, dude. Tim Kadiscus is nailing this shit.
You can only get so arrested.
I don't know if that's 100% true. I think there are different levels of being arrested.
Angry, tell us all about your experiences getting arrested in West Virginia. And
He didn't say West Virginia.
the PTSD you have from your various levels of being arrested. You see that look he's giving the camera?
Angry, are you a dirty criminal?
This is kind of a public location to provide that info.
He's like, I'm going to kill this asshole.
Well, I'm not surprised. He's
there
part
been-
of a union.
Well, I mean, that's here. No, so let's see. There were a handful of times that I'm pretty sure that I should have, but didn't. But my repercussion was that they tore my car apart and then left me to assemble it. That happened more than once, mainly because I don't know how to fucking not be a smartass. It was, self-earned, self-inflicted. One of them was on the side of the interstate just outside of Charleston. When he asked me what all the USPS boxes were in the back of the car, I told him they were bomb-making materials from my cousin in the Middle East.
Jesus Christ.
What the fuck, man?
That was a bad one. That was a bad one. It just rubbed me wrong because he was accusing me of fucking racing, and I wasn't for once. And,
the one time I got pulled over, I actually wasn't.
Time, right?
But at the
No,
time,
I
it
was.
seemed like a reasonable response.
Yeah, well, no, it wasn't reasonable. It was just me being in a fucking foul mood and, not just being a dick.
Yeah, Silly Goose wants to know
that response.
if your cousin got his bomb making parts
No, he
in
was
that
sending
instance.
he was sending it to me.
Oh.
Sending it to me. That's what I told him. He was sending it to me. Yeah. Once was mistaken identity when they tore my car apart. That was over a bank robbery at a local bank. That was a good time.
Maybe you look like a bank robber.
Well, I mean, I could have probably got my way out of that one, but that was being a smartass.
Mouth
Go
again.
figure. Yeah, the mouth. Once
Get you in trouble
was,
every goddamn time, right?
Yeah. Once was over an accident. That one was, yeah. I got hemmed up, actually putting handcuffs over stealing a Corvette one time that I didn't do.
Why didn't you steal the Corvette? It's too manly for you.
It's a fucking Corvette.
No, God, it was just a C3. Had 350 in
For
it.
C3 is not anything special, I agree.
It wasn't anything special, no. It was just
No.
a 350 4-speed automatic car.
You got to get to a C4 before you hit anything that's somewhat respectable, and then C5 is where it's at.
Yeah, C5, C6, yep. But no, that was interesting. And then another time over an accident.
I did. You guys thought I was fucking joking. This guy has been. He's dealt with the law many times.
I did actually full blown get put in handcuffs like 4 different times. Once local, it was a Charleston cop. He came and rescued me. It was a good friend of mine.
So this is where I admit, I've never been in handcuffs.
Oh, lucky you! They're not comfortable.
I didn't think they were. I've never been in handcuffs.
I thought we were just asking about being arrested.
I've never been arrested.
Totally different question.
As my oldest son told me, you are surprisingly boring.
Yeah, once was over a woman. That's when the Charleston cop come and got me out of the back of the other cruiser. That was a county cop.
Was it his wife?
No, it was a girl I was dating, and she knew what to do to piss me off. We just split up. She knew what to do to piss me off, and no, I just put distance between us.
Oh, he said it wasn't his wife.
Yeah.
No. I just put distance between us.
Good point. Can't be his sister.
She went to fucking hollering that I'd hit her. So of course, automatically I was in handcuffs. Fortunately,
Sorry, that was too easy to pass up.
Fuck. I'm in southern Louisiana now. I promise you that is worse down here than what you could find back home in West Virginia.
Oh, totally.
There's a fucking town about 15 minutes from where I'm at in southern Louisiana that it is 100%. That's what it's known for, because that's what it does. It's inbred. And they kind of pride themselves on it. It's weird.
So they haven't figured out in these past few decades how to get the bread out of their town? Like, it's still encased in bread?
Yeah, it's still encased in bread, yeah.
That seems like
they have no interest in
ancient problem.
Is it
that should be
white
easy
bread
to
or,
just like cut the bread out, and they wouldn't be encased in bread anymore, and like you could do things with.
Whoa, hold on. Different breads have different densities. That's why.
Is it whole grain? Is it whole grain or
is it sourdough?
I was gonna say this is sourdough.
Gluten-free bread? That's kind of papery.
That's pretty dense. That's pretty dense bread.
Sourdough has a bit of tang.
Is the town encased in brioche? Is that the problem?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
No, it's
Yeah.
French bread, fucker.
Hawaiian king bread.
Just a little bit.
But yeah, no, Wicked, since you just had to ask that question, yeah, there's been a handful of times. I mean, I've taken fucking ride to the county jail once or twice. So fuck you. There are different levels of arrested.
I've never, I have to live vicariously through you. I've never been arrested, pulled. I've been pulled over for speeding stuff. I did a little pro tip for you youngsters that might be watching. And this is not legal advice. This is just pro tip from some fucking random guy. If you are like, oh, like I'm hauling ass, I'm like doing 95 on the interstate, and some cop pulls out of some side middle thing, you see the lights come on like fucking 20 cars back, you know they're coming for you. You know they are. So, yeah, oh, look, there's an exit up ahead. Pull into the exit and just pull over. Just pull over. Don't run. Pull over.
Yeah,
Pull a map.
that
pull
turns
a
points on
map.
your license into a felony.
Pull a map out of your glove box, and you're like, just looking at it. If the cop pulls up behind you and he thinks it's you, you're like, oh, what's wrong, officer? And don't play coy. Be like, well, I'm lost. Well, you know how fast you're going? Well, I mean, I've been sitting here for a while, but I was following the flow of traffic, and now I'm lost. Figured I would pull over, and because then unless he can prove in a court of law that it was the same car, you're scot-free. Every time.
But if you know you are 100% caught, don't run. That, like Cyber said, that's just fucking.
No, I'm not saying run. I said turn and pull over. The big deal is the turn and pull over, because you have segregated the line of sight. Yeah. You've cut it off. You are now not, in most states, legally culpable for what the cop says that you did.
For now, every cop has a dash cam, and they can just rewind the tape.
Depends on the distance.
He did say
and the
pull out the
plates.
fucking map.
Depends on the distance, the plates, the lighting conditions, and everything. It is very easy to get away with shit if you're just casual about it. You don't have to be aggressive. You don't have to run. You don't do any of this shit. Like, oh, fucking lights fired up behind me. Pull off on the next exit and boom. And use your fucking turn signals as you're going to the exit. Like, do it legitimately. I'm telling you right now, it's worked many times for me.
Yeah, and don't run with a very noticeable car. And a
My
small
car,
town.
I promise you, I could run from cops today and get away.
I did. Got a phone call the next morning.
I don't.
A good friend that was a state trooper that said, "What the fuck?" And I said, "What are you talking about? What's going on?" He said, "Why'd you run?" I said, "I didn't run. What you talking about?" He said, "You literally have the only loud, fast as fuck yellow car in the entire Charleston Valley. Why did you run?" He was like, "You knew it was a state trooper. You knew it was from my detachment. You knew this wasn't going to be a problem. Why'd you run?" I'm like, "Because it was fun."
Yeah. Well, don't be like him.
Because I smell the challenge.
Don't be like him.
No.
Well, yeah, but that's, I mean, the running has nothing to do with that.
No, it was a short jaunt. I mean, I dropped out of sight and then dropped down off an exit, get down the fucking exit, and made the corner and watched him stop on the overpass.
I was responding to Wicked's.
I
was responding to Wicked's comment.
I repeat, that's a felony. Don't do that.
No.
You can recover your life from points on your license way better than a felony.
90% of the time, you want to figure out how it's going to play out. Watch the YouTube channel that there's many, but there's a main YouTube channel that covers cars that attempted to run from the Georgia State Police.
Oh my God, those guys!
Watch that shit.
I mean, so like I understand the zero tolerance against running, but some of the shit they do.
Oh. Have you watched Arkansas? 2 miles an hour. 2 miles an hour over the speed limit. They'll pit you off a bridge.
What's that one Arkansas trooper's name? He's in a lot of the videos. He's tough. Fair, but tough.
Oh, I don't know.
There ain't a lot to do in Arkansas, so I've been to Arkansas. It's fucking boring. It's almost as bad as Kansas or Kansas.
Oh God. Sorry, I'm getting beer.
Thorgan, statute of limitations on state committed felonies, I think, is 10 years.
Depends on the felony, but some of them have specific differences.
Yeah. In Texas, like for murder, there is no statutes of limitations.
Well, we also have some of those really strange protections, like judge, he needed killing. You know, you get arrested for murder, and you're like, he needed it.
Eos Fox, did you just call me Grandpa?
Yes, he did. It was beautiful. I'm fucking here
It's
for it.
fucking great. 4 more years and I
Nah.
can start claiming discounts for being a senior. I can't wait.
I mean, it sounds like your car is the one that's old since you pull out maps instead of pulling up maps.
Oh, my car has maps.
Got
built
him.
in. But I also drove cross country with printed maps, so.
Oh, recently?
Not recently.
Okay.
I
Early
still
90s.
do when I'm up north.
Early 90s.
Because you don't get really good cell signal.
What's a glove box? Fuck you, Turkmeister. What do you think that compartment is next to the passenger?
It's where Gator keeps his get.
No,
Where do you keep your gloves?
No, you keep the gloves in the glove box. You keep the fucking map in the map compartment in the door. That's what most compartments in the doors.
Not
were
all
referenced to
cars
was
have that.
map pocket.
I was making
because fucking people don't use paper maps.
I was making a loose reference to the movie The Other Guys. Have y'all ever seen that?
Yes.
Holberg and
Will Ferrell.
yeah, Farrell.
When Will Ferrell was talking about his college days, that scene where he's like, "Gator needs his get, punk ass bitch."
Oh yeah, Gator don't take no shit. Gator don't play that shit. Yeah, okay, I got you.
Yeah.
Wasn't that the movie where he was married to the really, what's her name?
Sofia Vergara. No, not
the other one.
no,
The other one.
Damn it, what's her name?
I put you on the spot. Sorry.
No, it's all right. Eva Mendes.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, Razel, it's
Mendes.
definitely a dad energy stream.
Are you live somewhere?
Yeah, YouTube.
Besides on Discord?
I'm live on YouTube.
Oh, are
This
ya?
whole thing is live on YouTube. You're welcome.
And that's fine.
You're all
Like all of
famous.
us? Oh wow.
I don't know about
and
famous.
and Cyber has you all live on Twitch.
Oh, well, definitely feel like I got someone demonetized at some point.
Isn't that part of your job, Navy?
Pretty much.
Did I mention to you that I bought a motorcycle for my oldest son?
Nice. What'd you get?
It's a 2008 Honda VTX.
Oh, nice.
What about a little?
Lucky kid.
Hopefully
Although
he
I
wasn't
imagine he's not a
watching.
kid anymore, is he?
I sold my pickup truck when my son was in college because I got tired of my wife loaning it out, and all I've had for the last 20 years is a bike. But I'm
Unfortunately, I
insistent
can't
that
ride
works.
anymore.
Oh man, I'm sorry.
I got about 18 more years. Well, no, 16 more years before I can give my son my truck and get a motorcycle.
Yeah, I did a number on my back in my early 30s, flying off the back of a quad on the backside of a mountain.
Ow.
That'll do it.
Well, it didn't for like 15 years, and then it all
Then
came
it
back
crept
and
up
bit me
on
in
you,
the
and
ass.
you can't do anything now, right? I mean, with that.
Yeah, I love riding, but I don't have the strength in my my right leg anymore.
Yeah.
Put my feet down. My wife and I were out on the bike one day, and I almost dropped it. And I was like, "Well, that's it. Can't ride anymore."
Yeah.
Oh, that sucks.
I've ridden bikes all my life, and the first Goldwing I ever bought was from a guy who was 78 years old. He was a mechanic, and he had a hydraulic lift in his garage because he was retired in his backyard. So the Goldwing I bought was a 1982. This is an 1100cc 4-cylinder Goldwing before they were 6-cylinder, and the engine was immaculate. The body and the look and feel, I mean, it's just like all my bikes. I ride them. I don't clean them. And he's like, well, you're going to like having both these kickstands. He put a kickstand on the right side. He like welded on a full kickstand. I'm like, okay, why do you need that? He goes, do you ride in Colorado? I'm like, well, yeah. He goes, sometimes you can't lean left. And that was the best thing I ever had on a motorcycle, was the kickstand on both sides.
Man, that'd be nice. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
That's someone who doesn't know. Why can't you lean right or left in Colorado? Does it snow or
Sometimes when
something?
you stop, no, the road. Sometimes you're leaning this way, and you can use your regular kickstand, but all factory kickstands are on the left side. Sometimes the road's leaning this way, and if you try to use the kickstand, it's going to fall over anyway. It's like just not in balance. So he put a kickstand on both sides. He put the other one on, and I'm like, that's the best.
Most of us just turn the damn bike around and park it the other way. But sorry.
Well, I got a 2024 because I totaled my 05 last year. So the 2024 Goldwing is ABS brakes, 7-speed, automatic transmission. And I never thought I'd enjoy an automatic transmission on a bike. It's very liberating. I love it. It runs better. Everything's drive by wire. You don't actually have hydraulics. Everything's computerized. So when it works, it works.
When it doesn't, it don't.
Yep. And then you're stuck on the side of the road.
All you need to take the last bit of extra work out of that is 2 more wheels.
I'm dreading the day that I can't do 2, and I'm thinking if I ever have to do 3, I'm doing that 2 in the front thing instead of 2 in the back.
The spider?
Yeah, the Bombardier thing.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I've thought about getting one of those or getting a trike, but they're just cost prohibitive.
Do that. They are. They're very expensive. But have you ever test ridden one? Because I've test ridden the Spider when it first came out. It feels like a motorcycle because those front 2 wheels, they have camber. So when you're turning left or right, the bike it leans left or right like a bike. It's not like a trike where you just do this. You're turning left, you're turning right, but you don't lean. Spider, it actually leans like a real bike. So it feels like a real bike, even though it's a trike.
That's awesome. I did not actually test drive one at the time because when they first came out and we went looking at them, I didn't have a valid driver's license in the state I was in.
Yeah.
So they wouldn't let me test drive it. They don't care if you have a valid motorcycle license, but by God, you got to have a valid driver's license.
Yeah, that's true. I failed my first driver's license test when I got out of the Army in Texas because I showed up for my motorcycle endorsement test. I mean, I was 23, 24 at the time or something. And he's like, uh-huh. He's like, so I see your bike. How'd you get here? I'm like, well, I rode here. He's like, so you rode here illegally? I'm like, well, yes, sir. He's like, well, then you've just failed.
Ah, Jesus.
Like, damn it.
That was the big thing with my oldest when he got his motorcycle endorsement. Mm-hmm. He's like, "Oh, I'll just ride over." I'm like, "No, you won't. Nope. We're not going to be one of those people.
Well, I'll tell you what.
You
I
don't. You don't drive in with an invalid license or a suspended license.
That's what I learned.
To try and get it fixed at the DMV, and then drive away. No.
The second time I went back to the same place, and I drove about 4 blocks away and had my buddy meet me, and I got in his car and he got on my bike and we rode up, and I'm like, I'm all legal this time.
Yeah. Loopholes is where it's at.
Yeah.
I'll never forget. I got pulled over on my bike.
Angry's like, you need license? What license?
What does that mean?
I got pulled over one time on my motorcycle. I couldn't have been more than about 19 or 20 years old. Did not have an endorsement. But I've been riding motorcycles since I was, I don't know, 8.
Before you could pedal a bike or after?
Huh? Slightly after, yeah. And I had my stepsister-in-law at the time on the back of the bike. So she was under 18, so she had to have a helmet out here in Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't have any sunglasses. So I gave her my helmet.
No eye protection.
No eye protection. So I get pulled over by a cop. Asked for my driver's license. I hand it to him. Asked for the insurance on the bike. I hand him that, the registration and everything. He goes, you don't have a motorcycle endorsement. I said, no. He says, well, you drive better than I do. And it was a motorcycle cop. He's like, why don't you have any eye protection? I told him. He goes, all right. I said, he goes, if I let you go, you're going to get pulled over every 4 miles on the way out to where you're taking her.
Shit.
He goes, so let's bypass that, and I'll put my lights on. You follow me, and I'll escort you to where you're dropping her off, and then you'll have your helmet again, and you'll be fine. So I got a police escort all the way through Oro Valley in Arizona, and I am very thankful I did because I saw no fewer than 6 more motorcycle cops.
Oh my Lord.
That was probably the one time that I actually met a bike cop that didn't have an attitude.
It happens. It's rare.
Well, out here it's really rare because it's freaking hot, and they're out on those bikes in those uniforms with no AC. I'd have an attitude too.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with all the punk kids out here riding the rice rockets and doing stupid shit all over the place. Don't get me wrong. I had a Suzuki SV650 at one point in time. They're a lot of fun. But
I had a visit with my GP, my general practitioner, one time, and I was all road rashed up. It was a street bike before my Gold Wings. He's like, well, this is where I give you the lecture. He was like, I'm a motorcycle rider too. He's like, so you're in Texas and Houston. So you're riding around in tennis shoes, nothing over your ankles, shorts and a t-shirt. He's like, never do that again. He's like, I do it too. I'm just telling you, as your physician, don't ever do that again.
oh, you know what we always called people that rode like that?
Idiots?
Squids.
Yeah.
Because after you get dragged across the concrete, that's pretty much what your body's like.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Now, don't get me wrong. I didn't always wear a helmet, but I would not ride my motorcycle in shorts and tennis shoes. Which is just as stupid, by the way. But
sure. I think I had to get to 55 years old before I stopped doing that. And it wasn't a particular thing. It's just my brain changed. And I'm like, I'd rather be too hot than too roughed up.
Oh,
wait, you're saying brains change at 55?
I don't know about that. His did.
Fuck.
Is what he's saying.
I got 4 years to get my mods out. That's what he's saying. I got 4 years. 3.5, really. And my brain's going to change, and I'm going to be fucked.
I'm not even saying it's going to get better. It's just going to get different.
You'll take fewer risks.
Yeah.
That might be a problem.
Grandchildren come along, things change.
We're talking Dark Star here.
They're
like, that's risk incarnate.
Mm-hmm.
But let's address the elephant in the room, if you will.
Which elephant?
Angry mechanic.
Uh-oh.
He's not that big. You don't need to be mean to him like that.
I'm about to say, I'm not that fucking big.
His head's slightly larger than average, all right?
I wasn't referring to his head size, man. You guys are evil. Wow. I was referring to his
I have a
preference
sunblock for a dome piece. It's fine.
I was referring to his preference of riding unicycles without a seat.
Fuck
Oh
off.
my god. He just uses the peg. And somebody told me earlier, don't use peg in this channel.
Don't use pegging. Okay, I'm sorry. Didn't realize it was off limits.
We don't kink shame here.
Auto self-induced pegging being what it is. It's a lifestyle. I get it. I'm sorry.
How did we get to this subject?
That's a Deadpool
exactly?
reference, right? Pegging.
Did you see what Goose said in chat? Oh, him questioning it really fucked me up in my stream. I grabbed a whole bottle of water and he's like, "How the fuck do your hands make a bottle of water look small?"
Fucking Shrek.
Because Angry Mechanic is goddamn huge. He's not a small guy. Like, I joke, but this guy could bend me in half, like, with one arm.
So that's S24. It's an S24. So.
Sorry, hold on. Where's mine? There you go. By comparison,
baby hand.
By comparison, hold yours up again.
Oh my
Wicked looks at Angry and says, "Uppies."
Uppies. Dude, I'm 5'6". I got no. Yeah, I'm not hiding that. I'm 5'6". Angry is like fucking 7'12". We got it.
No, I'm only 6'1".
7'12". Is that what
You and I are
said?
the same. Right, Angry.
I mean, I can bend one joint of my index finger over the top of my Pixel 9 Pro, so.
Nice.
All right. You want to talk bend index fingers? Watch this. Do that, motherfucker.
Yeah, my hands don't work.
Do that,
My hands don't work like that
motherfucker.
anymore.
Bend just the top joint.
Oh god.
Oh yeah. Even Scout's like, can I do that? No, you can't. No, you can't.
Fucking desk jockey.
Are you
that's right.
trying to prove you're a freak of nature?
I am a freak of nature. I know I'm a freak of nature.
He doesn't need to prove it.
And we appreciate that.
Fucking silly. I'm double jointed right now. What does that mean?
He won't be tomorrow. It's
He's got one between this finger and one between this finger. So he's just doing this one. That's what he means by double jointed right now.
Yeah, Larry Burns, please come join Dark Star HQ again. We have almost 60 verified creators now. Tons of collaboration going on. Bring it.
We're trying to accrue so many verified creators that the Bethesda official channel has to come to us.
We already have more VCs active on this Discord than any other Discord outside of the VC Discord. And that's
Awesome.
not an exaggeration.
A good damn mod.
Well, it's a good community. I'd say that's more the draw.
It's definitely the community.
I'll be right
Like,
back and
Wicked's mod is cool, but it's the community that makes people stay.
It's the butt that gets me. He said Wicked's mod is cool, but Wicked's got fuck you, bitch.
Don't be so sensitive.
Most Discords
Mod is
devoted
cool.
to a
And-
single mod or modder don't allow creators to promote their mods. We encourage it. And that's a big reason why
Well,
we
guess
have such a
what?
big community.
For those creators out there that are on the fence about the self-promotion thing, fuck you. Self-promotion, me allowing that's what built this community.
Yep, I agree.
It ain't just me. It's me telling these people to promote themselves builds me up. Me building them up builds me up.
You're like
You don't
Santa Claus
agree?
in Miracle on 34th Street. We don't have it at Macy's. Go down the street to Wherewithal and get it.
All right. I'm gonna have to go for a little bit, boys.
All right, Tim.
Good one.
Bye, Timmy.
I'm changing my meds today, and I've been like, yeah. So
I was starting to wonder. I was going to ask. I'm kidding.
You said you were leaving, and Silly Goose is like, everyone's cool but Timmy. Because you said you were leaving.
All right, well, see you later then, Silly Goose. Serious Gander's out of here. Bye.
Later.
I'll be back later.
Is anybody in the audience that wants to come up and chit chat, talk shit, have fun, goof around? Annoying turtle. Who's an annoying turtle?
Hey, Razel, do you really have enough time to be here? Like, don't you? The patch mines, aren't they calling?
Yeah, aren't you the patch guy now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't
What are
you have
doing
like
here, man?
1,400 lines of code to produce by tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Eastern?
Let them stay in the mines.
Children
yearn
stay in the mines.
Jessica's
What about
treasure
you,
planet.
Angry?
That's funny.
You got the official Darkstar Patcher role. You living up to that?
Hey, you know what? He's actively becoming currently the most prevalent Darkstar patcher. And all you other motherfucking Darkstar patchers need to step it up.
Who, Razel?
Yeah, Razel's the shit.
No, I was just confirming because I thought for a second there you were talking about Angry, and I was like,
No,
since when did he make a
Angry
patch?
has his own mods to focus on, and he should be.
Oh no. Whatever you do, don't ask Angry about shotguns.
That specific fucking shotgun.
We will be leaving the at Hell's Gate for Angry.
Well, it ain't happening then.
I just want you to know that Delta 12 is still my favorite sniper.
I just assign it to whomever's not in favor at the moment.
It's just too bad the Delta 12 can never drop in the world for anyone ever.
It's too bad.
Too bad.
Okay,
It's
Crimson.
terrible. It's a horrible thing.
Nobody knows
don't,
why.
No. Hold on. We do not drop other people's names.
You broke that rule yourself earlier.
No, we're not breaking that rule anymore.
Yeah, let's not do that.
We're not creating drama for other people to latch onto. Not doing it.
See. Is that my general?
Now that the conversation is dead, I really think you all should read this novel.
Wait, I just bought a different one. What did I buy?
Followed by this novel.
Have y'all read Project Hail Mary?
I watched the movie last night. I don't really care to read the book.
The book is amazing.
I'm sure it's the same guy that wrote The Martian.
Yeah.
Yep.
I might
Fully
pick it
aware.
up after I'm done with Neuromancer and the newest
I have-
Matt Denneman book.
I have yet to see the movie Project Hail Mary, so
Oh, go
I
see it.
can
It's
I
good.
can tell you from
Sure.
a coworker who was an extreme advocate for the book. The movie did not hold up to his standards, but that's him. I personally, I don't read a lot of fiction because I have a chameleon nature when it comes to writing styles. And if I find a book that I like the writing style of, the next project I write will sound just like it. So I don't.
yeah. Fair enough.
I avoid it for that reason, legitimately for that reason. So as far as the book versus the movie, couldn't tell you. I can tell you the movie was absolutely phenomenal. Prime, because of the way it works, I ended up having to pay for it twice to switch devices and watch it. But it was worth it. Like I totally.
I'm gonna pretend we're talking about Neuromancer now, not Hail Mary.
No, he was talking about Project Hail Mary.
He was talking about Hail Mary.
But it's funnier if I pretend he's talking about Neuromancer.
So
because that movie was awful.
I haven't seen it. And
no,
I probably won't.
I think it was probably one of the most entertaining movies I've seen in a long time. I'll put it that way.
I have heard that both. My dad read the.
because I'm looking for something to divert my attention. So I'm not overly. I'll give you an example. I like Jean-Claude Van Damme movies and Steven Seagal movies. Whatever you think about
No, hold on, no. Which Steven Seagal movies? The original couple 80s movies?
Early ones.
Or
The three were
all
the
the
ones now
horse
where he
shit he
snipes from a
did
chair.
after that?
No. I'm talking about the real ones.
Because let me introduce you to Jason Brandt on YouTube, who has made a career out of tearing apart Steven Seagal movies. And it's hilarious.
Not the early ones, right?
No, all of them. It's hilarious.
All of them.
His
They're
content
not as good
is
as you
just
remember.
top shelf.
But
The
his
early
new
ones
stuff-
are absolutely horrid cinema, but
yes,
they were still fun.
They're entertaining.
His new ones aren't fun
Well,
or entertaining.
I would say the first 2, maybe 3 Seagal movies were an eye-opening experience in the martial arts world for American audiences because we didn't have a good exposure to Aikido. And Aikido has its place. However, Steven Seagal is built up off of 100% trumped up bullshit that isn't real. Fake clout, horseshit.
He's also not a good introduction to Aikido.
Correct, but he was also the first introduction most Americans had to Aikido, which is where I give him credit. You want real martial arts from the mid 80s? You look no further than fucking what's his name? God damn it. He was the Perfect Weapon, Street Night.
Shit. I'm gonna drink a beer. I don't know. Can't remember.
Jeff Speakman.
Jeff Speakman, yes.
Thank you. Yes.
Abso-fucking-lutely. Out of all the people that were on movies filmed in martial arts back then, we're not talking. This is pre, like, what's his name? The. God damn it! I'm spacing on names really bad right now.
Big guy.
Big, muscular, super muscular black guy.
Wesley Snipes?
No. He fucking wishes.
In martial arts.
Michael White or something.
Michael J. White.
Michael J. White.
Yeah, that guy. He
I love him
is
in
the
movies.
penultimate badass. Period.
The only reason I remember Jeff Speakman is because that's the martial art I'm trained in, is American Kempo.
So, Michael J. White, penultimate badass. Jeff Speakman was
Totally
the
agree.
best thing we had prior to that. Because Kempo, when trained the right way, is the most applicable to street fighting, period. No martial art holds a candle to properly train Kempo. I've seen it in person.
I did 12 years of Taekwondo myself.
Which is a showman's martial art.
Way to shit on my Taekwondo.
No, I mean, it's great, but Taekwondo is well known for causing spinal problems. And unless you're in a situation where you can kick a lot, you're not pulling a lot off. So the guy I knew in the U.S. Air Force that was the most successful fighter I knew for most of my adult life, he was a second-degree black belt in Kempo, third-degree black belt in Taekwondo, both earned in Korea before him and his parents moved back to the United States.
Nice.
And with the upper body training of Kempo and the lower body training of Taekwondo, I feel like he was the most balanced martial artist I ever knew in person. He went on to be Air Force Pararescue, which, if you know anything about Special Forces, you got to commend those motherfuckers for their choice. Because Air Force Pararescue is top shelf. He was a badass, to say the least.
I have absolutely nothing to brag about and nothing to spout off about, but I will say that 7 or 8 years of Taekwondo training, living in Korea and other places, from the average person I would ever come in contact with, it put me in a better place, and that was enough.
But a lot of that is confidence building, though. Let's be fair.
Yeah.
A lot of that is the confidence.
And conditioning.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's the mental ability to deal with the situation, the confidence to know that you can deal with the situation. It's less about the martial arts at that point. Most martial arts can accomplish the same thing, is the point.
If you can still be active 10 seconds into the fight, you're going to win.
Not like now. Is that Mrs. Wicked? She's only like 2 feet taller, right?
She just blew you a raspberry.
Okay, good. I deserved it.
You know, that tastes like the center of the galaxy.
Yes, it does.
Here she is. Hold on.
Excuse you?
Hello.
I was a smart ass. I apologize, ma'am.
Oh God, don't call me a ma'am. I fucking work for a living.
Welcome to my life. Love you, baby.
She seems fun.
Yeah, she's a trip.
Anybody else here seen Yellowstone?
Yeah.
I watched 3 or 4
Yeah.
seasons of it.
No.
You know the young boy that Beth kind of
yeah.
No.
We went on the
adopts.
firefighting show after that, right?
He makes a comment. And every time I see Wicked's wife, I laugh because that's the comment that comes to my head. You really outkicked your coverage with that one, didn't you, bud?
Yeah.
Vesuvius,
man,
what
fuck
the
you.
fuck is that comment on YouTube? Make me one of your mods here?
Yeah, one of your YouTube moderator things.
Oh.
To delete comments.
Do you need to delete a comment? Do you need to delete a comment?
No. I just
Draw him
commenting
like one
with
of
a
your
new
French
name.
mods.
It sounded like draw me one of your naughty girls, like fucking draw me like one of your French girls.
If you got time for that too.
If he doesn't, I do.
Add as moderator.
Oh no.
Yes, I just drew you as one of my French girls. You're welcome.
Dream come true.
I'm sure. Fucking people, I swear to God. What's everybody's
created that?
plans for
As
that?
we were
Well,
talking about earlier.
to segue a bit, so you were military for a while, and
Army 84 to 92.
you know, I was military for a while. I don't remember everybody here that might have been. I think Razel's currently military or just ended.
No.
No.
I got denied.
Okay. But
I had a medical disqualification from the military when I was 18.
So does anybody that is or was military, do you have any kind of PTSD? Do you know people that did or do, or any?
I've got 3 or 4 good buddies that do, but I think I'm more of a psychopath, so I convinced myself I'm okay.
You're more of a psychopath.
Yeah. I
Like-
tell people I put everything in a foot locker and wrap chains around it, and it's
So-
like a few years behind me.
I personally don't. I do have a very rare I'll have a nightmare that is like flashbacks of different videos that I was forced to watch as part of the DPST at Langley, disaster preparedness support team, where we were trained to do chemical spill cleanups. And so they showed us video footage of prisoners during the original trials of different chemical drugs, going through what they did. So the worst was VX. I unfortunately had to watch people on video deteriorate under the effects of VX nerve agent.
Yes,
So
I've seen some of those same videos.
they
scared the shit out of me. So as soon as I made E5, I started taking all the NBC training I could.
It's
Nuclear, biological, chemical.
Yeah, it's some terrifying stuff. I wouldn't say it gave me PTSD. But while I was in, I did make friends with a guy. So I was at the start of my time at Langley, I was at a communication center, which was more like international radio, satellite traffic kind of comm center. And we were a hub for all things in and out of the U.S. from the Eastern Hemisphere. And I ended up interacting with another comm center on base that was more secure than mine. And I was like, what do you mean? What do you mean you're more secure? Like, we deal with the top secret flash, blah, 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 and for eyes only this and eyes only that. And they're like, oh, no, but that's all child's play. And so I ended up having to do like a network support job at one of these facilities on the same base that I didn't even know existed prior, and all that. And I was like, oh, you're got freak. You can walk around, no problem. Like, what is my clearance even? Like, what is this? How do I have access here? But one of the guys I met, he found out that I played guitar, right? And he wanted me to teach his kid guitar. And he was like, oh, I'll pay you $50 a week to come by a couple times a week and show my kid some guitar stuff. I was like, that's
Why
cool.
you're so rich.
I'll give it a try, you know? And, you know, we're talking early to mid 90s. And I was like, fucking $50 a week just to hang out. This guy has a kegerator in his house. I can have some free beer, drink some beer, show his kids some guitar and jam for a little bit. And then I can leave. Like, fuck
I know
yeah.
the real lure.
Like, oh, pull my fucking arm. Like, so I go to this guy's house, and but this guy was, he had really bad PTSD. Like, he couldn't stand still. So he was always on 2 feet, never sitting, and always rocking back and forth from front foot to back foot. Just constant motion. Had bare spots on their floor from where he was doing this. And, you know, I'm over their second or third time, and then it was their son was upstairs practicing something I had just taught him. I'm downstairs. The guy was out somewhere in their garage or something grabbing something, and it was just the wife. I'm like, is he always like this? Is he always like rocking back and forth? And she's like, yeah, he never stops. Like, we're pretty sure he's going to need therapy to get into his 50s successfully. But for right now, we're just kind of letting it ride, letting him do his thing. And, you know, we'll let him serve his time, and then he'll get out, and we'll deal with it after the fact. Do you know what, any wild guess as a member of the Air Force, right? Typically the chair force, right? We don't do anything important. What could be his PTSD?
He was Air Force
Bad
as well.
customer service from the hotels.
Funny.
Sorry.
Very hilarious.
Dropping drone bombs.
Cleaning airframes.
In Desert Storm, so the original Shock and Awe campaign that happened, where we revealed to the public that we had the F-111 stealth fighter for the first time. First public unveiling. Hey, we've got this fighter nobody can see, and it's bombing shit. Oh, hey, by the way, we also have this bomber, the B-2, that's bombing shit. Oh, hey, by the way, we have B-52s that are dropping drones that are going in and creating false radar signatures to hide the rest of our planes, et cetera, et cetera. We also had, I think it was 78% of all munitions dropped, or of all direct hits from all munitions dropped. 78% of all direct hits were from smart munitions. Smart munitions accounted for less than 58% of all munitions dropped. So with just over half of them being smart bombs, more than three quarters of the direct hits were smart bombs. It was some wild ratio like that. So we proved to ourselves and to the world, hell, hey, smart bombs are the way to go. He was one of the 12 people in the United States that were watching all the nose cones, cameras of all the bombs dropping and doing
Verify effect. Oh.
centimeter and millimeter level measurements of the accuracy of each bomb and how it could be adapted and how it could be adjusted and flight dynamics that could be tweaked and this and that, and like reading all the sensor data and helping to adjust and perfect smart bombs. He was one of the 12 people in the U.S. that were cleared to do that.
That's an example of how we use our people.
We totally tore this guy apart.
Yeah,
As a
we use
country,
them up.
we destroyed this guy's ability to live a normal life in one war.
Yeah.
And he never left home.
Yep. Yep.
So, yeah, people like that are the people that I commend on days like Memorial Day. So he didn't give his life as far as we can track it. He gave his life in a way that the VA ignores.
Yep.
It's horrible. And it's horrible the number of people that ends up happening to.
And how many are ignored?
Too many of them.
Well,
Too
and it
damn
takes-
many are ignored.
Yes, and it takes way too many to build a consensus. And I don't mean the people are building a consensus. It takes way too many before it becomes apparent that something needs to be dealt with.
Are we
It's
seeing a
insane to
giant
think
gun?
that currently, well, I mean, I don't. It's probably gone up, but I mean, what's the company Till Valhalla? One of their big points that they point out on a regular basis is it's 22 a day. We lose 22 U.S. veterans a day to suicide from untreated PTSD.
Jesus Christ.
How is that okay?
It's not.
You know,
It's
and
absolutely not.
it's
And
a
yet
shame.
here we are pulling money away from the VA, and we're pulling
Yeah.
money out of mental health facilities, and we're destroying, the ability for our veterans and our regular people to get the medical care that they need, and nobody gives a shit.
It's not where it needs to be, but I will say this. The age that I am, I enlisted in '84. The VA is so much more useful now, 40 years later, than it was back then.
Yeah.
It's still not where it needs to be, but it's
No, God no.
It's today. It's where it should have been 40 years ago.
Yes, agreed.
Yeah, except in the last 2 years or in the
Well,
last year or so, they've been taking more money away from it.
Here's the thing: is
And-
for the longest time, they banked on the concept that worked for them, and that was that most veterans are too proud to complain.
Yep, absolutely.
Or to say or to admit that they have a problem. Because you're banking on the bravado of the person. And it's not
that
meant in a
aspect will
negative
probably
ego
never
way.
change.
This is the type of people I don't care whether somebody served in military wartime or not. If you did time in the military, you deserve treatment as a veteran, period. Because to go through basic training, at least in 92 when I went through, and to come out the other side and serve the country, you went through a meat grinder. no matter what service. You went through a meat grinder, you were turned into a machine, you were taught, desensitized to deal with certain things, you were turned into something they could rely upon, was going to have a specific response when they needed that specific response. That's it. You were a cog in a machine. And once you become that cog, you've earned the right to be treated like you were formerly a fucking cog.
I agree.
I don't care where that machine went.
What happens after that may enhance it, but it doesn't drop it.
Because
the problem that I think we have, and I am speaking as somebody who did not serve, but the problem that I think that we have is that we have this bad tendency to not separate the people who serve from the machine that they served in this country. I have a lot of respect for all of our veterans and everybody currently serving. What I do not have any respect for is where that machine keeps pointing itself, or the things that are in charge keep doing with it.
That's a political discussion versus a service discussion, right?
Yes.
So like
but they tend to fall together way too often. Is the problem.
That's a public persona problem. It really is. Like your people that are serving generally are not joining because they're Democrat or Republican or serving a president or whatever. They're joining for reasons that are generally very, very generic. And
well, a lot of times, unfortunately, that reason, and the reason why I almost joined, is because they don't have a lot of other great choices.
There's that too.
And the military presents an option that if you get through it, you have more choices open up to you.
Yeah, I didn't have options.
If you get through it.
I get you.
Yeah.
But
so it's like, I mean, the whole system preys on people that are not.
I will say this. Hold on.
Not wealthy.
Hold on. Let's be realistic, though.
I'm not sure I would say prey upon them. They definitely capitalize on them, but there's still a choice, right?
At the end of the day, the truth of the matter is that regardless of the situations that drive people to join or not join, it is still a choice in the United States. It's not in most of the world.
True.
The majority of the world that has strong military, it's because they have mandatory military service. And in most of those countries, they don't go through the level of training that we do. The U.S. military training, you do not come out the same person that you went in. Or you don't come out. You get washed out because you didn't conform, or you conform. Period. And by the time that you have changed the way a person thinks and behaves so that they can conform to a military structure as well defined as the U.S. military, you owe them restitution for problems that surfaced due to that. I don't care where they served.
Absolutely.
Agreed.
I'm not the nice, gentle, naive motherfucker that went into basic training. I'm not.
I'm pretty sure I would have washed out. I'm too much of a smart ass and I don't like taking orders. So
yeah, that doesn't work well there. That does not work well.
No.
There.
No.
Well, I'll add this, Rizal. I consider myself very similar to what you've just described. The difference, I don't know if it's a difference, but one thing I had going for me, I grew up as an Army brat. I watched the Army from the day I was born. So I knew what to expect. So everything that Wicked just said about conforming, I agree with 100%. But there's a difference between completely conforming and appearing
playing
to
the game.
Yes.
Yeah.
I knew before I got there. My job, in my mind, stay under the radar. Don't become a squad leader. Don't become the guide-on. Don't become anybody that anybody's focusing on, because I just turned my brain off for basic training. Just turned it off. I'm doing what I'm told. Hell, it was easy to do what I was told. Doesn't mean I agree with it. Doesn't mean I like it. Didn't mean I enjoyed it. I'd been doing that with my father. He was an army officer all my life. So, and to this day, I still work civilian jobs where I don't agree with what decisions they're making, but I kind of approach it from the perspective of when I was a contractor for 15 years. I'm like, this is what you need to do. We're not going to do that. Okay, well, you can pay me 3 times to do it 2 extra times after it doesn't work the first time. But you should have done what I told you to. That's why you hired me, to tell you what to do. But I'll do it your way. I don't like it. I don't want it. But I've gone so far past the point that I'm not even biting my tongue anymore. I'm just like, oh, this is the way it is.
Yeah.
You know, the young 30-something that just graduated 10 years ago, he or she thinks they know more about this business that I've been working in for 30 years. Okay, let them go. They're the boss. Exactly. Yes. So I'm still making money. Yes, exactly.
You can ask my wife. I still suck at that. It's probably, you know, why I'm not a manager or director at the moment. But no, I grew up the son of a police officer, and
so you understood discipline or the concept.
I
of
did,
it.
but I hated the man.
Sure, exactly. Okay.
Yeah. No.
Yes.
Yep. Yep.
In a flash situation, your instincts to do this thing, but you said, I'm supposed to do that thing. And what do you choose?
It's also the understanding that your actions have consequences.
Yes. Yeah.
And well, but owning it. Yeah. No, that's pretty good.
YouTube, getting out and going to his school on time to get to class, right? And he was like second, third grade, and the school was fucking a block and a half away. I'm like, what's the fucking problem? Oh, he won't get up on time. I'm like, that's discipline. Yeah. Like, oh, I'm not gonna punish him. Like, it's not about the punishment. I don't care what you do for punishment. I'm not here to dictate that. What I'm here to dictate is that discipline means him understanding that he needs to be up by X time to reach X time. And that is flexible to him. If he decides he needs to be up an hour before he needs to be at school in order to be at school in time, that's on him. The discipline part is knowing he's dedicated to being at school at such and time. Right? If he can do it in 5 minutes, good for him. If he can do it in 15, good for him. If it takes him 20, whatever. Like, I'm not there to dictate that part of it. What I'm there to dictate is the dedication part. He's dedicated to being at school at a specific time. That's when he needs to be there. That's what we're training for. Right?
Yep.
It's not, I'm not training around everything else. I'm training for that one piece. Right? Mm-hmm. That's discipline. And that's what people miss out on. They over extend it to other things that aren't related, or they stretch it into, oh, I only see the consequences, so that's what you call discipline. No. That's all aside from the point. You're missing the point. Right? And it's hard to explain to people that don't feel it and don't sense it. Like when I'm supposed to be somewhere, it's on my calendar or whatever. Like I have an appointment this coming week on Thursday, 8:40 a.m. to be at a neurological appointment for the face pain that I deal with, which I've been heroically ignoring tonight. It's been a good night, but I have an appointment based on that. So for me to go do that next Thursday at 8:40 a.m., I know that it's across town, and that's minimum with no traffic, a 35-minute drive, minimum. So when am I going to leave the house? Is it going to be 35 minutes prior to the appointment? No. It's going to be 55 minutes before the appointment, minimum, because I'm going to add 20 minutes in case shit. And then I'm going to be like, well, I need to know, I know that I have to leave 55 minutes before the appointment. So I'm going to actually pad time for me to get up, walk the dog, go to the bathroom, relax, wake up all the way, take my meds, sit down and shoot the shit on Discord for a minute. And I'm going to give myself a full hour before I need to leave. That means I need to be up 2 hours before that appointment. Right. And it just keeps going from there. So that's discipline. I know where I need to be, and I orchestrate my entire day to make sure I'm there. So I'll be up by 5 or 6 a.m. to be at that 8:40 appointment to make sure I'm fucking there. And I don't need anybody to tell me, and I don't need consequences. I just know that that's what needs to be done.
Yeah.
And now Scout's like, yep, this is why I like Darkstar.
What I'm really thinking is I need a bio break for about 2 minutes.
Do it.
Yeah, I'm with you, but mine's actually to go out and have a smoke. I'll be right back.
I need one for about 8 hours.
I keep smoking on the call. And I really appreciate how friendly y'all are in inviting. This has been wonderful. I love this.
Dude, this is all the time in normal voice chat. You can join us at any time. Yeah.
All right, I'll be right back.
Yep.
BRB.
And for anybody, the 5 viewers that I have on YouTube, whatever, we do this all the time. We just shoot the shit on voice chat all the time. Come join us. Fire up your game, play your game on the side, talk to us. It kind of feels like multiplayer. We're all playing, we're all modding. We're having a good time, chatting at the same time we play. Share your screen if you want. If you don't want, like,
might get to see some stuff before it's released.
Yeah, and that too. You might get to see Deskel sitting there building all of Antares Supra for 6 months prior to its release, stressing about the quality of his ship parts, showing us his ship parts, asking us for feedback. Who knows?
Well, we're all telling him, just take my fucking money, dude.
Yeah. Put the ship parts in the bag.
Well, you'll be happy to hear that I actually put bags at the bottom of Praxis, so it'll be bags for the ship parts. Just trash bags laying right there, so.
I'll bring in my own bag.
That's optional. They didn't have like the supermarket racks in the creation kit. Otherwise, I would have used one.
Yeah, what Wick was saying, don't be afraid to join the chat. We don't bite. You can just lurk if you want.
No, Vesuvius lies. He bites. Vesuvius bites.
I mean, if you ask nicely.
On request.
Yeah, no, you have to ask nicely for him to not bite. Vesuvius bites. He's a gnar.
It's the default.
No, we figured we'd make him help team lead because when problems boil, they eventually erupt into a volcano of trouble. And he is named for that. So we're like, oh yeah, he's the tipping point. If it goes beyond Vesuvius, we have a real problem.
Yeah, imagine what that would look like.
I was really hoping LQ would be here tonight, by the way. I'm not going to
What's
read his
that?
whole. I was really hoping LQ would be here tonight. I'm not going to read his whole personal story because it goes back to the olden times. We joke all the time about the age of our crew, but his memorial statement being about his relative from the Revolutionary or from the Civil War, that's taken it a little far. That's a little bit in the past.
Relative, I thought it was his squad mates.
No, it's no.
This was a contemporary story.
What are you guys fucking...
Come over and say hi to people.
Hello, fellas.
Bend down, get on
No.
camera, please.
I'd
Come
rather
on.
not.
You guys want to see Pal, right?
I'd rather not look
Hey,
them in
pal.
the face, but
They want to see you.
no.
You're popular.
You're
You
famous.
think I give a shit about popularity?
Yes.
No.
Just say hi.
You get a wave. That's
Oh,
about
don't
it.
be so edgy.
He just showed you the hand he jacks off with.
Oh my god. Do not just embarrass him like that.
Wow.
Okay, fine. Hi. I exist.
Oh my gosh.
We exist, I promise.
Hello.
Love you, dude.
Love you too.
When are we getting that mod from him you were talking about? He said he's gonna make one too, right?
You motherfucker.
Wicked, talking to you.
What's up?
Said Pal's gonna make one, right? A mod?
He's going to be the voice of the intelligent armor and the Pal companion.
Okay. Did you have any interest in mod making?
He's only done mod modification, if you will, for Half-Life 2, just for him and his friends. EOS Fox is jealous of my son's hair, apparently. I had hair like that when I was his age. I still have the hair, I just shave it off.
Mm-hmm.
I got a little bit of
I'd say too.
Little bit of receding hairline here, that's about it.
A little?
Yeah, well, it's more dramatic
A
on
little?
camera. I wish it would
I
go
see.
all the way. I just wish it would just go. I don't want to shave it.
I'll give
I
you
just
some
want
of
it
my
to be
hair.
gone.
I've been thinking about cutting it anyways.
I got something, a little bit left. Somewhere on the sides, maybe.
Speaking of hair, what about Angry's glorious beard?
It's a good looking beard.
It was, it
I
was
don't know.
quite a bit longer.
It's a
when I
decent
cut it way
beard.
down.
It's a decent beard.
Oh, look. Yeah. Okay. Good point.
Hmm.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Actually,
Yeah, the old lady doesn't like when it gets too awful long, so
I'm
I gotta trim it from time to time.
probably in the next few months, I will be opening up beard oil orders for
You make your own?
Starfield. My wife does.
Oh,
But
wow.
I'll be opening up Starfield scented beard oil orders in the next few months.
Starfield scented?
Yeah.
So
They'll be in the dark.
how hard do you have to squeeze the beard to
One
extract the oil?
one of them will absolutely not smell like vomit for cyber. Because I know if I sold a chunks flavored scented beard oil that was like vomit like, he would probably
What about the
what
Mickey
is
caviar
it?
flavor? That's the
Oh, God.
there will probably be one for Neon
As a mash flavor?
and
or
one
a
for
scent?
Constellation and one for, just Starfield in general.
Paramore scent?
Will the one for Constellation be called Sarah's Tears?
Possibly.
The one for Starfield in general could be called Todd Lied.
But did he lie?
Nope, not even
Is
a
he
little.
Sean Murray? Sean Murray lied.
Ooh.
Wow.
Yeah, I can play that game.
Scam Citizen to this, are we?
I was there for that. I pre-ordered that game. I still liked it. I agree that he lied, but I liked the game at launch.
Okay, that's too many.
Oh yeah. First Wednesday in June, I'll be doing Starfield After Dark.
I was supposed to pick a day, and I spaced on that.
Yeah, don't feel bad. You weren't the only one. He messaged me on Friday when we were busy making plans and packing to go on this fucking trip. And I read it and was like, all right, I got to get back to him. And then it took me an entire week before I remembered it. My ADHD went, oh, yeah,
It's
wait,
been
you
2
gotta
weeks.
respond.
He told me to pick any Wednesday in June. And I was like, I'll get back to you tonight. And that was like 2 weeks ago. And I've completely space cadet since then.
Yikes.
You said you got the second week?
Yeah, I got
That's
the second.
Nice.
Second Wednesday.
Yeah, he's hitting pretty much everybody on this Discord. It's awesome.
Betamax and I are this coming Wednesday.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's awesome. That's a good combo.
Mm-hmm.
Murder Bot and the guy that does Outpost mods. You're both there to save their lives.
Yep.
Scout, I got a question for you there, sir. Couple questions. You there? Can you hear me, Scout?
True. Yes, I'm here. I had my mic muted. Sorry.
Is that a legitimate blood spatter on the shirt?
No, that's all paint. Sorry, that's paint and stain.
You murder somebody off cam just now?
I don't know, nothing like that. I think I got the biggest spot down here.
I was wondering the same thing.
All right.
I was like,
And
I wonder if
second,
it's a fishing shirt, so maybe it's fish blood.
When you were-
that's just what I wrote it off as.
when you were full cam and the whole room was visible, are you like in a like section of a portion of a garage?
Hey Google, turn on the office lights. I'm in a 300 square foot loft. It's converted from the upper level of my garage.
My Google
There's a
Home
stairwell
responded
right
to you. You told your Google to turn on your lights, and mine was like, "I'm sorry, your office lights haven't been set up yet."
That's
so
a
fucking funny.
a case of that's a case can full of crushed beer cans. This is where I throw my empties.
Yeah, but Coors is your problem there because fucking Coors.
Yeah.
Ugh.
You know what? I agree. However, I will say this: I've spent a lot of
You
time
opened
in
yourself
Colorado,
up for judgment.
and I can't often find Banquet on tap. Okay, and see what I'm drinking a lot of is
Falcon Smash.
I don't
Yeah.
see where we're shaming the man for where he puts his soda cans.
Yeah, what's up with that?
Oh.
Yeah, don't worry about where I put my can, man. Okay, have you ever had prickly pear from Shiner? Y'all heard of Shiner box?
Shiner is you're okay.
Yeah. So Shiner is an hour and 20 minutes from me, and one of the best beers they have is their original Shiner Premium. It's like their 1909 version. I keep this shit. I buy it by the case. But I've got a local brewery here in town that I've volunteered at for 7 or 8 years, and I fill up my growlers there for free. And I've got a kegerator right there. I've got, those plastic things on the floor for your chair so you can slide.
Yeah.
I've got 2 of them. One's for the desk, and the other one is adjacent, so I can slide over to my kegerator and draw a beer.
There you go.
So yeah, I'm questionable on a lot of my beer because I like the beer I like.
Oh, that's fine.
I really need to get the background working. This is, I mean, I got way too many Pixel phones over here and a bunch of shit. Y'all
You know
don't-
what? You do know what mass market American pilsners and having sex in Florida are having in common, right?
I do
They're both
not.
fucking near water.
It's all shit. It's
Impatiently.
fucking near
No, they're
water.
both fucking near water.
There was this funny study I read that was actually legitimate that proved that Bud Light is more hydrating than water on a hot sunny day.
Well, it's like 96% water.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I had 5 of my buddies graduate. Sorry, I'm several beers. Retire from the Anheuser-Busch brewery here in Houston, which is one of the 5th largest ones in the U.S. And they all moved up.
Dude,
From
I'm
the
in
Florida
Virginia.
brewery.
I know all about
We're in Virginia.
Anheuser-Busch.
Okay, yeah.
We're headquarters.
And yeah. And these guys retired early once InBev bought them because they were not happy.
Uh-huh.
But I will say this, having been in the military and moved literally around the world, say what you want about macro beers. I could go anywhere in the world and I could order a can or a bottle of Budweiser and it would taste exactly the same as any place I ever bought one.
And
If it was
while I detest the flavor of Budweiser, and I think it is by German standards legally not a beer. While saying both of those statements, and both are very factual and not opinion based, I was coworker to a man that grew up and spent the first 32 years of his life in Ireland, and the most commonly drank beer in Ireland was Bud Light.
Budweiser. Bud Light,
Not
really?
Guinness, not Smithwick's, not any of the other beers you might assume. No, those are left for tourists. The most commonly drank beer is Bud Light. The second most is Magner's cider.
Wow, the cider. Okay.
Magner's cider is traditionally served poured over ice in an open mug. It is served for people working outdoors in the sunlight under heat restrictions in Ireland. It is considered a hydrating drink. So they drink Bud Light and Magner's on ice.
That's awesome. It's like when the roach coach would show up out in the field, the military, you know, the AFES truck. Do you know what I'm talking about? The AFES truck? AAFFES. It's the arm. I don't know. It's the PX, depending on where you're at. They come out there with a food truck kind of thing. And we were allowed to drink squirt, which sounds like a pornography thing. Squirt.
Well, okay, keep going.
Oh, we weren't allowed to drink Coca-Cola, Dr. Pepper, but we could drink squirt because it had actual citrus in it, and it was water and
port beers or porters as we call them today. Those were invented for the health of people who were coming to port, ironically by the name, that had been out to sea for a long time. So they were considered basically extremely nutrient-rich drinks that were safe to consume back in the time when England had a problem controlling the purity of their water. So they were part of the brewing process would purify the water, and then they would add things to the brew that they considered to be healthy for long-time seafarers. That was a port. And it was traditionally served alongside red meat, which is where you get your porterhouse steaks and your porter brews.
I didn't know that connection.
Yep. That's where that came from.
If I can butt in for a second. Is anyone else streaming this on Twitch? 'Cause I need to go away.
No.
I don't think so. That's fine. We can shut the streams down. I mean, fuck, it's been 6 hours, dude.
Yeah.
I think I was a little late to the party then, huh?
I'll just kill my YouTube stream, and if anybody wants to keep watching, they can join us on Discord as long as we want to go. And you can do the same on Twitch. So if you're on YouTube and you're watching my stream, we're gonna keep going for a little bit on Discord. You're welcome to join us. Thank you for your viewership.